always said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head & Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours, so dandruff and itch don't come back. Head & Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
せてやるよ。車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond.
Hello everyone here at Tampines Mall. Hi guys. And hello to everyone who's on stream and everyone who's watching around the world. Welcome to the MPL Singapore Season 9 season finale. Thank you. My name is Lawrence. I'll be your host for today in the lower bracket final. And what this means is that today, all of you guys will witness the fight between these two teams on my right and my left. So we are already neck deep into this tournament here at Tampines Mall, and the stakes have never been higher. The action kicked off with intense battles on day 2, featuring Evil, RSG, Flash, and Absolute Zero. And we've seen some thrilling upsets, dominant performances, and surprises throughout all 4 teams. And they have fought tooth and nail to avoid elimination and keep their championship alive. All right, so as we head into the most exciting day of the season, which is the grand finals, only one team will have the opportunity to win the title of the MPL Singapore Season 9 champions and to qualify for the Esports World Cup that will be held in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. So may I just check with you guys, who do you guys think will win the MPL Season 9 championship? Why Flash? Okay, we'll see later, okay? We'll see later. All right, so we are coming to you live from Tampines Mall, for those of you guys watching on stream. And whether you are tuning in from home or whether you are around the area, there's still time to come on down to join the crowd here. The atmosphere here is amazing. There are still a lot of empty seats for you guys. And also the fans are hyped, I believe. Are you guys hyped? Are you guys hyped? No? Yes? No? Yes? Okay, lovely. Okay, so we've got a full day of high-stake matches, fun activities, and exclusive prizes for you guys to win. So let's take a quick look at the updated playoffs, shall we? By now, I'm sure every one of you guys can see that the picture is becoming very clear with RSG Singapore. With RSG Singapore taking the series 3-1 yesterday against Team Flash. Setting themselves up beautifully in the grand finals, while Absolute Zero beat Evil to secure their spot in the lower bracket finals. And these two teams are hanging on very thin threads in the lower bracket finals to fight for their dreams, while one team has to secure a spot in the upper bracket finals. So we'll see today who's going to walk home with the 3rd place and who's going to walk home with securing a spot to fight for the grand finals. All right, so let's thank our sponsors for today as well, because none of these would have been possible without the help of these incredible partners. Firstly, MPL Singapore, which is powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Can we have a round of applause for them? And also, a big shout out to our partner in esports, Head and Shoulders, and a huge thank you to the Singapore Esports Association. And not forgetting, of course, this venue, owned by Capital Land, a venue partner of Tampines Mall, for helping making this amazing weekend possible. All right, so I think the draft is ready. The draft is ready and the stage is set, okay? Let's throw it over to our casters to see what they have and what you guys all can expect from today's matches. Over to you guys, casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 9. We have got the final day that is dawning upon us. My name is Abstract. With me here, of course, is Jace. I think it is probably...
I TP'd.
Yes, from yesterday to today,
Yeah.
you from the online, the offline side to the online side.
Definitely.
I think this is also our first time casting together
No.
for season 9.
No? Day
No?
one?
Day 1?
Day one?
There was such a big gap in between to the point that I
miss
can't
ya.
even remember.
I miss ya.
I miss ya.
Yeah, you made me so uncomfortable yesterday, man.
Crawling under the skin. Huh?
Yeah, it's like, like I really cannot take compliments very well. But of course, I think we have to put a little bit of compliments to our hosts as well. And here are your schedule, ladies and gents. It is going to be Team Flash Singapore going up against Absolute Zero in the lower bracket finals. This is going to be a hype one because we're not expecting Team Flash Singapore to be down here. And then you've got RSG currently waiting at the grand finals throne for the winner of this particular match that we'll be watching later, Abstract.
Yep. So, of course, I think that when it comes down to today's games, we're gonna have to go through Flash lineup first. We do have Hades, JPL, Katizi, Vanix, and Ken that joined in the action. With Ken coming back in again after a very short dismissal from yesterday's final game.
Yep.
We would have thought that Diablo would be able to, kind of come up with a little bit of a change, a breath of fresh air. But it doesn't seem like RSG is, phased at all.
Yeah, but then again, you start to ask the question, right? If Team Flash is still fixing their roster right now, it is a worrying sign for Flash fans.
I agree.
Right now,
yeah.
it's either you're going to put Ken, you're either going to put Diablo. Don't forget, Adamir is also being added back into the player roster during the transfer window. So the EXP lane is a big problem, and you're an EXP laner yourself. EXP laners dictate the flow of the whole game, especially in the early game where the turtle spawns in the EXP side.
So at this point in time, I'm still kind of thinking if whether they are actually going to field in Adamir or not, or what is going to be, or what is the thinking behind bringing Adamir in as the EXP laner. I don't know why, I don't know what, but maybe, just maybe, he would be that wild card that we will want to see.
Yeah, maybe that's a wild card, right? Because I don't think anybody has actually prepared for Adamir. Not too sure what he's been cooking up in the scrims as well. If that's it, ladies and gents, let's hop over to the other side of the aisle. Look at the challenger. I think a lot of people are very surprised about this one because Absolute Zero is here to stay, and now they have at least secured top 3. This is a challenger team, if you noticed. Since the week 1, they've been showing a really strong front against even the seeded teams, right? Literally, yesterday we started calling them like, Kingslayers already at this time. Really reminds me of the old Team Evil back then when we used to call Team Evil the Titan Slayers.
So, Rapidude, Bougie, and Vendetta. Hands down, the 3 members that have been really showing up this season. I gotta have to, each of them have got their own very specific heroes that really represents them, right?
Definitely.
With the Kalia on the Vendetta, Loi on the Bougie, and Franco onto Rapidude.
Yeah.
The Franco it was only fleeting though. It only appeared in playoffs actually. So I think it actually meant a lot because back then, when it comes down to the last chance qualifiers, no, not last chance, sorry. When it comes down to the challenger stage, Rapidude has been showing a lot of dominance when it comes down to enchanted supports, such as the Mathilda, for instance. So there is a lot of Mathildas currently being banned out for him. Now that he have showed his cards as a really good Franco player, really great hooks and really good timing when it comes down to the rotations and all that kind of jazz. I believe that when it comes down to Team Flash, they have no choice but to respect every potential time where the Franco could come out, especially if the roam position is not picked by the end of the first phase.
Yeah, but apart from, you talk about Rapidute, you talk about Vendetta, and also to a certain extent, I
Bougie,
think
yeah.
we also want to Bougie, right? We also want to emphasize Salas. Salas as a gold laner, you don't want to give him the 1-1 because he's been showing a monster of a result on that 1-1. You can start to see teams also start to respect ban that 1-1 and also respect pick that 1-1 away from Salas. But of course, a lot of things. I don't think Team Flash is like prepared for Absolute Zero. I think based on how you want to prepare for the team, usually we prepare for based on the expected results. But right now we're entering unexpected results, and of course, don't forget, ladies and gents, tournament life is at stake here, Abstract.
Yep, we start the day immediately with a best of 5 series.
It's gonna be a long day, Abstract.
It's gonna be a long day. We've got the Giants on the opposite side with Flash SG and the potential Giant Slayers from the side of Absolute Zero, because we saw that in the Challenger stage, Absolute Zero did take one game, which in turn became one series against Flash SG.
Yep.
Didn't turn out too well in the upper brackets though.
Yeah, but apart from that, I also want to talk more about the draft Abstract. Just take a look. Zay's already respecting ban the 1-1 away. Vaxes as well. These are very abnormal bans coming out from Team Flash. Feels like they've been doing a lot of homework against Absolute Zero.
Yep. So with the Lucas 1-1 and the Boxer being taken away from Coach Z's side, well, for Absolute Zero, at this point in time, they're looking at the Phovias, the Harif, and very potentially a chip. I'm not too sure about the, I guess, JPL's ideas of how he will play a chip and if whether he's proficient with the chip. At this point in time, so far, we have been seeing a lot more. This current meta doesn't really allow JPL to play his signature heroes, such as the Cho, the Grog on the Jazz, perhaps even Jawhead. We haven't really even seen the Jawhead for most of the season.
Yep, exciting about this first pick. I think the reason why he's not being able to secure these heroes that he's well known is because right now Kalias is so potent. If you notice, it's like very high percentage that you get a Kalia first pick in the blue side, right? Because the value that she offers is actually quite immense. She's like a combination of a Jawhead, and at the same time, you can also heal the rest of your team.
Yes.
And it's a massive pick kind of composition that you can also convert into a clash dive composition because of her mobility. I think it offers a lot more as compared to a Cho.
Now, aside from that, we have constantly been looking and seeing the fact that Hayabusa is coming in from coming in from either R1, R2 or B2, B3. As such, we've got the Hayabusas being picked out right here from the side of AZ. They have also supplemented with a Badang. Team Flash, though, at this point in time, they're gonna have to really consider what are the current heroes that's available for them. Normally, you would want to go for a Jusin pickup as well as a Hayabusa. But because of the Hayabusa already taken away from AZ, there is a possibility that they would look at some other assassin heroes, such as a Ling or perhaps a Fanny, since none of these has been banned out.
Yep.
But I think that they will want to reserve these two heroes for the second phase.
I personally feel that Ling is a better suit here for the side of Team Flash, because if you go for a Fanny, you already get countered by the Badang. The Hayabusa is there to also counter that as well. So Team Flash opt to secure Vanix, and also I believe that should be a Ken Hilda, but it could also go both ways, right? We've seen Bedenta on the clear EXP lane. That could also potentially happen.
Yeah. So knowing Team Flash, I would like to believe is more likely a Hilda on the XP.
Yeah, seems like that.
Yeah, clear on the roam at this point. So the final pick for AZ, they have decided to double down onto the Farsa, in which case they will be playing more on a death ball kind of situation. They have the Badang likely as an EXP or a roam, actually really depends on them, and then supplement that with a Farsa that can really rain from the above.
Yeah, it should be a Badang roam, in my opinion, coming up from side Absolute Zero. But mind you, these are very strong picks from the red side, because that's the power of the red side, right? Being able to respond to how Team Flash wants to pick, and especially right now, your first pick has always been a Kalia, especially when you're running out ban slots, right? If you ban away the Kalia, you're basically opening up yourself to, for example, a Loi, a Phobius, which is things that you don't really want to give to the enemy team. So yeah, I feel like Team Flash is definitely suffering just a little bit in the blue side. So I'm looking forward to the next game, whether they can actually get the red side. That's where they really shine.
Now, I really like what AZ is drafting out for themselves, because they actually left the rover to be on the second phase of the picking phase. So this is actually pretty important for AZ and kind of scary for Team Flash. So they have no choice. They have to ban out the Franco. They have absolutely no choice. But on the flip side, banning out the Franco may actually work out for Team Flash, because they might very potentially be looking out for a Ling pick. And if you have a Franco on the opposite side, you kind of have a little bit of a problem dealing with that.
Yeah, it feels like a respect ban as well, Abstract. So I think it serves both of this, both ways. You want to respect ban that Franco away, opens up for that Ling, potential Ling. There you go. Joy taken away from the side of Absolute Zero. You've seen Hades very strong and that Joy, especially when you face up against a Farsa, you have the potential chase, you can dive her and when she goes into Feather Airstrike, so it's a wise ban. So now we're anticipating a Ling coming out from Team Flash. So Absolute Zero, what is their pick? How are they going to counteract against this Ling?
Very likely they will want to play in the early stages of the game. I would normally say perhaps a Bruno will be great in the gold lane, but perhaps not, because I think that they will want to pick up one of these meta picks, with Granger currently still available onto the board. Since 1-1 is no longer available, I think that Granger is probably going to be the next best pick.
Maybe you can also go for an EXP laner here from the side of Absolute Zero. Don't really need to show your hands in terms of the gold laner first. But yeah, Granger is going to get taken away by the side of Team Flash. Now the gold lane pool is really quite limited. There's still the Irithel, or you can go for the Bruno. Bruno, in my opinion, actually really strong as a lane bully, especially when you're going up against a Moskov. You have a stronger early game. You have a earlier potential power spike, because once you secure the Heart's Claws, you're really online right now. Whereas for the Moskov, you need more. You need like the Corrosive Scythe, you need the Golden Staff, and the Demon Hunter Sword. That's where you really truly come online, the trinity of the attack speed items.
So with the current pickups of AZ, I do like the fact that the Bruno is the blind pick. So they already have a pretty decent lane coming in between the gold laners, but it also allows them to play a little bit more into the early stages in preparation for a potential Ling pick. This way they will be able to deal with the Ling in the early stages and not allow the Ling to go too out of control.
Yeah, there's also a Suyo that I was just reminded about. Selena coming out from the side of Kurt. Okay, this is Team Flash. Whenever they go for a Selena pick, I really have doubts about it, because I'm never a big fan of Selenas, especially in the mid. You're sacrificing a little bit too much magic damage in order for a more pick composition like this. And Team Flash, sometimes they kind of forget their playstyle halfway through. They will just start doing freestyle, and they usually get hurt after that. But AZ will conclude this draft with a high loss. This is a very strong composition coming off from Absolute Zero. Team Flash, on the other hand, if they really want to make this draft work, they have to be creative with their angles.
Very beefy setup in the early stages, given how Hylos is really tanky. And let's not forget about the Ring of Retribution, or rather the Ring of Punishment, that deals very good DOT damage in the early stages. You put that together with a Badang, put that with a Bruno, you put that with a Farsa. They generally bruise the enemies well enough for the Hayabusa to spring into action and take all these kills.
Not only just that, the Glorious Pathway also slows people down when they're trying to get out of the Feather Airstrike. So this is a very solid draft coming out from Absolute Zero, and like what I mentioned, Team Flash really has to be really creative in how they want to pick their engage. They really cannot just dive like a Minotaur into a fight, right? You really have to be smart about this.
They're going once again with the fast 3 take for the jungler, which means that they will put a lot more members over to the orange buff. This way the Suyo clears it fast, while the roamer starts up the purple buff and do some very initial damage. It will be a very good choice to do that if they have a roamer that actually deals very early and good damage at level 1, which is Kalia. Kalia does do that very well. As a matter of fact, you can see that Hades has already infiltrated the enemy's jungle.
A bit of a fight happening in the mid lane. Kurt TZ lands a stun onto Nan. And you're right? Flash SG definitely has a stronger early game. They can potentially seek to abuse it, right? Selena has a power spike at level 2. Right now, the Kalia also hits his power spike. Suyo is already activated online, has his ultimate already ready to fight, especially when Nan still level 3, needs a level 4 for the Shadow Q to come online.
Yep, that's the difference. That's the disparity between Fast 3 and a standard jungle rotation, right? So this way, unfortunately though, I would say that Flash did not really manage to make full use of the Fast 3 because they didn't really manage to do any damage or didn't manage to get themselves any form of kills. Yeah. Even if it comes down to pushing Salas back home, that didn't happen.
Yeah, it's pretty hard, right? Because Farsight is so mobile, but hold on a second, Hades. Slash and dash onto Vendetta. Flicker has been burned from the side of Absolute Zero. That's a good takeaway, especially when the turtle is coming up right now.
So, even though we are expecting the Bruno to be a little bit more of a bully in the lane, it does definitely seem as though that Bruno is having a lot of problems against the Moscow.
Hades will be able to secure that turtle. Ken zoning out Nan. Further airstrike from the side of Buji. Committed. Ken on top of the first blood. Given over side of Curtizi. The terrible duo from the side of Flash strikes again.
A little bit more on the bursty early game damage from the side of Team Flash. While in the meantime, Absolute Zero is more of damage over time kind of damage. So the longer that the team fight lands, and of course, if Absolute Zero is able to split up the damage that Team Flash deals upon Absolute Zero, the better it is for Absolute Zero. In this case, this is a lot more micro for Absolute Zero when it comes down to team fights. They need to ensure that they are able to distribute damage to Rapidude, distribute damage over to Vendetta, but I don't think that it will work out too well for now because the burst is a little bit too much.
Manix getting ganked once again, trying to make a play out of there, would not be able to do so. Nan slices him down at the goal lane.
So, with that all said, it is relatively similar in terms of gold. Oh wait, never mind, it's not at all. 2,000 gold in the favor of Flash, and they even got quite a bit of damage up to the top.
Yeah, so Dean will be able to land. Kalia, that's going to be a Tsunami Slam onto Rapidude. JPL will be able to secure that kill. A bit of a retribution coming out from the side of Flash, but like what you mentioned, that gold is 2k apart. That gold energy being absorbed by Absolute Zero is definitely something that they're trying to do.
Just get a little bit by a little bit. In terms of the energy turret, it does definitely seem as though Absolute Zero is the one that got a little bit more.
Yep, something very interesting, Abstract. Curtizi, instead of
going
for Impure Rage or Lethal Ignition, going for the Focusing Mark, really a bit of a different playstyle for a mid laner.
Oh, not what I would expect. But I suppose that it makes sense if he don't want to double down into the fact that his kit is all about skill shots. So maybe in confidence is lacking in there, or maybe it's more about consistency.
I feel like it's a consistency, right? Once you land down the stun, then you can basically enable Hades. And hold on a second, Salas down low. The balls would not be able to land onto Vanix. He dashes away. Rapidude, that's a law and order. Stunning Vanix takes him down on the top lane. It's a trade and a goal lane at the same time. Tsunami Slam committed onto Vendetta. He managed to dash away. Here comes a Fist Crack as well. Trying to zone it out. Ken trying to make a play around there, but zoning the rest of the members from the side of Absolute Zero away from the purple buff.
The main thing is Absolute Zero needed to zone the rest of Team Flash away from the purple buff. They needed the purple buff. But fortunately, Nun is back into the fray. But unfortunately, he's forced to use his retribution.
Better airstrike, Nun down low. Just a little bit unfortunate for the side of Flash SG. It's still, Nun securing the purple buff. That's actually huge for the Hayabusa. And now the turtle. Okay, Hades still managed to secure it. Hades still chasing out Vendetta on the bottom side, whereas Rapidude just defending and protecting, peeling for Salas Abstract.
Yeah, so I do like the direction that Team Flash is going for. They want to ensure that Nun is out of the picture, even though he's 3 levels behind.
There you go, Salas will be free kicking right here. Glorious Pathway trying to allow the members from the side Absolute Zero to run away. But then again, Salas will go down. Feather airstrike committed by the side of Buji, zoning. But Flash has one thing in mind. They want to try to take down the turret up top, but there's not enough minions.
A little bit more until they will be able to break through that T1 turret up top. Middle lane and bottom lane is relatively untouched. As Team Flash, it does definitely seem as though they are working their ways around the map to really make sure that Vanix is having a good time and having a good lane.
Yep, finally top side turret will get taken down by the side Team Flash. Nun is starting to slow it push. You see Hades actually reading his mind right there, and he's gonna have to try to 1v2 right here. Try to kill from the side of Nun on top of Hades.
Not much.
Not much, because he has a damage reduction from his ultimate.
There's really not much that that Absolute Zero could do over to Hades, especially in that kind of setup, right? They need a lot more members to throw bodies.
Tsunami Slam onto Vendetta right here. Vendetta, where's the ultimate already used? Unfortunately, the SOD will go wide, but never mind. JPL is saying, I'm the carry right now.
As now, we move on to 6 minutes into this game. We are starting the early game and no longer onto the laning phase anymore. We are already looking at roughly about 3,000 gold lead, and it does seem like we've got that 1,000 and in fact 1.8 thousand gold of that lead going over to the Moskov already. It kind of seems as though he's got his Trinity more or less, and he's pretty much insane at this point in time.
Yep, he's ready to fight. Salas, unfortunately, doesn't really have the priority already. Lost a couple minutes ago, and now he's already suffering. Bougie, on the other hand, the feather airstrike doesn't seem to be able to land because, like what I mentioned, Flash SG, the angles are really creative. Maybe a cute one. Get it? Get it? Cute angle. Sorry.
A cute angle is below
I'm
45 degrees.
prepping for...
Yeah. What? 4 levels?
No, pick up lines.
Oh.
Get it? Okay, sorry, a bit too far ahead. But you catch my point. These
I catch.
angles are really, really creative coming up on the side of Flash.
A little bit.
Sorry.
No, I
got you off guard right there. didn't
Yeah.
I?
No, I'm trying to think of witty angles.
Get it?
Trying to look for witty angles.
Yeah, but it's okay. Tsunami Slam to Vendetta. Unfortunately, you don't need a lot of angles right there, but Vendetta will be able to slip on away. None not going to continue on in terms of the damage. Bougie zoning can once again.
The mid lane T1 of Absolute Zero is still up though. There is definitely more aggression from Team Flash the moment that they bring down the T1, but at this point in time, it's still standing up tall. You can tell that Team Flash, they really want this as much as possible. But Absolute Zero, they're doing their own due diligence in order to keep this Harlot ahead and afloat.
Man, just looking at how easy is just making sure Absolute Zero is not playing MLBB, is playing dodgeball. Have to dodge all these arrows one after another. Bougie literally sitting duck right here. And as long as Absolute Zero keeps this mid lane turret alive, they still have a chance in this game because, take a look, once Bougie starts picking up all these damage items, he's gonna hurt like a truck, like a nuclear bomb. But Salas, on the other hand, that's a Berserker 3. He's gonna pack a lot more damage right now, Abstract.
Yeah, so there is a good and there is the bad. The good thing is that they keep the T1 turret alive. The bad thing is they're splitting resources.
Yep, they're trying to force Flash right to the dive, and JPL will dove right in. Then again, Rapid Dude was the target, forced the burn, the revitalize. SOD did come, no, it's not the SOD, but the Hades range damage will be able to land. But like I said, I'm not too sure what Flash is trying to do right here. They're trying to force a dive, and here you go. That's also going to be the shadow kill. None! Getting stunned, right can, and get taken down by Flash.
As you can see, at this point in time, the more that Absolute Zero tries to garrison the T1 in the middle lane, the more they will start to lose from the side lanes, especially since Vanix is such a mobile marksman. He's just getting farmed from all across the board. Mark my words, Salas will be 9k in gold, and Vanix will be, what 12k.
He's been farming. But again, you ask and you shall receive, right? Look at that. Moscow, 7.5k. 2k difference between the gold laners, and don't forget, technically speaking, your attack speed items are a little bit cheap, and Vanix will be able to abuse that, taking down Bougie. Vendetta will be going down next. They will be able to try to crack open the mid after a tedious siege in the mid lane.
Very close though, but now Nan is trying to look for an opportunity, but the main thing is he wants to clear the lanes.
Yeah, and right now we're back to square one, right? Like Flash, they're trying to crack open mid, but they can't. It feels like Absolute Zero is trying to bait Team Flash into a dive that they don't want to.
I kind of like it, right? But they can't overextend themselves in the at this spot. In the meantime, that was a pretty good and a sick SOD from the side of Vanix, right? Positioning-wise, pretty nutty. Lands himself on the 2 onto Vendetta as well as Bougie. The amount of damage they deal is just already so good.
Yeah, right now, don't forget, Flash SG, technically speaking, this can also turn into a poke composition. But hold on, that's a very nice knockout 5-man by the side of JPL, but he goes down. Vendetta Fist Crack will be able to land. None goes onto the Shadow Kill form, will be able to try to run on away. Unfortunately, as Vanix goes on in with the spears, just punching down Vendetta. Hades picking up that kill, and they crack open mid, and they also bring a Lord to the party.
It feels overzealous for the side of JPL to dive into 5. But hey, this is the result that we get because the Lord is marching down to the bottom lane and leaving none all alone to deal with this.
That's it. I think that's game, ladies and gents. Flash SG picking up game number 1. Like what I mentioned, at the very least, these acute angles, these creative angles, and don't forget, they have early game composition. They finally put it to good use. And I'm sorry, I doubted the Selena, but I will still doubt the Selena. Because if that game goes on a little bit longer, Abstract, I'm not liking those odds.
I would like to say, at least for Selena, the change does definitely make it less reliant onto the Abyssal Arrow. Abyssal Arrow's stun definitely is a very big bonus if you do land it, but at least when it comes down to the damage department, it's not too bad anymore. Because back then, you kind of bank everything into that one arrow.
Correct.
The moment the arrow lands, then perfect. Oh, I can do my combos. But fortunately now, even if you do miss your arrows, at least you still have the trap to work with. The trap all by itself, you just slap it right onto the opponents. It deals a significant damage already.
Yep, and don't forget, if you notice the way that Selena builds later on, you'll be able to see the item builds. The Selena build is more on a cooldown Selena, means that I'm going to be able to land the traps, throw the arrows as much as I can, and hopefully do damage. And hopefully with the focusing mark, which is a very creative angle coming out from Curtizi, and is able to land down these stuns and also allowing the rest of the team to do even more damage to the rest of the team.
Yeah, so all in all, I gotta have to say that Team Flash, they knew what they wanted to do coming into this game, and I think that's the resource management is something that really makes a difference. Absolute Zero, they made great choices, and I think that the decision to garrison in the middle lane is great, but I think it extended a little bit too long. But eventually, the T1 turret in the middle lane still went down. They knew that they can't hold on to it anymore. The more they hold on to it, the lesser farm Salas gets, because they are forced in that position whereby, look, everyone, we need to be here. We need to prepare for this upcoming fight. And they are all five of them sharing that one lane, while Hades goes down bottom, Vanix goes up top. Whenever they come to a fight, SOD joins in.
Yeah, it feels like, they're building a wall in the mid lane, but they forgot the sides are unprotected, right?
Yes.
So they're literally bunkering down, and they forgot to protect the side waves. And of course, like what I mentioned, the sharing resources ultimately hurt them a lot, because after a while, you start to see that gold start to escalate. That's the reason why, it's like the Johnson problem, right?
Yes.
You want to be in a Johnson, you can basically drive around map, create invisible pressure, and after that slam in the last moment with perhaps your Odette. Yes, I'm talking about epic drafts right now.
Yes.
But you are losing EXP
So
riding in
much.
that car.
So much EXP.
Yes, don't do that.
Is constant. Okay, so you go on the car once, I think that's fine. You go on the car twice, it starts to ramp up. 3, 4, 5, you will realize that
Your mid laner is like 2 levels ahead.
yeah.
So don't take the car. The
It
Johnson
adds
car is a lie.
Yeah, the Johnson car is technically speaking a bait.
Yeah.
Right? It's a great combo. But in the late stages, it just doesn't work out, and which is why that's not a composition that can
Speaking
work.
about combo, like what I mentioned, what we highlight as well from the side of Curtizi on the focusing mark with the help of the glowing one and also the book, literally just helps him just regen and also slowly whittle down the rest of the team. If you notice, Bougie, unfortunately, even though he has almost similar in terms of the items, like the Genius one and also the glowing staff, is unable to land the damage onto the side of Flash, because Flash is always poking Absolute Zero all the way down to Absolute Zero before engaging.
I find it actually relatively interesting that Bougie have decided to go for the Genius Wand instead of perhaps the Lightning Truncheon. With the Lightning Truncheon, it really helps the team out to play in a teamfight scenario, which is probably what AZ wants to do. With the Hylos plus the Badang plus the Fasa, these trio, as long as they have gotten the EXP lane covered, that pressure is negated, these three can walk around scot-free, and they can definitely do quite a number over to the side of Team Flash, given the fact that it is a Kalia as well as a Hilda in the front lines. A Kalia requires some significant fighting potential in order to regain HP for herself and the team. But if you burst things down, especially for the side of Bougie, I don't think that JPL will be able to see the light of the day.
Yeah, Kalia is so susceptible to CCs, right? We're looking at a single target stun from Rapitude. We're also looking perhaps a long duration stun coming up from Badang. But like what I mentioned, Salas wasn't able to, even by the time he secures a Berserker's Fury, the game is slightly already over, right? They lost a little bit too much real estate all across the side lanes, and that's the downfall, right? They are hunkering down the mid lane for a little bit way too long, and hopefully, in the next game when they take a look back at this game number 1, I think they just really need to spread out just a little bit more, like play how they use the lane, because I don't believe this is how Absolute Zero plays.
Yeah. Absolute Zero is a lot more. Maybe aggressive is not the right word, but I think that they are a team that knows their timing very well, but they play around their comfort very well. So unfortunately, I think that when they do not get the Kalia, for example, I think that they lost out quite a lot of that pick-off potential most of the time. However, we have definitely seen Vendetta playing the Badang a couple of times, but Kalia still shines bright like a diamond.
Yep, definitely. MVP goes to Lord Vanix himself on that Moskov. Once he secures the trinity of attack speed items, the corrosive side, the golden staff, and also a Demon Hunter sword, I think it's GG for the side of Absolute Zero. And we also mentioned about how they were sieging up in the mid lane as well. Abstract, maybe just a crazy idea number 1. Okay, crazy idea number 1. I need a counter right here. Crazy idea number 1. Mincitar roam. Fulfills the same thing as what a Franco does.
Okay.
Or even a Ruby roam. You hook everybody right underneath into the turret. Catch. Because if you want to play Siege, this is how you want to play it. You want to pull somebody into the turret. Well, there's also a clear to try to pull you out of the turret as well.
Right. So I think that's a really good point, because as a siege comp, we kind of forgot about that as a sub win con. With a Fasa, it creates a zone. It allows the Bruno to be able to effectively take the turrets down. But we actually have not seen that two combo working together. So it's as though they didn't really quite explored that option to really make full use of their composition. Great that you mentioned that as well, actually.
Absolute Zero, in fact, that was more of a Unga Buga comp. I'm just going to take
it. Is a Unga Buga.
Yeah, we press
Death
ultimate,
ball
we win.
Drops everything.
Yeah, but you can start to see how they're not really there to basically step forward, because, like what you mentioned, maybe the timings are not right. Nan hasn't secured his items yet. Salas hasn't secured his items yet. They don't want to engage. Maybe that's the reason why they're a little bit reluctant, and because when they play a defensive clash composition like this, you're going to get outpoked, especially from the side of Team Flash when they go for a poke or a pick comp.
Right. So at least with a Kalia on the JPL, you can very easily pluck someone out of that death ball. And especially since they don't have a lot of real estate to play around with, that's why they are all just kind of like hovering around the T1 turrets. We did, of course, see that in the end, JPL did exactly what we were mentioning, but it is only with a caveat, and that is because they have a Lord down at the bottom lane. Whatever that his sacrifice is, jumping into 5 people, forcing a fight, it will be worth it in the end of the day. Even though he lost his life, someone else lost his life, I cannot remember. But it doesn't really matter, because they have already, the two front lines eliminated the two front lines. It's just the back lines or the back lines. And that just happens to be where the economy is at.
Yeah, I'm sure. You know what I'm afraid most?
You're afraid of
public speaking.
Okay.
But the second thing I'm afraid of is when Team Flash decides to just go ham at you, even though they know they're going to lose a team fight.
Okay.
Because when they do that, it's either Hades is pushing the other side. You have Winions on they have Winions on their side, and they have a Lord. And that's actually terrifying. That's literally part of another Team Flash's MO as well.
That terrifies you?
Yeah.
Are those the only few things that terrifies you?
Cockroaches.
Okay, that's great. So that's a top 3.
Yes. So,
perfect.
Like the fact that Team Flash made it into that, like if Team Flash bum rushes you when they're like super damaged, and they still commit to those weird team fights, yeah, that's part of the phobias, especially if you're trying to fight against Team Flash.
Thank God my feet isn't in their list.
Yes, actually it is. I'm not looking down. I am not looking down, Abstract.
Hey, look. I'm dressed professionally today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did not get the memo.
I got my button up today, you know.
I got my buttons here.
Yes. You want some donations, actually? I do have a couple, you know.
Nah.
You see, I already donated like 2 over here.
Oh no.
Yeah. Over here,
The suit has seen wars.
A lot of war. This is since season 1, brother.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's how many years?
4.
4.5.
0.5.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Look at this. Watch.
You can't button it up anymore. Congratulations. Are you breathing well, my good sir? The fact it can still laugh. But apart from that, all right, I know we've been digressing just a little bit. We're waiting for game number 2, and we've already pointed out, it's really sad to see when teams actually don't play to their comps, right?
Yes.
I feel like Absolute Zero did not play to the comp, but Team Flash this time, I'm so grateful to see that. You remember what I mentioned whenever I see Team Flash goes for a pick comp, I get scared because sometimes they can mis-execute a pick comp, and after that they go in like a clash comp, and it's a little bit
Kind
wonky
of
sometimes.
plays into the opponent's win condition as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get that. Now, in this composition, though, I would definitely say that yes, they do have the pick composition that works out for them. They have the Kalia plus the Suryo. But this is also actually the Selena as well. So it's not too bad now that I think about it. Because we are talking about skill shots, and we are constantly talking about, Selena, tough to land, blah, 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 blah. But realistically speaking, Kalia's ultimate Tsunami Slam is not that difficult to pilot. You can...
It is very easy.
It is very
It is
easy.
Jace proof. It's that easy.
It's Jace proof. Yes. So you
I
Selena
suck at
can
the game.
Selena can always preemptively throw whatever arrows that she wants, even if it's slightly off the tangent. We do have got a Kalia that will come in to help her out.
Yep.
Which is probably why this will still work out very well, right? If we are putting a Kalia, if we put instead of Kalia, we put a Cho. That's a no-no. If we put a Jawhead instead of Kalia, that is also a no-no. Kalia is probably one of the only pick-off hero that can decide exactly where you want your opponents to be. Because what we would have expected from a Kalia's ultimate is that when you pull, you indicate a direction, it's straight direction backwards. But no, you can circle around.
Yeah, so like if I want to bring him on a journey to the a plane flight, on a private jet flight, you just use a Kalia Tsunami Slam and just like helicopter
Yeah.
around.
And speaking of helicopters,
Uh-huh.
we're digressing a bit. Actually, this is not really much of information. I learned something. I learned something before. So I saw that there's this video. Not like you guys are going to go into a helicopter or a plane or anything, but the plane is spiraling because of I think the wind or something. Spiraling,
That's
spiraling,
a Dutch roll.
spiraling.
You're talking to the aviation engineer right here.
Oh, okay, perfect. So you know.
Yes.
So I saw that. Okay, maybe you will be able to understand. Maybe you will be able to say if whether it's true or not.
Okay.
Right? In order to get the plane back in motion and straight instead of spinning, they literally put their hand onto the board
Yes.
and push.
Yes.
Why?
Because you need to build speed. You need to build speed in order to create lift. That's why you need to nose dive. You need to dive and then pull up at the last minute.
No, like literally, they don't have their hands onto the
On the board?
they literally have on the board.
Oh, you mean the pilot or
both of the pilot
or
and
the
the passenger?
passengers?
No, it's not like a plane, like a Airbus.
You
or
know, you're
anything.
actually treading into a conspiracy theory right there, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a conspiracy theory. Actually, basically, when you go into that, it's very hard to save. The only best way to save yourself is to build out speed by going nose down.
Ah.
That's the only hope. Well, everybody brace for impact.
I didn't know you're an aviation engineer. I only know that you are the Excel sheet guy
Where do you think I learn all this Excel sheet guy?
from aviation.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm an engineer. I engineer. And yesterday, esophagus, really? You know what's an esophagus, ladies and gents? It's the part that connects your mouth all the way to your stomach.
Oh, so it's the gullet.
I'm not sure about gullet.
Really?
I'm not sure about gullet. It's basically the tube thing that allows you to eat.
So it's a gullet. Why is there two names?
Yeah, trust the engineer about biology as well.
The passage by which food passes from the mouth to the stomach, which is semicolon the esophagus. Why do they have two names for the food pipe,
That's why I don't understand biology.
but they only have one name for the windpipe?
That's why I don't understand biology. That's why I decided to become an engineer instead.
Scientific name for the windpipe. There must be one. There must be one. Oh, there actually is. There actually is one.
There is.
The trachea.
Yeah, I mean, my brother is the doctor, so you can ask him.
I can see who your parents love the most now.
Yes,
No wonder he's in Malaysia and you're in Singapore.
I'm here. I'm definitely not the preferred son. I mean, after my you know, whenever I think the prod knows, right? I always joke about how I always joke about my mom dropping me on the floor when I was a kid. That's why I'm dumb.
Have your mom ever told you that you were picked up from a rubbish bin?
Yes.
Okay. I think that is every Singaporean son.
Hey,
That is
I'm
almost every
Malaysian.
Singaporean son.
I'm
You know?
Malaysian. We share the same culture.
We share the same culture.
Yeah, we share the same
do,
culture.
we do. Every Asian son.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we're just gonna have to ask the Indonesians and the Filipinos.
Yes.
But I think that the
We
Filipinos
can ask
will,
that I.
yes, but I think that they will be even more harsh because I know that the Filipino culture is actually a little bit more harsh when it comes down to the familyhood, right? Did I get it right? Or is Chinese more?
I like the fact that he's actually going to chat GPT, right? That no, actually no. You wait. You're gonna. Are you serious? You're gonna call Deadeye? Hey, bro, draft is up.
Oh damn. Okay, never
Okay,
mind.
We'll call you later.
We'll call you later, Deadeye.
Anyways, ladies and gents, thank you for your.
Oh, he's
thank
actually
you
on.
for the wait. Oh my god, he really picked up.
Yo, Deadeye.
Yeah.
Hey, quick question.
By the way, you're on stream.
But yes, what's up, bro? What's hanging? Anyways, you're on stream.
believe
Is
we're
it
doing
normal in
this, ladies and gents.
Filipino culture as well that your mom tells you that you are picked up from a rubbish bin?
Of course, man. Especially the second child usually gets that.
Specifically, the second child, the middle child.
I'm the eldest.
You're the oldest.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. Thank you so much for your guest appearance, Deadeye. Catch you next time.
I can't believe we're doing this, chat. I can't believe we're doing this, chat. I really can't believe we just called Deadeye right here.
Hey, we gotta know from official sources. We gotta
Okay.
find out from official sources.
Okay, let's talk about draft, ladies
Let's
and
talk
gents.
about draft now.
Absolute zero. Going to the blue side, and that's what I mentioned. Team Flash usually really shines very well on the red side. They selected that for themselves. Zays will be banning out the 1-1, not over to Sellers. I still can't get over it. In fact, we're still called Deadeye. And then Absolute Zero bans away the Harith and the Phobius.
Okay, so at this point in time, everything is still fine and dandy. The chip is currently still available together with the Loi as well as the Juicin. Something that I thought that, okay, that is mostly a Coach Amox thing, right? Juicin and Loi is always out of the picture. While in the meantime, Coach Z's have constantly been looking at the Baxia as well as the 1-1 ban, with the final ban is something a little bit more adventurous per se. So at this point, what are we looking out for? Do we want to take away the Kalia from AZ? Because Vendetta is a sick beast with the Kalia. And when you are second pick, second ban, I think that you might want to respect that.
I think, to be honest, Abstract, and then I'll ask you a question. Do you want to deal with a variable, or you want to deal with something that you know and draft around it? So right here, if Zaze bans away the Kalia, yeah, he knows that he wants to deal with the Kalia, so AZ can go for that. Unfortunately, Baxia is banned away because Baxia is a good counter over the Kalia because of his heals. The Lucas will be banned instead from the side of Flash. Absolute Zero needs to pick up a Kalia right here. If not, Flash will take it away from them.
Yeah. I think it's without a question, AZ will prioritize
There
with
you
the
go.
Kalia, right? Almost definitely. And now Team Flash, they have the next opportunity. They do have the Fasa that's currently available. They can also choose to go for heroes such as the Granger or Juicin or Loi. But generally speaking, it seems as though most teams would really prefer and like the Farsa. So Farsa is probably going to be my lock-in for me, understanding how Katizi normally would like to play. So with that, that's done. And then possibly a gold laner.
It's kind of surprising, right? Loi actually has a pick ban of 61%.
61,
Yeah,
okay.
37 pick bans. Mostly bans, unfortunately. And it's surprising the fact that, you know, Team Flash did not go for the Loi, because I feel like the Loi is a really good hero right here, especially when you're dealing with a Kalia that's really divey, and Loi is anti-dive. And adds on to CC, gets that shield going, and it really messes up the combo of Kalia. So I'm very surprised that Team Flash did not pick. Here they're going to go for the Badang and the Granger instead.
I think that, oh crap, Matilda is actually open as well.
Yep.
So that might be the combo that we're
Yep.
looking for. Yep, that's the
Definitely.
combo coming in from AZ. So, I think Team Flash made a good choice about not going for the mage at this point, because if they were to go for a Fasa just right out the bat because they wanted to play towards the win condition, then they would not be able to prepare themselves for this Matilda Alpha pick. So leaving that up to the very potential divey, actually not potential, this is dive comp. So as you said, Luoyi may actually be a very good pick here, just by leaving it to the third pick, whereby the third pick will always be the counter pick. While in the meantime, R1 or R2, generally just blind picks.
Thinking, oh man, Baxia getting taken away. This is the perfect time
Do the
for the
Jusin,
Baxia. Jusin will be selected instead. Technically speaking, yes, Jusin is also good against dive heroes, right? Instead of you going to them, they come to you,
Then
you
you-
shower them with love.
And let's not forget, you also do have the Crimson Beacon. Yeah, then just teleport backwards.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's pretty safe picks coming out from side Team Flash as well. But of course, Absolute Zero, this is a very crazy, sustainable kind of composition, right? You got Kalia, you got the Mathilda, and also to a certain extent Alpha. Your anti-regen right here from the side of Flash is there. And the longer these fights go from the side of Absolute Zero, it's going to get even crazier. They're going to regen out of control. So Team Flash needs to deal with it. The only thing that you can deal with is the Baxia. Unfortunately, they ban out unless you start building your Sea Halberds, your Dom Eyes, to the certain extent your Glowing Ones. Everybody needs anti-heal right here.
So at this point, AZ, they're looking out for two things. They're looking for a mage and they're looking for the gold laner. Both of which gonna have to be relatively self-sufficient if they really want to. We know that Mathilda, Alpha, and Kalia, the three of them are going to be the roaming trio.
Yeah.
The gold laner and the gold laner. Oh wait, sorry, Kalia is actually EXP. So if they are able to get a winning lane for themselves, that will be good. So AZ will most likely want to prioritize banning heroes in the EXP lanes, heroes such as let's see, Glue is one, yes. Fovius banned already? Fovius is banned, so that's okay. If they really want to double down, they can go for a CC ban as well.
Gatot as well, I think.
I think that Gatot is a very good pick coming in from Team Flash. However, I don't think that they are going to specifically go for a ban. They will much rather, you know what? Let's give it to you. It's okay. Because AZ, they don't play around zoning. They have a lot of mobility. So even if the AOG is coming, they should be able to deal with that, especially since they have an alpha.
Yeah, I feel like really, I think Absolute Zero is going on the tangent, like what you mentioned, start to lock down more EXP laners, right? Apart from the glue, I think Hylos should be going there as well. It's something that can also place. And unless, you know, Team Flash can pull out Terizla, but I feel like right now you really...
Terizla is out now. Terizla is out. No, as in out, as in, I don't think that he fits in this meta.
Yeah, but that's something that can place, right? So I think that's potentially something that can wombo combo and try to lock people down. It also works well with the Badang as well. Badang wall, then you land down the penalty zone, swipe, and then you win, right?
In terms of team fight, I think that is a very good idea.
Yeah.
However, I think that what Team Flash wants for themselves is that they want a winning lane in the EXP.
Correct.
Technically speaking, if they want to put a Badang over to fight a Kalia, I don't think that is out of the question. I think that the both of them would just keep brawling out against one another, and essentially a wet noodle fight. I can't exactly remember exactly who has got the lane priority on top of all of that, but I would like to believe that it is Kalia, because we don't see Kalia XP all that much in MPL SG. So most of the times that we are able to extract any form of data is through Vendetta.
Okay, so we need to be able to deal with the Kalia region. We
Yes.
also need to be able to try to burst Kalia down. I don't know why. One of the hero that came into my mind was a Benedetta. You need
Benedetta
something
for
like an
Flash?
assassin. Yeah, but is that Ken's hero though?
Yes. Wait. No, that's not Ken's hero. But I think that they need more tougher front lines.
Okay, there you go.
Which
Tougher
is-
front line.
yeah.
Hilda does fit that bill. Also has a region to try to match. Does have a lot of nutty early game damage as well.
Does well with Kalia as well.
And also, so
Yes.
that fits the bill. So that
fits the bill.
That I agree with the Hilda. It's a really good choice coming up from Coach Z's. And now Absolute Zero gonna secure their mid laner and also the gold laner. If you notice, the Farsa, the Moscow is banned away. There's still the Harith, sorry, unfortunately that's banned away. The Kimi going to the mid lane as well. Another prior pick as well. Absolute Zero has been getting away with all these mega prior picks, like S++ tier picks, from Game 1 and Game 2, and Bendet and carried to secure the draft as well, to deal with the Badang, to deal with the Hilda, which is also a very good choice, but you're going to get lane bullied in the early game.
This is ultimate shred coming in from AZ.
Yep.
They don't care about anything. They will take whatever kills that they can off of the front lines. So Vendetta only have one job. The moment he sees someone, it doesn't matter if it's the front lines, it doesn't matter if it's the back lines, it doesn't matter who it is. Grab and go.
Yep.
We've got the Alpha that can deal crazy amount of damage when it comes down to true damage. And let's not forget about how carry can come into that fray as well.
Yep. Definitely, I'm agreeing what Zay's going for. The Joy fits the bill right here. You need to be able to catch up with the speed, the disengage speed coming out from the side of Absolute Zero. You've got the Kimi that could just jump over walls. You also got Carrie when she activates ultimate, just runs like hell. Mathilda as well can also pull anybody back into safety. And Absolute Zero, if this Mathilda is rapidly plays this right, he's able to juggle the aggression coming out from Team Flash. Team Flash needs to really communicate and commit to burst one person at a time before going to the next.
So even though this is a very scary front-to-back composition from AZ, one of their weakness is definitely going to be, namely, the front line. They don't have someone that can really hold on to the Lord all that well. But in the meantime, Team Flash will most likely have a lot of said Lord/objective priority. Flash will always be the one that's just going to be lingering around the river line, while in the meantime, AZ is just waiting for the perfect chance to leap in and go for the throat.
Yeah, but once again, Abstract, we've seen Absolute Zero drop a very S+ tier picks, right? But would they be able to use that composition once again? In game number 1, they were just basically hunkering down the mid lane in a clash comp. This is a literal clash and dive comp. In order for this draft to really work, they really need to commit. They cannot be afraid to basically dive into the pool. You cannot just check whether the swimming pool is actually cold or not. You just have to dive in.
As you can see, now we have a pretty much of a smash fest coming in from Vendetta. It's just constantly just whacking right up onto Ken. And this forced JPL, or rather, it made JPL want to make his way down to the bottom lane to provide a little bit of that reinforcement.
Yeah, Ken also brought in friends, right, in the form of JPL. We also have to talk about the gold lane situation as well. Vanek should be able to get main priority, and you start to see Hades also lingering up top. Bottom lane is definitely, like what you mentioned, it's going to be a pool noodle fight. Ken's just going to run to the bushes and then heal up. Bennetta's going to heal up, so I don't think we're going to be able to see a lot of action down bot.
Not at all. The main thing that we want from Vendetta is he just keep fighting away. While in the meantime, Ken just wants to weave in and out of these rushes and use whatever S2 that he can in order to deal decent amount of damage over to Vendetta. So, like I said, wet noodle fight in the EXP lane doesn't seem like it will go to anyone.
Decker will be committed by the side of Silas as well. We also want to take a look at how, Absolute Zero is basically rotating around. These three roaming trio is actually really strong. It's actually even more stronger as compared to a Joy, a Jusin, and also the other one.
Joy,
Jusin, and a Badang.
Oh, but Badang is roam, right?
Badang roam. Yeah, unless they start to put Ken as part of the roaming trio in the early game, but that's a little bit awkward.
Technically, they can. In normal situations.
Roaming quintuple. Is it
roaming quadruple.
Quadruple, yeah.
Yeah, Quinn is 5.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I skipped.
Yeah. So, sorry?
I can't remember. My math is bad.
Quintuple. Quintuple is 5.
That's why I'm not an engineer anymore. My math is bad.
Ah.
Yeah.
Ah.
I'm regretting all my life choices right now.
It all connects now.
Yeah.
But regardless, technically in most situations, the Hilda can be part of the roaming trio, becomes the roaming quad. But, however, going up against a Kalia. So Kalia constantly just smashes the lane and regenerating whatever that Hilda wants to deal onto her. So in most of this sense, the Hilda would not have that much of a lane priority if the Kalia just keep on smashing and punching the heck out of her.
Yeah, so the only way to stop a Kalia, especially at this kind of stage, is to basically fight a hard lockdown. Like what I mentioned, the Hilda does have that in her kit, but needs to wait until level 4.
Yes.
But technically speaking, his second skill also is a knockback.
It's
a knockback as well.
Tiny little bit knockback.
Tiny a little bit, but not...
It's not something that will do anything to Kalia.
Correct.
Yeah. Unless we're talking about any form of channeling spells, then okay, that's good. But not in this matchup.
Yeah.
Not at all.
So, like what I mentioned, there's not what we mentioned. I think we established that there's not a lot of fights going to be happening down the EXP lane. That's not going to be something that's very interesting. I feel like the roaming trio from the side of Absolute Zero, that's what I want to watch, because Absolute Zero needs to be really active on the map, and Team Flash needs to be ready to stand by for anything that Absolute Zero is throwing at them.
So right now, 1 minute and 40 seconds into the game, we've got Flash that is going to go straight onto Absolute Zero.
Tsunami Slam committed by the side of to Vendetta onto JPL. First blood secured by Nan, opening up for the turtle.
Immediately, one person's down, and that is the front lines of Team Flash. Exactly what I wanted them to do. Just pick up that one person. Front line, back line, as long as they have someone down, they got advantage.
Oh, Nan secures the turtle as well. Unfortunately, Hades, even with the ultimate, will not be able to secure the turtle for themselves. And now Absolute Zero, they're just going to go on in ham into the jungle for the side of their Flash SG. Curtis in a spot of trouble, just in the nick of the time. Vendetta flickers forward, trying to do some damage. Hades coming into the rescue. And Vendetta will not be able to connect. Rapidude dives for Curtisi, and now may have to pay the price right here, but right into Vendetta's undo JPL. The rest of the members from the side of Flash will be able to deal with the remnants of Absolute Zero.
In most cases, I would say that it's a fair trade. No, not fair. In most cases, I would say it's a good trade. But this is a very extended fight, so it becomes a 2-for-2. We're looking at a roamer and a mage for a EXP laner and a roamer. So technically speaking, Absolute Zero, they have got way more advantage into this fight.
Yeah, definitely, right? Nan is level 6. Hades, on the other hand, is still a little bit focusing on trying to create opportunities around the side lanes, right? Flash SG wants to win the side lanes, but Absolute Zero, that Hail Mary play right there is actually benefiting them.
So, at this point in time, we do have... Oh, wait, hold on a second. Ken!
I think that's a dead Ken right here. No way for you to survive. Ken cannot survive that one.
Ken cannot. Most time, Ken can. But Ken can't. Here. This time.
I'm sure you're making me very confused right now.
That's why you're no longer an engineer.
Yeah.
Confusion should be your forte.
I'm confused. You broke my mind. Abstract from that particular one. But if you notice, Hades is actually facing a lot of trouble on that joypad. Yes, it makes sense on paper, but execution-wise, Absolute Zero is basically constantly hammering onto Flash. They're not allowing Flash to take a break.
Yeah, so all across the map, we are literally looking at quite a lot of things going on. Main thing is that Absolute Zero's EXP lane is very self-sufficient, and if Vendetta wants to join into the fray together with the rest of Flash, with the rest of his team, then he can, because he's one of the main playmakers coming in from Absolute Zero in order to make full use of the Tsunami Slam. If without the Tsunami Slam, then they gotta have to work with a very committal ultimate, the Spear of the Alpha, in order to engage, and they wouldn't have a choice but to use the Matilda Alpha combo by getting the Guiding Wind to pull him back in the event that anything goes awry.
Yeah, it's a lot more flexibility from the side of Absolute Zero, right? And
yes.
And that mobility is actually making it very hard for Flash to breathe. Flash, you need some time in order to grow. We'll also, of course, need to unlock Vanix as quickly as possible, because if you notice, Joy is not having a good time in lane, a good time in his own jungle. The Juicin really can't do much, especially when, you know, you've got a Kimi that's wave clearing faster than the Juicin. So your hopes from the side of Team Flash is in Vanix's grandeur. He's the only person that can make a difference in this particular game.
Indeed. So you can definitely also tell that Team Flash, they are putting a little bit more of their resources up to the top side, right? The northern area of the map, in order to supplement and ensure that the Granger is gonna be safe and sound. But to make things kind of worse is the fact that the turtle is actually popping up the northern side.
Yeah.
That means that it's going to be Absolute Zero's game.
Tsunami Slam right onto JPL. JPL has to burn the flicker. Hades tried to dash for it, running for the hills, separating Silas all the way up, back zoning him out, but the turtle right there, I forgot that JPL secures it. He pulls up his sleeves and he says, let me do the jungle as well. And he has to run right here. Bucci outputting a lot of damage. Hades, it's a jungle trade right there for both these two teams.
So it's kind of surprising how it became a jungle trade and Flash taking that turtle. In most situations, we should not see that happening. So with that replay, it will be able to help us understand a little bit more as to what happened. I saw exactly how Hades went down, but how did Nan went down, that is the main question. Do they have the Guiding Wind to work for themselves? No, because right now, Nan focuses onto the turtle. He doubled down onto his positioning for the turtle. Unfortunately, it did not work out for them. So this trade and this sacrifice play, per se, worked against Absolute Zero.
You see how, you know, JPL using that fist crack, that ultimate barely clips that turtle, right? And at the same time, you stun Nun. It makes it feel like JPL, I feel like Badang is a good jungle right now.
This is actually kind of a 1 in 100 kind of situation.
Because done so many 1 in 100 situations.
Because here's the thing, right? Not only you did manage to slam Nan on the wall, so you negate that possibility of him auto-attacking. However, you also need to remember that right after using a Retribution, there's a single stack of burn that will happen immediately, and then following after a next burn in the next second or so, right? So JPL needs to be exact when it comes down to timing. This, just so you know, JPL didn't take the loss on purpose. This is all coincidental.
No, I refuse to be that. He's the legend. It's not lucky, right? He's the legend. Come on. He's the JPL.
He's the Legend 27. No, Legend 47. Wait, I cannot remember what
He's
that
here
is.
since 2017. He's played in the first MSC of MLBB, and now, of
You
course,
know what? Yeah,
yeah,
he did.
Yeah, he did. He was right there. And
Yeah.
Hades, if you
He's an
notice,
old man now.
he's a strong old man.
He's a strong old man. Usually by this point in time, anyone that played that, anyone that tiny still playing, they're usually a little bit slower now.
Nope, I don't think he's slow. He still have his bite, and right now, even though, you know, Flash burns a little bit too much, tried to zone the rest of the members, so it's that absolute zero all the way out back. Nan will be focusing on the turtle, will be able to secure it. JPL goes in the fist crack, finding onto Buji. Nan goes and lands the spear onto Ken. Ken will be no more, melted down by Buji at the same time. Hades unable to find an entry point. Vanix tried to join the fight, unfortunately, and Vendetta will force Team Flash into a fight. They don't want the handshake. Buji stepping forward just a little bit, will not be able to catch anybody, and the turtle, unfortunately, given over side of absolute zero.
It's a 4v3 after all at this point in time. Team Flash do not want to touch them. The bottom lane is chopped up a little bit, but we do have got Nun that is just right around the vicinity. In the meantime, top lane.
Getting targeted round. Salas finally securing that kill up top. Vendetta will be able to attack onto Vanix. Vanix purified right on the back. Try to zone out. Curtisi joining the fray as well. Buji zoning out. Curtisi can try to make an entrance, but Salas will be able to secure the turret up top.
Okay. Very close fight, very close take onto Buji. Would have meant a lot, but that is a kill on the JPL. That is also a Purify that is used onto the side of Vanix. But I think that timing of the Purify will still come back by the time the next Lord appears. So I don't think that it will be too bad of a deal for Vanix. So if anything, just needs to play safe for the next minute.
If you're Team Flash, I think you cannot afford to be safe. Vanix has stacked up the... hold on a second. That's going to be the ultimate from the side. Kimmy lands onto Curtisi. Curtisi goes into the ultimate. Try to stay alive just a little bit more. And like I said, that's massive commitments from the side of Absolute Zero onto Flash.
In minutes and 40 seconds onto the clock with 2,000 gold lead in favor for Absolute Zero. We know that the early games is, and as well as the win condition is very clear for Absolute Zero. Team Flash, they definitely know of that fact as well. As such, both Ken and JPL, they are not willing to just get anywhere close within the vicinity of Vendetta. A single Tsunami Slam is going to be the end of them.
Speaking of that, that's Tsunami Slam onto Ken. Ken immediately melted down. JPL trying to make a fist crack of the game right here, but Curtisi getting gunned down by Buji. Vanny tried to join the fight, but he's only just one member. Buji flickers away to safety for now.
Yep. So, Absolute Zero playing to their guns. And Team Flash, unfortunately, they require that zoning potential. They need that space. They need Ken as well as JPL to kind of push people away and allow Curtisi to be very aggressive as how a Houston generally plays. So this combo coming in from Absolute Zero and the Witcon is that harder counter.
Okay, unfortunately, JPL will not be able to make the play here. Not securing Hades and also the Lord itself. JPL melted down by Buji. Buji on this Kimmy is just melting Flash like ice cream in a hot summer.
I'm looking for win conditions for the side of Team Flash and what they could do from this point onwards. Unfortunately, right now, all I can expect is that because we are out of the laning phase, there's really not much that this healer can do.
Vanix. Purify burns once again. Ken has to run for the hills right here. Vanix, he's only a Granger. He really cannot do a lot of things. Salas focusing down the turret. Buji will be able to crack open. And finally, Nan gets punished by the side of Flash SG. Vanix picking up a double kill. But mid lane for the side of Flash already cleaned up.
If Absolute Zero were to play their hearts out and make zero mistakes, Team Flash will not be able to find any way of winning this game.
Yep.
I don't really see how Nan went in to the opponent's turret. I think that he assumed that there is a guiding wind to yoink himself out of there. Oh, okay, Curtisi. It was all in Curtisi.
But that double kill is definitely going to help a little bit for the side of Flash, right? But hold on a second, the fight's going to continue. Rapid Dude not allowing Curtisi to basically have a good time. And the rest of the side of Absolute Zero is just fist crack after fist crack against Flash SG.
That's really... I'm really trying to look out for a way for Team Flash to play because this is a very pokey composition. They want to poke with Vanix, they want to poke with Curtisi, and of course, Ken himself is also quite a big bit of a poke and prod hero because he's not afraid of going into a fight, unleash her S2 or rather ulti to S2 and then just casually walk away.
Yep, I'm looking also at the items abstract. See Halbert from the side of Vanix. Dumb Eyes for the side of Ken. There's no Dumb Eyes for the side of the JPL, unfortunately. Like what I mentioned, this is very region-y kind of roster. You need a lot of anti-heal for this one.
Do they have enough wave clear? Generally, I would say no. Team Flash's wave clear is also not the most amazing. They can wave clear, sure, but by the time where Absolute Zero were to get themselves the Lord, that is where Team Flash starts to suffer against these mega creeps because most of them are very single target based. We look at the Hilda, we look at Vanix, we look at okay, that's pretty much the two that are single target. But they are also one of the few people that deals both damage.
Another Tsunami Slam. We land on the Hades. Hades trying to get out of the way right here. But Bougie letting down the damage from the side. Vanix trying to gun it down. Curtizi getting taken down right by Rapidoon and JPL trying to make a play right here. Will not be able to find it. Bougie just reaping hits for the side of Flash, harvesting them one after another.
That will be the free Lord, which will be coming up in 10 seconds in. JPL and Curtizi would not join into the fray fast enough, but at least they will be able to join in to defend their base. But as I have mentioned before, it's all about wave clear. The defensive side of Team Flash is just not all that awesome. If I have to rate it from 1 to 5, I would name this 2.
That's right. We just take a look at the instant replay once again. There's no answer. The Silence 3 hitting all the way up back. And by this time, as a carry, you're just shredding, right? And don't forget, Buji's already started to do a lot of damage. Talking about Sky Piercer stacks, Buji's definitely got a lot. And now we're going to just jump right back into another fight. Vanix still alive right there, but Buji trying to gun him down. Curtizi trying to peel for them, and Silence flickers forward. And Silence trying to make a crazy play right here. Still reads down Curtizi at the same time. Absolute Zero. Hades coming over the flank right here. Will be responded by Nan. Hades getting locked up sky high, and Nan screaming his head. It's just Vanix trying left to defend the base. Defending against the odds. You got 5 men from the side of Absolute Zero and the Lord. And now they're trying to look for the end. Trying to deal a 1 game of blow against Flash SG.
Team Flash knows that it's more or less over, with Hades trying to clear whatever wave that he could in the middle lane in the hopes that his sacrifice will be able to do much. But Absolute Zero with a very clear, concise win condition, and that is to just melt down one person at a time. They know that they go from target to target, and that's the end of the game, especially against such a poke and prod team.
Yeah, Absolute Zero, like what I mentioned, that was a very crazy roster that that Absolute Zero was able to secure itself, right? Kalia, Mathilda, Alpha, these are death ball composition. You add a Kimi right there. There's a lot of S++ tiers. Yes, we doubted the fact that whether they can execute this kind of composition. They kind of misplayed game number 1, but they're coming to game 2 and they're saying that, hey, we can have hands.
This is a lot
hair
more
for Head and Shoulders. Wipeout. They did a wipeout as well by Head and Shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see how I snuck in the segue?
Yes, partners in esports, we've got Head and Shoulders, so make sure you guys take a look if you want 100% dandruff-free hair. So, easy composition, right?
Yep.
Easy composition. That's what we are looking for from the side of Absolute Zero. They want it because they know how to play this game. They know how to play this composition. And it just so happens that this pickoff strat is also the bane of Team Flash's composition. Because if you think about it, what is the best way for Team Flash to win in a team fight? You don't expect them to all just jump into a fight. No, that's not the way. Because they don't really realistically have a lot of a very strong initiator. The only one that they have is going to be JPL. And we've seen it a couple of times. Go in, face break, face crack. What does it do? Absolutely nothing. That is mostly comes down to general crowd control. It's not about the damage. But if you have all of that happening right after some crazy or rather some pokes coming in from either a Hilda or a Granger, that combo or rather that JPL play would be deadly. Anyone that is at half HP and got met with a Badang right in his face with all these fists throwing at him, anyone would be scared.
Yeah, but then again, you're stepping into late game territory, right? Remember we talked about how early game Team Flash should have a bit of an advantage because of the joy and
Slightly.
also the grandeur as well. But then when you go to the later parts of the game, yes, you can throw the first crack. If you don't land it on Silas is just gonna shred. You see how confident he was at that last team fight, right? Flickering forward just to try to deal the damage onto Kurt TZ, and there's nothing from the side of Team Flash was able to do. And if you notice how Team Flash is already pivoting into a slightly different strategy. They're not even going to handshake these team fights. They're actually sending Hades all the way down to the other lanes, and that's why
Cross-map plays.
Cross-map plays, correct. That's why after a while, if you notice, Team Flash suffered because
They don't have Hades.
they don't have Hades, they don't have another person to do the damage. Buji by then was so massive, and Sellers by then, man, he's also massive as well.
Indeed. I think that one of the main problems stemmed from the laning phase. Having a Hilda is actually the answer in order to be neck and neck with the Kalia. However, I think that Ken probably took that neck and neck a little bit too literal, because he stayed in his lane to be beaten up by Kalia, only for him to go back to the brush, go back in and just kind of like, kind of fondle.
Ken is a punching bag.
Just kind of like, he's quite literally a punching bag. And once he's trying to get in and out of the brushes, he's fondling the creeps. He's not really clearing it out.
The way that you said fondle, imagine I was thinking Ken is like, hey, I've got a knot in my back. Here, Kalia. Pop, pop, pop. Yeah, right.
That is kind of the way, right?
Yeah, but you're right, right? EXP was
look
a
at
neutral
Hilda.
lane.
She looks so rigid. She looks like she has some problems with her
I
back.
think she can break my bones.
I don't think. I know she could. Did you see the axe on her? I think the axe is probably your weight.
That's a bit of fat shaming right there. Weight shaming right there on stream. Right.
Unless you're telling me that an axe being like 50 kg is normal.
Thank you. Wow, the joke literally went off and really up the tension. But of course, I think we're waiting for the stats to be shown by both these two teams, right? It was a wonderful fight, but I feel like the stats in terms of the items, all those, right? It doesn't really state much, right? I feel like it's just down to the draft, right? I feel like Absolute Zero literally outdrafted Flash. SG right there, right? You give the Mathilda, you give the Alpha all the way to none, and then after that you got Kalia. Like there's like four S3 S plus picks, and then you get left with scraps, right? You get the Badang, yes, you get the Grandeur, but
At what cost?
At what cost? Exactly. I don't think this is a fair trade. This is a trade that you don't do in the draft.
I think that the combo of the Mathilda and the combo of the Mathilda plus that the Alpha is definitely a play that AZ managed to pull off well.
Yeah.
Right? Even though they put it off pretty early in the draft, I think that it was still technically uncontested per se, because I think that Team Flash, they have a very small window of opportunity to technically make things work. They can't allow the Alpha to go out of control. They can't allow Nan to snowball, but in this case, surprisingly, Buji is the one that really dealt a lot, right?
Of course.
8:1 to 5. Normally,
Sky Piercer, bruv.
I would say normally in most of the games that we have watched, like yesterday, we don't see so much from Kimi. We don't see that much amount of firepower from Kimi. But speaking of which, I mean, now that I think about it, the moment that Vendetta pulls someone in, Nan immediately just wants to go in and use up all of his abilities.
Yep.
And then what's left? Buji is just slapping people, right? So layering of all of these spells and all of these skills eventually will bring down even the toughest behemoth down to the
I'm
ground.
looking at Hilda.
Look at Hilda, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at Hilda. Like, definitely, death by Susu is not the way to go for the side of Flash. Especially on this Hilda, right? You see, even Hilda popping the Vengeance is going to get melted by Buji. And also to a certain extent Nan, because Nan also deals true damage, right?
Yes.
I feel like Flash, they do have the answers for this Kimi. Technically speaking, it was supposed to be Hades, right? Wave clear by the side lanes, and then after that, try to join the fight after another. But you can see how Absolute Zero, it's just taking advantage of this momentum. It's so fast that I feel like Flash wasn't able to be quick enough. No pun intended.
There's a lot of could have, would have, should have situation for Team Flash, right? Because if we are thinking about mobility, definitely Joy has got one of the clear mobility out of all of the junglers. We know that Hayabusa has been banned. We know that was Ling banned as well?
Yes, Ling was banned as
Yeah.
well.
So all of the cross-map plays heroes are more or less gone. I don't think Fanny was banned, but that will definitely be a little bit of a very touchy topic because we are looking at a Kalia.
Yeah, not only just that, you also got a Badang on your side. And speaking of which, MVP, we're going to reward it over the side of Rapidude on this Mathilda. 100% kill participation. My man has been just making sure everybody flies. Not only just his teammates, but also the enemies as well.
Yep, 2:1:16. The total KDA of this man over here. With a photo, a book, as well as the ice winter crowd. So going on to this game, this has been a great game thus far. We are looking at a 1:1 scoreline in this best of 5 series. I'm definitely looking forward to the next one, right? Because what kind of other combos that we are looking out from AZ? Because we know that they are a very combo-based team.
Yep.
They thrive
Timing.
in these kind of situations, right? So they have already pulled off. This Mathilda plus Alpha thing, right? I don't think that they are gonna go for that again unless the opportunity kind of arises again.
Yep.
If Team Flash were to play or were to draft something like this, poke and prod and such, I think what really solidified their draft to kind of all in on, especially onto the carry, was the fact that their mid laner was a utility mage, given that it is a Jusin. I think if it's a Loi, the situation would have been slightly different because there's so much cross-map plays that really enables Team Flash. They should be able to counteract against this death ball pick-off composition from AZ by teleporting away and applying pressure somewhere else in the map,
And
forcing opponents to respond.
And not only just that, Loi is your answer to counter-engage, right?
Yes.
It's a way to counter-engage. And apart from that, I really like how Absolute Zero, I almost called Abstract Absolute Zero as well. I like the fact how Absolute Zero, right? Absolute Zero, right? I can assure you he's wearing pants, sorry. I got very distracted by that comment. But I can assure you, apart from that, Absolute Zero did not pull the Mathilda in the first game, even though it was leaked. The Mathilda was leaked win as well. Anyways, we're gonna go and take a short break, and we'll come back to more games between Absolute Zero and Team Flash. I need to laugh it off during break. I'm sorry, Abstract. I'm sorry. Abstract. Let's cut the break.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
てやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again over to MPLSG Season 9. My name is Abstract, with me here is Jace. The both of us going to be a caster for this upcoming third game between Absolute Zero versus Team Flash, where both teams managed to score 1 point against one another.
Yeah, the competition is really heating up, man, and it's kind of surprising that Team Flash is actually getting a lot of trouble in terms of, not only just execution, but also the draft as well. And speaking about the draft, I think we should have the draft ready for you guys, ladies and gents. Game number 3 is afoot. Once again, Flash thrown back to the first pick. Unfortunately, Absolute Zero will be going in second pick. And like what I mentioned, the career definitely way open, right? I think if Flash SG want to throw something crazy idea number 2, Abstract, ban Kalia.
Ban Kalia.
Ban Kalia.
I don't think that is
reset
a crazy idea.
I think you should. I think right now you just have to ban the Kalia. Just reset the whole meta right now before it gets too late.
Fun fact, it seems at least between these two games, Kalia has 100% win rate.
Yeah.
But in overall terms, though, what is okay? I would assume that Kalia is maybe 100% or 95% ban pick.
All right. So Kalia is 96.72%.
I'm close.
Ban pick. Right. You have 54% picks, 42% bans. In terms of win rate, it's at a still healthy 54%.
Okay.
But the like what I mentioned, it's very surprising to me is it's always first pick blue side. It's like 63%.
63.
Yeah, 21 times out of like what? Out of like a lot
of games.
A lot of games. 61 games.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
Okay, so
Numbers
understandably, Kalia will always be a very high contention for a pick, but it seems as though AZ themselves is not too fond of going for the Kalia. Okay, never mind.
There you go.
There we go.
Reset that meta, because right now both teams really look at Kalia like it's gold. Now the Mathilda
it's gold.
Yes, now the Mathilda
right
is also open. Unless Flash has something to do with it, I think they can snap pick that up. But Mathilda on JPL is something very interesting.
Oh, Mathilda leaked out, huh? But I don't think that they are gonna be looking at a first pick Mathilda. Badang is currently available. 1-1 is banned, unfortunately. but they have decided to first pick onto the Hayabusa.
This is
Cross-map
really
plays,
rare.
yeah, this is a cross-map plays that they want to enable. But at one point in time, we definitely did see the Hayabusa first pick before. So this is not too out of this is not something too new. However, it is not something we've seen in Season 9.
Yeah, so for the side of Hayabusa, right, it's only 14 times out of 60 games that you go for first pick, which is actually quite interesting. It also did show like how Team Flash is trying to make Hades as comfortable as possible, give him a hero that that he can play, and Hayabusa technically is, in my opinion, one of the strongest assassins right now. Can counters a Fanny, can do your split push, your Shadow Q is an iframe as well. Second, I personally feel it's the Lancelot because of the iframes, the benefit of iframes, but it's nerfed down to heck. But there's also still the Ling.
Yeah, so we can still definitely see that as a potential. However, with Lucas being banned out, I'm kind of trying to look out for potential picks coming in from none. But for now, Team Flash, they have solidified their very first picks, or the first phase picks, with the Glue, Kimi, as well as the Hayabusa. So if we want to find a way to deal with the Glue, unfortunately Juicin has already been picked up, so we can't see a Vexana, we can't see the Faramis as well, the Paramis.
Shout out to Deadeye.
What else can we see here? I think that if they want to win in the lanes, they're gonna have to look for lane bullies. In this case, CC might be a pretty good choice here.
CC is good. Shreds, that's percentage HP damage.
Yep.
Yes, and also as you can kite the Glue, right? Glue, technically speaking, does have a bit of a range problem, but now it's going to be Absolute Zero securing. Should be a roamer for the side of Badang. We've seen a lot of roaming Badangs recently in this particular patch, but now we're going to go into the banning phase. Absolute Zero hasn't secured an assassin as of yet. In terms of the jungler, I'm expecting Flash to start locking down on Nan's heroes.
Okay, so one other thing that we need to identify is, number one, Matilda is still open. If Team Flash wants to remove that combo, they need to ban the Matilda. If they want to remove the possibility of catch potential, they need to remove the Franco. Very likely, Team Flash would want to respect ban against Rapidude, because even though Badang is a very flexible pick, it could be EXP, it could be a roam, we can't solidify that just yet. So banning out Rapidude might actually be the better case instead of looking out for jungle heroes to ban out.
Yep, that's also one avenue to think about. There's also another problem, right? Because now you're on the red side. If you go for an alpha, immediately you know they're going to go for Mathilda next. So this is not exactly ideal for Absolute Zero to go for that. In fact, Mathilda was leaked out in game number 1, where Absolute Zero was on the red side. They did not go for the Mathilda alpha wombo combo. If they want to do it, I think they should have done it already in the first R1, R2 pick.
Yeah, so if AZ wants to force a certain draft over to Team Flash, they will pick the alpha. But that is also very risky, because that way that it's very comical coming in from an alpha. Otherwise, if they pick up the Mathilda, there's nothing much the Team Flash could do. They can't pick out the alpha in order to deny that combo.
I was thinking, like, if you crazy idea number 3, abstract a Mathilda, and then you just bring circling eagle with the juice, and then you have a flying lantern. Remember that crazy that interaction with Mathilda?
It's stupid.
It's stupid, but it is funny. It is entertaining.
It's
to watch.
stupid, but it works. It's stupid, but it works. So let's not forget about that.
Nah, I don't think. It seems like Absolute Zero is straying away from the Mathilda idea. There's still also the Joy, the Soyu that for the side of Absolute Zero they can still think about. But it seems like Zaze agrees with you, Amstrang. They're starting to lock down in terms of the Franco, in terms of more roams as well.
So they are definitely contemplating on the final pick, or rather the final ban. Do they really care? Yes, they actually do. So the combo is gone. The Franco respect ban is also gone. So now we gotta have to look out for possibilities of the Gato Kacha being picked up from the side of Rapidude, and then pushing Vendetta to pick up the Badang. Because Vendetta is actually relatively good when it comes down to Badang, and it has been a standard. They have a Juicin on their side to play more of their crowd control kind of thing. Oh, okay. So they still want an answer over to the Glue. So picking up the Xbox for their side is going to be great. However, what does this leave them to? They have to play Death Ball.
Definitely, right? And another interesting part for side Absolute Zero with this Xbox, it doesn't tell you everything yet, right? The Xbox can also go into the jungle, right? And also does well against a Kimi, where Kimi, you know, wants to stay all the way back. The Xbox has that chase potential on the Last Insanity to basically do AoE damage all across the board.
Hylos is unfortunately unavailable anymore, so we can't see that. Chip! Okay, so Chip and a Fasa. So at least now we know that Team Flash can actually play with the Chip, and they will want to look for something with that Chip. Enables cross-map plays coming in from the Hayabusa, and with the Chip that allows Hayabusa to go back into the action after all the split pushes. That's all fine and dandy. The Khalid will be picked up as the Roma, Xbox as the jungler, and the Badang as the EXP laner. So at this point in time, what we are looking out for is that we have a lot of crowd control coming in from the Khalid as well as the Badang. They set things up just for a big Last Insanity. And then Moskov finishes the deal. They have a lot of layering that is involved when it comes down to crowd control. So I'm not too afraid of crowd control from the side of AZ.
Yeah, once again, Absolute Zero, the way they did, I like this drop as well. It's like what I mentioned, the layering is crazy, right? This is like a burger with like meat in the middle, and then after that you get the bun again, then you get the meat, you get more cheese and mayonnaise as well, and then after that more buns and then more meat as well. It's a very stacked kind of roster.
It's a triple stacked hamburger.
It is. And then for the side of Flash, it's like, yeah, you got the essentials in it, a bit of a sprinkle of onions, but is it enough to deal with this massive burger though?
Well, technically no, because they don't have a very clear-cut answer to these front lines, right? Especially when he skills out to the late stages of the game. Once Vendetta picks up an early Thunderbelt, he can just keep on getting those stacks over and over again. And especially since this is a little bit of a poke and prod to a certain extent. So that kind of a Thunderbelt stack can definitely build up. But will Flash allow them to kind of go for that poke and prod? They have zoning potential. Yep. So we gotta look out for that. And by the way, I think that I completely missed this out and didn't call it out for it. But Vanix is actually playing as a Kimi gold lane, not a Kimi middle.
Yeah. So when the Farsa came out, I mean, I'm an enjoyer of a Kimi gold lane. It's very fun to play. But now you overloaded yourself with a ton of magic damage, right? Yes, you do have Hades on the Hayabusa to add in a sprinkle of physical damage, but I think it's very easy to deal with this combo. But oh, Rapidude! That's a massive damage coming off of JP. I forgot Chip has a lot of damage in the early game.
Just stay in fight, and the Chip will generally deal more damage to the EXP later. I don't know how, I don't know why, but that's just how it is, right? And at this point in time, Vanix is even taking the lane pretty effectively. Gonzalez.
Oh, that's actually a very good combo, but Salas will not be able to live for another day for that one. But if you notice how Salas actually flickered right there just to buy some time so that the Shuriken doesn't land, so that the Shadow Kill doesn't focus on him, that's actually quite a good outplay.
So I think that the main thing that we have been seeing is the fact that the middle lane priority not looking too good for AZ. Gold lane, we are definitely looking at a more dominating Kimi. And down over to the XP, we're looking at Glue versus a Badang. Both of these are relatively neck and neck.
It's a neutral lane.
I will still say that Glue generally has a better time because of the amount of healing potential that he has. So it's not exactly a wet noodle fight. It is definitely, both of them will definitely whittle down all the time. But it's also skill shots coming from Glue. He heals whenever he picks up those Glue links, so it's not too big of a deal for Glue. So all of that combined, we've got a very suppressing wave or very suppressing lanes all across the board for Team Flash.
Yeah, so hopefully they're able to use that one. In fact, I think Team Flash already used it. They started ganging up top, abusing the pushing power side of Kimi. Vanix was just hard pushing it. And then now on the Hayabusa, you have the iframes to basically dive right there, right? And Celis taking the L right there, I think it's a Moskov, right? You come back stronger in the later parts of the game. You can also become a split push Moskov towards the later parts of the game if you're not having a good time.
But however, I think that Team Flash this time, they have very good answers to AZ's lineup, right?
Yep.
They understand that this is a lot more of a late game composition coming from AZ. As such, they're putting a lot of that advantage and they're putting a lot of that resources in the early stage. They want to bring people down and they want to, kind of not enable any snowball while enabling their own snowball in order to accelerate their own growth. So with the Hayabusa already participating in the middle fight, with the Hayabusa being able to get 1 kill off of Salas, this is already more than enough for them to translate over to a guaranteed turtle pick, unless somehow Nan be able to come in with a free take onto the turtle.
Yep.
It does have less insanity, so it's not out of the question.
Yeah, so in the early game, I think in the laning phase, Flash definitely should take the, like what you mentioned, right? The lane's priority is definitely given over the side of Flash, which also put Flash on the timer, right? They need to really abuse the early game advantage and then snowball into later parts of the game because Absolute Zero has a bigger potential wombo combo kind of composition, right?
Yes, correct.
Everybody use their ultimate, one of them dies from
Yep.
the side of Team Flash. So once again, creative angles, right? Team Flash really need to come with creative angles like what they did in game number 1. That's where in the form of the chip, right? If for the side of the Moskov, if the Moskov start to split push, JPL can appear from behind, send a shortcut over, brings the Goon Squad, everybody's happy.
For AZ's lineup, they are relatively ultimate reliant.
Yep.
But if we don't want to talk about the reliance of ultimate, this is a composition that wants to poke and prod. We have got a Juicin that is constantly being able to be very aggressive, and whenever things are starting to go awry, then just kind of Crimson Beacon out, and you still can kind of poke the enemies quite a bit. We also
Poke
do
with the stick.
just kind of
No, poke, okay, like poke with lantern.
with a stick.
I know, I like the fact.
Oh look, it's an assassin.
Put the
It's
lantern.
very dangerous.
Sorry, I just laughed.
I'm gonna poke it with a stick.
Okay, but back to this topic, right? But this is a really AoE center kind of draft, right? So Absolute Zero, if they actually catch Flash in like a death ball composition, that's where Absolute Zero will win. Because AoE.
With a caveat, I would say, with a caveat, as long as Moskov is there. As long as Moskov is there. Because
Definitely.
they have a lot of that bruising potential. In
Yep.
the early stages of the game, no problem. I think that they can kill. The moment that they get the level 4, they can fight in first turtles and the second turtles. Third turtles onwards, they are starting to kind of dwindle down and they have a problem, especially if Team Flash is able to get themselves the snowball. The snowball is actually super important for Team Flash in order to kind of translate and accelerate their farm, just so that they have an advantage in second turtle, third turtle, lot number 1. Lot number 2 is where the fights are generally going to be very close knitted with one another, where both teams are generally literally just neck and neck. Second turtle is where the fights, or rather the game, really, really happens. It could go like a ping pong show at a point in time, or it could just end it with one fell swoop from the side of Team Flash.
I'm leaning towards Absolute Zero having the power spike at around second and third turtle. Because of the composition, right? So I really
If
feel
the
like,
snowball didn't happen.
yeah, if the snowball from the side of Flash didn't happen. There's a
Yes.
lot of things that we're basically predicting because, of course, we're waiting for a tech pause. That's why we have to talk about future planning, right?
Yep.
Foresight.
Foresight. And the hindsight as well.
And
Actually, what's the
side
difference?
sights,
Side. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got 4,
360.
hind, mid side. Mid side.
Mid-side.
So you got a foreground,
Uh-huh.
we got a background,
Uh-huh.
and we got a mid ground.
And then
So-
you have to look into yourself, be inner sight. You have to reflect after what you've done.
Wow.
Yeah, deep. Yes. Wow. I'm trying to think of a witty segue. I've dug,
Just leave it-
I've
leave
dug
it
too
be.
deep already.
Yeah, just leave it be.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
continue to think.
All right,
Okay, because I'm thinking as well.
thinking deep.
Very deep.
Yeah. I think.
No, I can't.
Okay, okay. No, I have one. I have one.
Okay, go.
So
go,
right now,
yeah.
Team Flash, I think they really have to try to dig themselves out of this deep hole. Thank you.
Okay, not bad.
By snowballing in the early game. Abuse the side waves in order to really push Absolute Zero. Don't try to let Absolute Zero become a death ball.
Fair. In order for you to really fill up a hole in the ground.
Oh, we're
What's-
continuing this.
Yeah, what's best by shoveling some snow in?
No, I was shoveling
kinda-
chips in it.
Shoveling chips?
Yeah, imagine a hole full of chips.
Look, I don't want to give you any opportunity to jump into that hole anymore because I
Yup.
know that you will go for that hole.
Hey, come on. If I bet you've done swimming before, right?
Yes.
imagine, and definitely when you're a kid, you've done ball pits before, right?
Where are you going into this?
Imagine chips in the swimming pool. You basically eat while you swim.
Do you drink while you swim?
There's actually a Malay idiom for that.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there is a Malay idiom for that.
What's that?
Minum sambil menyelam or something.
Minum?
Drink while you're diving.
What does that mean?
Basically multitask.
Not in the best way, kind of multitasking.
I feel like if you're actually drinking while diving, you're actually drowning. Right?
Yes, yes,
Food
yes.
for thought. Food for thought.
Food for thought. Yeah.
Yep, still waiting for the tech pause, ladies and gents. If you notice, the bug came out. We're still stuck at 1 minute and 34 seconds. It's Flash picking up 2 kills against Absolute Zero for now.
Hey, I'll take a pause at 1 minute 34 seconds over 43 minutes and 33 seconds.
Sorry, I can't math.
No, that's just. A
Oh
throwback
wait,
to-
yes, I remember that one. We don't talk about those.
We
I'm
don't-
sorry you have to go through that, bro.
We don't talk about Bruno. No.
Actually, I never watched that.
Encanto?
Yeah, I never watched that.
Okay, so this
The last Disney show, or basically that kind of show I watched, was it Tangled?
Tangled.
Yeah.
Okay, I never
That-
watched Tangled.
That is like
I never watched Tangled.
easily like 10 years ago.
Really?
Yeah,
Tangled
because
is
I
that
thought-
long ago?
Yeah.
Damn, I'm
Yeah.
old.
Are you old yet, chat? Are you guys feeling
Are
old
you
yet?
guys feeling old yet? You should, because
Yeah.
I feel old, so you should feel old too.
Yeah, we're just still waiting
So
for a long-
about
Hey,
Encanto,
you got a request. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna not
No,
gonna do it.
no, no,
Sorry,
No.
we're not gonna do it.
we're not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
I think you know who we're referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're
You
not
mean
gonna-
me?
Uh,
Oh, you mean the chat? Yeah,
Yeah,
the
we're-
chat knows what we're.
I know
what
we
we're
know
referring
it's
to.
taking too long, so bear with us as well. While you enjoy, I'm not short. I'm taller than both you and Churros.
Shut up. What's
at
the
the
height?
very least, 166.
You're not 170, so you're still part of the Short Kings podcast.
Thank you for admitting me. Now I feel included.
Yeah, the only one that's like excluded is like Deadeye. He's like 170 on the dot.
Eh,
Okay,
he-
maybe
is
not
he?
on the dot, 170 point something something. So
Is
he is just
Mhm.
straight out of the club.
Yeah, but of course, you know what? You want to be also part of the club, ladies and gents. Don't forget the esports world tournament as well. That's also going to be happening very, very soon. Esports World Cup. Yeah, I was thinking club. That was like, wait, that's not the right
It's not
word.
really a club,
But there's also a lot of the different clubs. Apparently, that's what they call the organization. Apart from just MSC, there's also MWI that was also going to be happening at EWC. So you want to catch all that action in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. That will be happening from 10th of July all the way to 2nd of August.
so it's actually very soon. At this point in time, it is the 8th of June, so we have
got
about
1
a
month.
month.
You got
right?
1 month to prepare.
You have 1 month to book your tickets over to
Mhm.
Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, because I didn't mention this on stream before that I'm
Bruv,
very
I am very, very not comfortable when you're praising me.
no, this is not praise.
Okay.
Yeah, this is not praise.
What you
Yeah, I'm
wanna
so
say?
disappointed that you did not bring back a Habibi outfit for me.
Oh, you didn't ask for it.
I don't have to ask for it. You
Oh.
bring it back.
Okay, so you want me to go back there and buy one and come back again?
Technically, if you have the money, why not? Huh?
Why don't you go and get it yourself?
I mean,
I never
Yeah.
knew you were into cosplay.
not really, but it's a cool outfit.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
a fun outfit.
It is a fun outfit.
Yeah, I don't think it is. From what I heard, it's actually not a traditional outfit. They just like to wear it, and everyone just wear it together or something like that. Or is it actually traditional? Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so just let me know.
I feel like he's digging a hole. I cannot save him
educate me,
actually.
Educate me, okay? Educate me. Perhaps we'll learn a little bit more about Riyadh or perhaps Middle East.
Sorry, I'm very distracted by chat. This is a very interesting comment.
I will see that in a short little bit.
I will read it out to you. I think this is safe. This is stream safe.
Okay.
All right. It'd be more entertaining if they hug each other and started talking to one another that way.
If you ask for it.
Hey, Char! No, I don't swing that way.
I have a wife.
Bruv, you don't. I know
You're the single one. You have to rub it like that.
Oh my goodness, you have to rub it like that.
Look, if anything, you are the one that should not.
Should I bring it up, right?
Yeah, no,
Actually,
it's not about
You know,
that.
actually, the first time when we cast, when MPL Singapore Season 9 happened and Churros was
Uh-huh.
casting, oh, we're back! Finally! Yay!
So now we talk about game. We don't have to continue. We don't have to hug.
No, we're not hugging. Oh, no! No!
Ah. Okay, I guess it is what it is. You know.
No. Stay away from me. Stay away from me. We're giving fan service at this rate.
You know what? Speaking of fan service,
No.
I really need to charge everyone that tuned in the live stream yesterday. I need to charge every single one of you guys. If you look at my Instagram story, I went in. I went in. I valued it.
So what? $1 per person?
How dare you? It's like what? At least $20? So you watch money. Money. You watch.
Don't get from my pay.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I like the fact that I'm calling for HR, but he is my HR.
I
as
am
well.
HR. Yeah, I'll dock it
Oh,
up.
man.
Dock it up and pay $20
Oh,
for
man.
yesterday.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah, because you watched the stream yesterday.
Yeah, so did everybody live in Tampines Mall.
Yeah, so I will go down to Tampines Mall and collect from them.
So what? You're gonna go there with a like a fishbowl, and then people start putting money into it?
Probably, yeah. A fishbowl might not be enough real estate though, strictly speaking.
So what? You're gonna display your pay now right now?
That is a good idea. Like a little bit of QR code. In fact, I could probably flash a QR code for you
Hey,
guys.
you better not. You better dox yourself right there. Please don't. Alright, we're still in the game pause, ladies and gents. We resume. Okay, it seems like the timer ticked just a little bit while we're gone. It's now
it ticked
1 minute,
for
20 seconds.
Huh?
20 seconds. It was 135. Now it's 155. And 2-0 is the kill score.
No, it wasn't. It was like 143.
Eh?
Rewind the footage.
Okay.
Rewind the footage. This is a game of memory. Okay? As much as we want to talk about the draft.
I'm very bad with memory. That's
Yeah.
why I've got my notes.
Hey, look, I'm old.
No, 134.
Are you serious? We were both wrong.
No, I said 134.
No, you said 135.
Oh, fine. 1 second diff. One
One
second
second diff. Okay, you're closer. You're closer.
Yeah,
so
I'm
you
closer.
win.
Thank you.
You win this bout.
Thank you, thank you.
You win
For
this
now,
bout.
for now.
For now.
But okay, this is, by the way, yes, this is not game score. This is actually just the
kill
kill
score.
score.
Kill
Yes.
score,
So
yeah.
the if you want to know the score between these two teams, it's the small little dots at the bottom. It's 1-1 right now. Of course, it's actually kind of surprising as well because Absolute Zero did a wonderful showing at game number 2. Just in case you missed it, yeah.
Yeah. So a quick little recap for those people that just came onto the stream, okay? Because as much as we want to talk about draft, we've talked plenty about it, right? So we talk about what has happened thus far. Game number 1 coming into this best of 5 series, Team Flash took the game to themselves, and so far it was technically quite a dominant showing. I think that there was really not much that AZ could have done in that game, and so it's kind of like a GG go next kind of thing.
Yep.
Game 2 is probably the one that that probably sits in.
That was the game they're looking for in
That's
game 1.
the game, yeah.
Yep.
And also this happens to also be the game that I remember the most because it's the most recent one because I have a weak memory. But we're looking at the Mathilda Alpha combination. That is one of the aces that is within of their sleeves. I'm not too sure whether it is the Ace of Hearts or the Ace of Spades, but this is probably one of their strongest combinations and one of their strongest play. So it's a spades it is. So how many more aces do they have in their sleeves to go up against Team Flash? Because this is tournament lifeline. They only have this one chance because because right now here is the lower bracket finals.
Definitely, right? And it's gonna be crazy idea number 3. I think I'm gonna lose count next already.
Yep.
What if?
What if?
What if?
What if? You don't have to continue from there. We pretty much know what is that what if.
What?
What if AZ
Goes
moves on to the grand finals?
Yeah, that will be surprising, right?
That will be surprising because for 3 straight seasons, Team Flash have been dominating in the Singapore scene, and they have been held not as kings, not as giants, but in the Singapore scene, probably as gods.
Super team.
Super team gods.
Yep.
So we don't have a team at that point in time in the past few seasons where we could even maybe like take 2 games out of them. 1 game, probably possible. I think we have seen that before. I think that the grand finals of Season 8 was a 4-1 scoreline.
I think it's a 4-1.
It's either 4-1 or
I can fact
4-0.
check for you.
Yeah, fact check for me, please.
Yep.
It's either 4-1 or 4-0. So they were completely untouchable. It's like as though they had some slimy goo on them and they were tough to reach. So Hilda's Gods coming into Season 9 didn't come off with a great showing. And slowly starting to show some chinks in their armors and the cracks are starting to show.
Yep.
We're looking to crown the God Slayers. So if AZ were to be able to beat Team Flash in their own game, is in a best of 5 fashion from the challenger stage, this is a crazy moniker to give AZ.
Yeah.
A challenger team to come in as the God Slayers.
Yeah, I mean, the last time that something like this happened was Team Evil
Yes, but they...
in Season 3.
Yes. However, they haven't even gotten that kind of moniker to say that they are Giant Slayers, God Slayers. It's just
True.
that they have very good placing, just coming off as a community team.
And they also beat Evil's SG back then.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, that's why we gave them the Titan Slayers moniker.
Ah.
But back then, they were like a full-on community team. By the way, during that period of time, nobody know who's powerful is. Nobody know who Coconut. Yeah, I'm bringing out like ancient history, ladies and gentlemen. Just check Wikipedia, right? Coconut, Jasis, and Salmon.
Oh, Salmon.
Yeah.
Oh.
Remember that dude? And Melon also used to be from Team Evil, I think, in one of the seasons when they replaced Salmon. I think immediately after.
I think at one point in time, Evil is just pretty much a food platter.
Yeah, that was one of those jokes for them.
And there was a team that actually is like a fruit platter. I can't remember what's the team name.
No, we joked about the fact that, you know, Team Evil is basically the ingredient for a salad. Sorry, Team Evil.
Do you actually remember like what was the other team they played before? They kind of like had a very meme-ish name.
Passion fruit?
Was it passion fruit?
Yeah, in this season there is a passion fruit. We have a passion fruit.
Ah. I completely forgotten about that.
But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're still in the pause right here. Currently, of course, I think we've exhausted in terms of, you know, what could potentially happen, what happened, what's happening now, and just in case for a quick recap, the teams has picked for the side of Flash is Hayabusa, Glue, Kimi, Farsa, and Chip. Now we talk about how this is kind of team composition that enables a lot of different angles, right?
Yep.
For the side of
cross-map plays.
Absolute Zero, there is Moscow choosing Bada X1 and Kali. This is an AOE wombo combo kind of a composition. So I'm excited to see how Absolute Zero is able to basically execute this one, right? Like what we mentioned, if they catch Flash off guard, I want to crack a joke about King's Vanguard right there. If they catch Flash off guard right there, if they stack up together in a 1 AOE, then you know, for the side of Absolute Zero, will win the team fights.
I mean, we can theorize a lot.
We can.
We can look at different angles a lot.
Hindsight,
I think we even
foresight, insight, backside, everywhere. We can see it.
Yeah. I honestly would love to watch the game, but unfortunately, we're going to have to take a short little break. And only once we are back, we'll be able to dive right into the game for you guys to thoroughly enjoy. Which team is going to come up on top for this game number 3? Would it be Team Flash, which have a lot of angles of attack, cross map plays, and all that kind of jazz? Or would it be AZ, full out, death ball? We'll see how it goes.
Yep.
We're going to offer a short break. We'll see you in the short bit.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じてる。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じて。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
Alright! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL RSG Season 9.
Sorry, you can you?
My name is Astrak. With me
I
here
want
is
some-
Jace. Together we are J-Stract. Together we are J-Stract. The two casters of today. We're finally back with you guys once again with the game.
Yeah.
We're gonna set up some personal boundaries and space,
Yes,
and I think
please.
he's going to get
I am not
restraining order
comfortable.
on me very soon.
The weird part is if I need to get a lawyer, I need to get it through you.
Fun fact.
Contractually obliged to get it through you.
Fun fact.
Uh-huh.
You know about this before? As an agent.
Oh, wow. We're not going to go there because we're going to go straight into the game, ladies and gents. We're going to resume actually in a 2 minutes time. Some time has passed, but let's just very quickly catch up what's going on right here.
Okay, so let's run through the lineups first. We do have got the Kimi, the Chimp, the Fasa, Hayabusa, and Glue over to the side of Team Flash, while in the meantime, for Absolute Zero, we have got the Moskov, the Khalid, Jusin, Xbox, and the Batang.
Yeah, right now it's first turtle already secured by the side of Absolute Zero. We talk about, the second turtle is where Absolute Zero should power spike just a little bit early game. Should be in the hands of Flash SG, but looking at the map state right now, seems like Flash should still have a bit of a gold lead in, but Absolute Zero definitely got the turtle, so that's actually a little bit of a worrying sign in my opinion.
Yeah, so right off the bat, we already lost, unfortunately, a few minutes of gameplay through the stream, but it's not too bad. So at least we can tell you guys that the turtle went over to the side of Absolute Zero, while in the meantime, we do have got the kill score so far, 3-2. Vanix got 2 assists, but when it comes down to kills, it's Katisi and Hades that managed to get 1. JPL did lose his life alongside of Hades.
Yeah.
Absolute Zero, on the other hand, Salas, as well as Rapidude, lost their life before, while non-Rapidude, respectively, also got some kill. So, most importantly, I think that is the fact that Salas went down once. I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I think the gold lane definitely, right? You got the Banix, you got a strong lane up top again, as well as we go into another tech pause. Yeah, making sure that he doesn't hug me. But now there. It's okay. There. Sorry, it's not like we have a pause button on the table, right? But okay, shout out to the guy that's talking about food, right? One of the comments that came in. Yeah, I just.
Can we see that again?
Yeah. I'm actually putting it out because we're also watching. By the way, we're also watching because we're also narcissistic people. Well, I think that applies to me.
No, we
Yeah,
just like.
Yeah,
to
shout out to
see
that
the
guy. Stewed chicken and oyster, ginger and scallion.
Sauteed Kagoshima Wagyu with
Yeah.
Hunan pepper and spicy.
We got this comment. We got this chatter on
That's
literally going
actually,
in.
yeah.
I think he's reading menu literally from the restaurant.
I don't
and
know
typing it down.
Yeah, I don't know what's going through his mind right now, but that's definitely a highlight.
That is the
That is
best
the
comment of the day.
Yeah. So if you guys want to be highlighted, type in some recipes. To be honest, I do need some recipes.
First
No
step.
salt, no sugar recipes for my little baby.
First step. Saute. Apply oil to pan.
Put oil, saute your garlic first, and then add in our onions. Wait for a bit. Wait until golden brown.
We're
Add in your
cooking show,
chicken.
ladies and gents.
Hey, we pretty much do everything in this channel.
Almost.
Almost everything.
Shock Kings podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said that you were what?
I-
Taller than us?
Yeah, I am.
I would agree. But you're not any that amazingly tall, so you're
It's
fine.
okay,
You're
so-
part of the Shots Kings podcast.
Okay, thank you. I
Yeah.
feel, like I said, I feel included. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we are a very inclusive bunch.
Yep, and of course, right now we are still currently game pause. Unfortunately, 4 minutes and 16 seconds is the current game time. 3-2 in terms of the kills. First turtle that's not highlighted in this graphic is went over the side of Absolute Zero for now. And of course, like what I mentioned, a little bit of a worrying sign if you're cheering for Team Flash.
Well, technically, it's not too bad per se because they did manage to get 3 kills. They got a kill on Salas, so that is going to impact the farm by a tad little bit. It's not like a big change though, so at least it's not too bad. But definitely there will be certain amount of change when it comes down to farm. Kimi definitely will have a slightly better time considering the fact that Kimi is currently 0 is to 0 is to 2. So with the 2 assists, it should definitely help a bit when it comes down to farm. Although I really want to find out and know how that Kimi will translate over the late game. Because we haven't really seen. In fact, this is probably our second time seeing a Kimi go lane.
Don't worry, I've seen it firsthand. It's strong.
It is.
Yeah, I played it. It's Jace proof. If you
played it, then maybe it's probably better than you expected. Then
yeah, it's good.
It's good.
It's actually not bad. It's legit.
It's legit. But why though? Why do people not go for Kimi go lane
Okay,
if that's the case?
It's always a problem about having a magic dealer in the side of the gold lane, right? Because gold laners are usually your DPS.
Yeah, it's
number
kind of
one.
like a Harif in some sense.
Technically speaking, a Harif prop. It's like a Harif thing, right? But, the reason why Kimi is also not very preferred over side gold lane because she doesn't really have a very strong pushing power as compared to Moskov's as well. Because technically speaking, Kimi is like a magic damage Moskov. The damage is able to penetrate from the side, and like what I mentioned, if you give if you give a skill for her to jump over the walls, as a gold laner, as a marksman, allows you to reposition.
It's kind of nutty, right?
It is nutty. So there's a lot of outplay potential and initiation. But of course, the only downside is that as a Kimi, your health pool is very low, and apart from that, we're back into game.
Okay, so. Immediately we're going in and jump straight in. We do have got Rapid Dude and managed to get a kill with a Flicker plus Raging Sandstorm going in, but taking quite a bit of shots coming in from Hades himself. So a bit of the Ogi Shadow kill, but nothing that's gonna phase him.
Yep, gonna be a bit of a punch. SOD, ooh, it does land. Connects onto Ken as of now. Not gonna take the SOD for this period of time, but like what I mentioned, this is very important for the side of Absolute Zero, right? This second turtle is where they truly shine. Vanix managed to delete off Bougie for now. Ken goes into the split for at the same time. Rapid will be attacked on the Hades. Hades dashed away just a little bit more, try to reposition for the turtle takedown. He has to try to heal up.
We do have the turtle that's coming down to the all-time low, but in the meantime,
that's insanity. In pop as well, the Retribution will connect, and Hades fallen down by the Vendetta. Don't forget, this Vendetta is not a roaming Badang. This is actually the fist crack that does damage as well. Slice and dice for the silent Rapid Dude will be a pick up. Curtizi is a massacre on the side of Flash as well. But this time round with JPL, the shortcut commits, rings Vanix into the fray, and will be able to shut down Rapid Dude.
So at least for Roma, Rapid Dude is actually taking quite a bit of kills, right? 3 kills, 3 deaths, and 2 assists. But at least for now, most of the kills is because he have no choice.
Oh, sorry, I'm trying to.
Yes,
I'm trying to unpause for you guys.
Pause. Unpause.
Chat, really, we don't have the pause button.
Unpause. Unpause. Unpause!
I like the fact that you're hitting the ground like hoping something will happen. And that's the definition of insanity. But of course, this is a very, very worrying sign for the side of Flash SG, right? Absolute Zero with the Khalid literally has like full-on map control, especially at the bottom part. Yes, Vanix is still going strong in terms of this with this Kimi, but like I mentioned, Kimi in the gold lane is a very fun hero to play.
Yeah, it is very fun.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not really a gold laner, so I personally wouldn't have known. But when it comes down to Kali, XP lane, that's the fun part.
Yeah, it's fun.
But you can actually snowball the lane pretty bad, pretty well.
I actually played the Kalia EXP lane.
Wow, what's
tried.
gotten into you?
Trying every single hero.
Oh.
Yeah. Because
dedication.
life is short, right? Like just
Pedal
like
hard.
our height.
Oh.
Yes. I went there. Yes, I went there. Don't worry. Yeah, life is short, pedal hard. Harder.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm also part of the Short Kings podcast gang.
Yes.
I feel like that should be our podcast.
Yeah. In fact, we haven't really did like a proper segue
Yeah.
to the podcast today.
Oh
just
no,
yet.
no, I'm not gonna do it. I think that's you and that's a you and a churros thing.
No, not really. As long as you're under 170, you're part of the club.
No, I know, but I don't think I'll be able to do it exactly how you and
The
churros did it.
jingle?
Yeah, I can't do it.
Welcome to the Short Kings podcast.
You know, I sing off tune.
You're talking to the guy that drums for season 7, completely
That's
offbeat.
out of tempo. This is off tune. It's two very different, distinct matters of music theory.
Oh, what? So you're a music expert now?
I'm a drummer.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh crap! Did I just really drum for a team?
You didn't? Do you not know I was silently judging you the whole time during that period, that season? I think that was season what? Season 5 or 6? 6.
I can't remember, but
You were drumming for RSG.
yeah,
You were offbeat,
yeah.
but it's okay. It adds into the vibe. Vibe check passed.
It was fun though.
It was fun.
I don't know how you. I don't know how you guys do it. I
Just-
even have a metronome in my head, but only to realize that my metronome is probably like the weight is probably like off to one side.
No, it adjusts up and down all the time.
Oh, yeah,
It's
yeah,
like BPM changes. People give you a BPM with a number, you have a range.
150 to 200. Okay, maybe not 200. Okay, 100 to 150. Yeah, 100 to 150. 100 is kind of slow. So okay, 125 to 150.
Standard pop song is around 120 BPM if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Okay. So mine is slightly higher. 125 to 500. Oh, to 150.
It's okay.
At least I understand the range of BPMs.
It's okay. You understand.
Yeah, because I play Audition C.
Yeah, how do you play that game and you're still offbeat? And that's where you met. Oh my goodness. And I came from Super Dancer Online.
SDO.
Yeah. We're bringing back the old
the
games.
legendary SDO.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mhm.
Okay, that's fun. I've never played it before.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's
What
okay.
about Tap Revenge?
I only played the one on like PSP. Wait,
There's a
that's not,
PSP
wait,
version of
that's
it?
not that's not Tap Revenge. Wait, I don't remember. I know there's one on mobile phone.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
it's the OG. It's the 3 lines one. That's I think it's on
Was
iPod.
it actually 3 lines?
Yeah, it's only 3 lines. It's
That's so
only 3
boring.
lines.
It's
Yeah,
so easy.
yeah, but you're using your thumbs to play.
Easy, no problem.
Mhm,
The
mhm.
center one is always the right finger, unless you're a left-hander.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised that you still manage to drum off.
Shut. Hey. Offbeat and off-tune is 2 different things.
Yeah. Okay. We're just still waiting for the pause button. We try to press that button. It doesn't work. If you notice. We tried everything.
Yeah, we tried.
Don't worry. We're
Don't
trying to
worry.
make sure at the very least, the people on site, especially for the players on
We have
site.
to ensure fair game, of
Mhm,
course,
mhm,
gaming integrity as well.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
as long as we have a player that does not get a flawless ping or anything of that sort, we gotta have to ensure that we rectify all problems so that we ensure fair play and that everyone is playing on the exact same playing field.
Yep. Of course. Well, at the very least, I haven't been casting with you for a long time, Abstract.
Yeah.
You want to now that I'm here, do you want to review the history of churros?
I actually did. I
Have you-
revealed
have
his.
you?
I revealed his.
Did I as well?
Deadeye, no.
All right, let's
actually.
review the history of Deadeye.
Yeah, just so happened that we had a call with Deadeye.
Yeah.
But before we even jump onto this, we need to make it clear what this segment is about. So, welcome to the Short Kings podcast.
Oh, Shocking podcast.
Yes, you suck.
I suck. I know.
So,
I'm horrible.
So let's talk about Deadeye, okay? As much as I remember, okay. So I feel that our history is a little bit more rich as compared to my history with the both of you. This is okay. Here's the reason why,
I'm
right?
poor.
So you're in Singapore.
Yeah, I'm poor.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. On my Facebook page, the abstract page, right?
Wait, you have an abstract Facebook page?
Yes, I long abandoned it.
Yeah,
didn't
same.
really. Yeah. So in the Facebook page, I actually had someone that messaged me, asking me about tips and tricks or help when it comes down to shoutcasting. So I entertained this guy. I told him everything about what he needs to know. He sent me clips, and then I reviewed it. I helped him out, and I did whatever I can, right? And then shortly afterwards, we are going to a short break. If you want to find out a little bit more about my history with Deadeye, yeah, just make sure you guys tune in. I will be back with MPL SG Season 9. Hold on a short break. Hold on a short bit.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again over to MPL RSG Season 9. My name is Abstract, with me here is Jace. We're finally back once again for the in-betweenness. Yes.
Yeah, I'm helping.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll get there.
Right, I'm helping.
We'll get there.
Yes!
We'll get
we're
there!
going there! Oh my god, finally we're back! And right now, okay, it seems like there's a bit of a time skip happening, a bit of a Naruto Shippuden 3 years kind of time skip. Flash going up against Absolute Zero once again. Second turtle secured by Absolute Zero, but in the meantime, Kurtizi face a lot of trouble. Vendetta. I'm interested in the items, man, for this Badang.
I keep hearing you say Vendetta.
Vendetta?
Vendetta.
Vendetta. Okay, anyways, items.
Okay,
How's
but
he
now...
doing so much damage?
Whom? Like
Vendetta.
Vendetta?
Yeah, on the Badang.
Vendetta doing Vendetta things, I suppose. But there we go. A quick little Slam Slam and Purple? Or no, Slam Slam and something.
Yeah, a bit of
Gut
a...
grab!
Yeah, the change in terms of the glue is actually still a bit confusing for me. But at the very least, it's still him, right? Like the fact that you can still possess onto somebody and then drag him all the way back, and then that kind of gives you a bit of an engagement ground. Hold on a second, Hades. Shadow will be able to commit onto Vendetta, and down he goes. Here comes the ultimate from JPL. A bit of an overkill, as per usual, from the side of Team Flash. But Rapidude is still the problem for the side of Team Flash.
And at this point in time, we are 7 minutes into this game. Rapidude is not in a very good spot as such. He had to expand his flicker, which is actually going to be a very important battle spell for this upcoming turtle, which is going to happen in 10 seconds time. As such, let's take a look at the junglers. Hades currently at level 9, while Nan is at level 10. So we do have a little bit of EXP differences between the two junglers. And to make matters kind of worse is the fact that we do have an Xbox that has the level lead. That means the last insanity will come in really clutch in helping Nan be able to catch that final hit.
The engagement, Kurtizi opens up with the feather airstrike. Hades sneaks away the turtle, but Vendetta once again goes down for the count. The Vanix Kimi is starting to rank up.
So it does seem as though we do have Nan that unfortunately missed out onto the key retribution hit. Hades managed to take it at the final second. As such, it is going to be a turtle that is yielded over to the side of Flash. While speaking of Flash, they have also managed to take down the T1 turret up at the top.
Wow, Vanix just shooting him down. That's another stack for the Sky Piercer for the side of Vanix. The airstrike from the side of Kurtizi lands on the Nun. Should be able to walk it out just fine for now, but top side also cracked open by Flash.
It's definitely not going to be a great game to start off with quite a bit of these differences, right? We're looking at about 1,000 gold difference.
Yeah, but at the same time, another engagement as well. Hades coming from the flank as well. Vendetta gets caught. Will be able to secure the kill for the side of Flash as she 1 XP laner for the side of Absolute Zero down.
All 5 members coming from the side of Team Flash, they are very feisty for a kill. They probably just want to end this game ASAP, because I can totally understand why. But for now, we do have Rapidude finding himself once again in the top spot, even expanding out that feathered airstrike. Absolute Zero, they're in the half spot, buddy.
I'm really glad to see, because obviously I'm supporting for Flash, right? But then again, you can start to see that Absolute Zero, the momentum is broken. Flash right now is using what Absolute Zero did to them in game number 2 against them in game number 3. They're upping the tempo, they're using every single battle spell or even ultimate just to secure one kill, even if it's inefficient. Right now, Flash SG is just showing fear among Absolute Zero's ranks.
Yeah, so looking at the itemizations, they can help us a little bit more. We do have the corrosion sights as well as the golden staff that's been picked up for the side of Moscow. Well, unfortunately, we have a total of 2,000 gold more from the Kimi as compared to the Moscow, as we do have the concentrated energy, the Sky Piercer, as well as the Holy Crystal. In fact, probably building up onto the Blood Wings very soon.
Yeah, you can also go for the glowing one as well. I think glowing one is really good against the likes of Rapidu, the likes of Nan as well, because you really need to try to shred. And here we go. It's gonna be Nan starting out the Lord for now. Slice and Dice does have the Firaga armor still up, plus the Sanity is still available if they want the zone. However, because Flash SG is a very mobile team, they can be anywhere and every time and everywhere.
Is a Divine Glaive actually viable for Kimi?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
So,
instead of burning, they're just going to go here. Hold on a second. Salas
takes
the shadow kill, but would not be able to secure the kill by the side of Hades. But that's good enough. SOD, I think that lands right now. But then again, the intention is very split. Hades, oh wait,
the shotgun,
using his shotgun, allowing Hades to get away. But then again, right into his impending doom because Nan is right there to burn him down. 2 members, 3 members from the side of Flash as she goes down in that Lord fight.
I thought that would be such a nutty escape, dude. I thought he would be able to get away, but unfortunately wasn't able to. As now Absolute Zero now have got priority over the Lord and will be able to take that Lord down with no questions asked.
Yep.
The Lord will then be marching down either in top or the bottom lane. As such, the middle lane T1 turret is going to be under threat and be taken down. I think that there's still time for the Lord to march down the middle lane, so that's still definitely going to be helping it out even more as compared to the sides.
Yeah, I can't get over that that play coming up from Hades earlier just now, right? Like the fact that he could just shadow away. I was like, wait, your shadow can TP you so far? But unfortunately, you know, Nan is there burning it up, but then again, the Lord will be marching up top. That's also going to be a problem side of Flash SG.
Seems like the top lane T2 did get hit by a tad little bit, which justified the change, or rather justified the pathing of the Lord to go up top. While in the meantime, Absolute Zero kind of seems as though they really want the blood of Team Flash by inhibiting their jungle and trying to take that away.
Hades Shadows right on the way, but Rapidu buying some time. JPL using the shortcut as well, bringing everybody in. Shadow kill goes, even though the SOD lands, but there's another Lord that's marching up top. Right now, Team Flash is just using offense as a Salas walking in that bush, trying to make a play on it, but he picks up a kill. And now JPL is left alone here with the help of Bougie. We'll be able to take a triple kill. Right now, Flash SG is in shambles.
Who would have thunk? We thought that that would probably be the end of Salas, but in the end, he managed to pick up 3 kills for himself. And now, we have got 3 men down from the side of Team Flash. This gives such a big opportunity for Absolute Zero to crash down over to all of the T2s and even potentially try to bring down some more HP out of the T3.
But the airstrike just allows Vendetta, just goes in, just slaps him. Silas gets tagged on by the glue right now. Jack's right back, but right into Kertizi though. Vanix picks up a kill. He's able to defend this for now.
He's even gotten a godlike spree, and unfortunately, that is going to be also a good one.
Vanix! The Sky Piercer stacks is really helping now, but here comes the ultimate coming up a Rapidu as well, but he gets melted down by Vanix the slow as well. Firaga armor, no last insanity for him to get on away, and now we're fighting on Absolute Zero side of the map.
Such a back and forth. It could have gone to Absolute Zero, and then it could have gone to Team Flash. With the goal economy, it really does not dictate exactly who will win.
Shadow Kill to try to push everybody away for now. Now Flash SG needs to try to end this, but then again, the Firaga armor gets popped. And by the airstrike from the side of Kurtisi, nobody from the side of Absolute Zero to kind of stop it, but Silas is already up here, trying to wave clear, but Banix picking up a double kill. Hades going 4 kills. Silas gets taken down, but there is no minutes from the side of Flash SG.
They're constantly just going back in over and over again, despite them just reviving. They still found themselves being dead, and Rapidu is going to do the exact same thing.
Hades going for Bougie, tried to zone away to Jushin, but Rapidu can also do damage. He can do the hurt, but Banix flickers forward, takes down the core. One more game in the hands of Flash SG.
Oh man, that game ended fast.
They were hungry.
They were hungry.
It's time for lunch.
Technically, yeah.
Oh, we're late for lunch.
What time is it now?
It's 3.
Oh, damn.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Okay.
damn. Okay. So now we've got a total of 2 games in favor of Team Flash, and coming into this best of 3, we just require just 1 more game for Team Flash, and unfortunately 2 more games coming in from AZ.
But you can start to see, right, for side Team Flash, they mean business. And I love it when you get to see the fight between 2 teams. Absolute Zero looking to topple a Titan right here, trying to also topple a super team to really earn them the moniker, the Titan Slayers as well, taking over from Team Evil. At the same time, Team Flash struggling to pick up the losses as well that they took from yesterday and even just now against Absolute Zero. They literally went all out with their fangs bare, and I love it.
Both of these 2 teams, they have got the prize in their eyes. All they wanted to do is to take down that adversary here at the lower brackets, and then eventually make their way over to the grand finals in order to get themselves a sweet revenge.
Yeah.
Both of them has that revenge game.
Yeah, I think the stakes definitely is higher for the side of Team Flash, right? Look at them really investing a lot into the team, right? They're looking forward to the EWC slot, and now they have to go through and solve the problem of Absolute Zero, because Absolute Zero, don't remember, they are a challenger team qualifying through the community side.
Yep.
Best of ones all throughout. Technically speaking, yes, they have experience in MPLs as well, but now finally they're playing in best of 5s. We questioned their stamina yesterday, and it seems like they're rested well. They're ready to fight.
I think they are going to be A-okay. But the bigger question is whether they will be able to beat Team Flash. And in the event that if they do they have the stamina to withstand a fully spanned out BO7?
Yeah, and then, you got RSG, SG just waiting there. Just looking at both of these 2 teams squabbling,
Looking down from the high horse.
Yeah, like literally squabbling, right? Like Bray coming back really changed the identity for RSG, SG as well. Let's take a look at the post-game stats. I think it's a really fast game. Vanix was so huge.
He's
once he gets his
farmed.
Yeah, once he gets his Sky Piercer stacks up, he's just literally melting everybody
The only
down.
man with 5 digits on his economy. Okay, maybe Silas also has it, but
5 digits. I was looking at my hands for a
1,
little
2,
bit.
3, 4, 5.
No, like your fingers are also called digits as well.
Oh.
And another like British joke. But anyways, for the side of Vanix, right, because he's so huge already, it concentrated energy as the first item, which is very interesting, right? Usually you expect like a glowing one, because remember what we mentioned, they need to deal with Rapitude, they need to deal with None as well, right? You need Shred, you need more burn in terms of PHP, but seems like Lord Vanix just literally brute force it.
I think that they have a very good idea as to what they want to do, considering the fact that right off at the start of the game, 1 minute in, 2 minutes in, Vanix already have gotten 2 assists, right? And they have identified that, okay, my Kimi is not going to have any problem against this Moskov up in this lane. And in the meantime, all across the map, we're looking at Rapidude, we're looking at None, they're not exactly having the best of their times as well. So instead of investing into a glowing wand, why not just invest into a higher valued item? Raw damage, and in a concentrated energy, it even gives you spell vamp. So not only does a concentrated energy gives you the damage that you need, it also gives you the survivability in order to be that much flexible. So instead, put the glowing wand over to someone else, because you have a mage in the form of a Farsa. Let Curtis do that utility thing, and Vanning just output those raw damage, because None needs to shoot those flames. Rapidude, well, just a single quick sand guard within a single team fight. What do I gotta have to care about glowing wand for myself?
Yeah, true that. You can see 85k damage to heroes from the side of Vanix as well. You're right? Like literally brute forcing the damage. Once you get the Holy Crystal from the side of on the Skimmy, and then after that, don't forget concentrated energy. That you also do additional bonus damage the longer you are in team fights. While you're hurting heroes, right? So your damage is ramping up, and it's unstoppable, right? It's also very interesting how Vanix decides to build this Kimi gold lane, right? Usually you expect the build from the mid lane, from the side of Kimi, slapping onto the gold lane, that's how you play gold lane. But no, Vanix, really interesting build.
Definitely not something that we see all the time when it comes down to itemizations, as well as the switch up coming from the Kimi over to the gold lane as well.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, none of us was expecting that. In fact, we've been seeing Katizi doing that for quite some time already. So we have automatically adjusted ourselves and believe that, okay, this Kimi is gonna go.
We've got bamboozled.
Yeah, literally, right? I would say that Kimi is kind of like a 98% chance of going to the mage role.
Yeah.
and like 2% over to the gold lane.
You're right.
And that small little 2% made the game with Vanix as the Kimmy with 12 kills, no death, and 4 assists.
And no depth, that Sky Piercer stacks, you guess it.
Maxed out.
Super maxed out. He's so big in terms of his damage. And you're right? Like, look at
That's
that.
not
It's
the
like,
way to speak to a lady. How dare you say that Kimmy is big?
I'm saying Phoenix is a player. Wait.
Oh, debated!
No! That 4D chess caught me. But yeah, you're right. But okay, I actually want to point out that Kimmy actually has an 86% chance going to the mid lane. Only 10%.
Actually 86%.
86% chance.
86% chance
lane.
of going to the mid lane.
And then you have only 10%.
Oh, 3 games.
Yes.
There were
not a
actually
lot.
3 games.
Not a lot.
Oh, I only remembered like 2. I only remembered 2 games. So, well, that's that, right?
Yep, that's that.
So, we've got 3 games that is already done and dusted in this best of 5 series. And as much as we want to go over to the next game,
No, this one we really pause. Because we're going on a short break, ladies and gents.
So make sure you guys don't go anywhere too far. Make sure you guys have your lunch as well. Hydrate yourself as well.
That's
and by
right.
the time you're back, we hope that you will be nicely refreshed to enjoy this upcoming game, which, of course, is a match point in favor of Flash SG.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じて。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL RSG Season 9. Thank you so much for your patience. My name is Abstract. With me here is Jace. We are in the intermission of game number 3 and 2, game number 4, as we have just witnessed the completion of game number 3, whereas it went over to Flash. That means Team Flash currently have got match point.
Yeah, definitely, right? We're looking. This is kind of like a very interesting match so far, because remember, Absolute Zero actually have hands. They can punch.
Yes.
Yeah, they punch back in game number 2, right? Show them that they can. And actually they can. They know how to find really good tier picks as well. So that's something that we already taken note, even without a coach, which is actually quite interesting. So someone among them has the coaching brain.
Okay. So not only the fact that they have coaching brain, they have hands.
Yes.
So were you assuming that the entire team was just a double amputee?
You know I can go somewhere with this joke, right?
Okay, let's move on over once again.
I wanted to go there. Then I was like, wait, not suitable for this context.
Oh man. We're off to a great start.
Yes, we are.
With
it's a very interesting match.
Yes, 2-1. 2-1.
2-1.
Yes.
Mhm.
So hopefully that we have got that break for the players, as well as
Definitely.
the ping test being done. Hopefully when we move on over to game number 4, we will not have to, consistently just slam onto that button, hoping for a pause.
This is guys. This is a table. Don't worry.
Everyone knows. Everyone knows that there's a table in front.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was about to ask you why.
Thanks for not asking.
Yes, but it feels like I'm asking already. Okay, we're looking forward to the
asking all
next
the right
draft, ladies and
questions.
gents. I think more importantly is right now, from what I'm hearing, Absolute Zero is going in first pick. Usually, when Absolute Zero wants to go first pick, means that they really want to secure the Kalia, because usually Kalia is being leaked most of the time. But I think in the hands of Absolute Zero, you don't leak the Kalia because, of course, you know you can. Vendetta plays it in the EXP league. I think
Vendetta.
Vendetta. Vendetta.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, my short tongue.
Yeah.
No.
Wait,
Apart my
how
height.
does V translate to short tongue, dude?
I'm admitting way too many things on this stream right now. No, I cannot do the R sound.
But we were talking about V's, not R's!
Yeah, but okay, fine. Vendetta. Vendetta. For Vendetta. Just to make sure I got the pronunciation correct.
Can you say road?
Road.
Road.
What? Road.
Down the road!
Down the road we go.
Down the road we go.
Yeah, ladies and gents, down to the trough we go.
Yes.
Let's
So,
go.
let's go.
Mhm.
I'm so looking out for all the R's that you're gonna say.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. My
Can you
weakness.
say scary?
Scary.
That's not so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I cannot do the.
Can you
know
say
the-
hurry?
Hurry.
Hurry.
It feels like an English class, ladies and gents.
Hurry up, guys! Hurry up!
I feel like retiring already. Anyways, Absolute Zero going to be
You have the
banning
same
out.
color as Ronnie Chin. It's called Warnie.
Absolute Zero banning away the Hayabusa, and Flash gonna ban out the 1-1. Response coming out from Absolute Zero is to the Harif. Similar bans as we saw so far, especially from game number 2.
Is it the same draft? Same band so far?
Harif and Hayabusa so far. Should expect a Phobias coming up next from the side of Absolute Zero, because you don't give the Phobias over to the side of Ken, because you give you give Ken the Phobias, he can 1v9.
So far, I think that we do have a what's the word? We have a pattern coming in from Coach Z's, right? Usually, first two bands we're looking at 1-1, we're looking at Baxia. Has that been the same for the past 3 games?
Yeah, actually, in fact, the previous game was a 1-1. Coming up next should be a Baxia as well, because Baxia in this particular patch is really broken, but maybe they can potentially look to leak it out.
Okay.
Because don't forget, your first pick usually at this rate is a Kalia, or they can actually also first pick a Baxia, right? So that's something that
that's true.
you can do. But it feels like based on this idea, I think it's a lot easier. First picking the Baxia makes more sense because number 1, you flex pick that. Number 2, it's a counter to Kalia. And now Team Flash is supposed to pick up the Kalia themselves. Seems like this time around, Team Flash, they're not going to give the Kalia over. They're going to ban it out themselves.
Okay, so they would probably have to worry if whether they want to ban the Baxia or not for their third ban. The problem is that we have seen before AZ going for their Ube strat. So even when it comes down to the Baxia, it's not something that we would generally want to see being leaked out over to AZ. So Team Flash, they actually have a lot of things that they're gonna have to consider.
Yep.
But it's kind of scary how there are so many of these pocket picks, different kind of game, different kind of compositions, different kind of strategies that AZ has played that we are able to just kind of lay it down onto the table.
Yeah,
right.
Team Flash themselves also can get very creative with the draft as well. Yesterday we just witnessed a Baxia Angela Wombo combo coming out from Team Flash. Don't forget, there's also the threat of Guinevere. Yes, I know, but there's also the threat of a Guinevere coming out from Hades as well. That's something that he can play. So
I feel that's kind of dated though.
Yeah, it is. So? I'm literally throwing like blast on the past kind of drafts kind of thing, right?
Okay,
so
that's a Baxia first pick, right?
It should be a Baxia first pick.
Yeah, it should be the Baxia first pick.
Should be a Baxia first pick, but
Gives them
apart
the
from that, there's also a potential... Yeah, there we go. I was about to say Moskov or something. Moskov is good for the side of Team Flash. You can match the rotational speed of Baxia, and also, not say rotational speed, not in spinning form, but you can rotate from one lane to another.
10,000 RPM.
I don't catch that reference.
No, it's just random numbers with revolutions per minute.
Anyways.
That
was so random, bro. I can't even save you there.
No.
But I'm looking to see how Team Flash really ramp up that RPM for this kind of draft, because these first 2 picks, Juicing is also available, unless Curtizi also wants to go for the Farsa this time as well. But Farsa looks very vulnerable against the Baxia.
Yes, that's the problem. I actually think that they do not want to. Never mind. I was kind of hoping that they don't focus so much onto the mage first. Moskov is definitely an arguably best pick here. It's either the Granger or go to Moskov, but personally I think that we do have Vanix that is a lot more comfortable with the Moskov, so just leave it as it is.
Yeah.
He's a monster shredder over at the late stages of the game as well, so we can put it as that. Baxia at this point in time is very early game centric. Very strong in rotations, very strong in damage in the early game departments as well. So I do think that Team Flash might want to look into that early game assurance. With Moskov and Fasa, I think that is not too bad. So focus a little bit more on the roaming trio. The third pick, the third R3 pick, they should generally just look at what kind of roamer that they want that could assist in the early stages.
Oh, you talk about like, you know, rotational speeds. Here we go. That's the low E that I was talking about, right? Like, now you're able to send the rolling ball to the back line and then start opening up flanks. Usually the biggest problem about Baxias is that you need to be really unpredictable regarding where you're coming from right now. With the low in the toe, can divert, use diversion for Baxia to go to one random bush at the back, and then you can come in for that flank. I'm actually anticipating a Mathilda coming up from the side of Absolute Zero instead. Imagine a Baxia rolling and engaging, and then you can pull the Baxia back like a yo-yo. It's like a 2-hero CC kind of thing.
Yeah, I suppose so. That would be kind of dumb, actually. But okay, for now, we're looking at Glue that has been picked up over to the side of Team Flash, and that is going to go over to the hands of Ken. They actually finalized onto their their EXP laner relatively early. So they definitely do want to kind of play around with the roamer as well as the jungler just a tad little bit. I thought that they would want to focus on the roamer specifically because they want to cater to the early stage. The first 3 pick coming from AZ has already more or less suggest that they want to play the early game. They have a very strong early game, so one of the roamers that they're gonna have to catch out on to really just depends on how strong they want to kind of move forward with the tension.
Another food for thought is that the Baxia can even go into a roam position as well. It can also be an XP laner, it can also be a jungler. Team Flash on the other hand, now Coach Zace has to make a very educated guess. Right now he's got a lockdown mostly Frankos. I'm expecting more rapid heroes getting banned out.
That chip is actually a really good ban. That is one of the heroes that I thought that would have been a very good pick coming from Team Flash. Same thing, early game has a lot of damage on that department. But aside from all of the tanks out there, I would still think that having an EXP Hilda is not too bad unless they want to put a roaming Hilda. That's okay, but they would definitely be lacking a little bit of crowd control, which is something that Team Flash might want to have. So Gato Kacha, I don't think it is the best case scenario for the early game, but it works well for Team Flash's lineup.
Yeah, Angela getting banned out, like what I mentioned. The Mathilda threat is still lingering for the side of Absolute Zero. If Team Flash wants to play around that, it's also something that you should look out for. There's Badang taken away, a lot of roamers being taken out by both these two teams.
So now we're looking at the R4 blind pick coming in from Team Flash. It probably boils down to the roam or the jungler. I think that they want to leave the jungler for the last. So just no, maybe not.
Yeah, I think you can do that because you know Hades is that wild factor from the side of Team Flash, right?
True. Yes.
He might go crazy. He might pick a Hellcat again. Do you remember those times? Yeah.
Man. Okay, so right now,
there you go.
Sure. Okay, so they are sticking to their guns and they're sticking to what they're used to, having the JPL kind of tag the game of cat and mouse, right?
Yeah.
A game of tag. So just going rush out onto AZ, picking up the CC just so that they will be able to have a very good answer over to the glue. Now the roam position. Is it gonna be an Estes? Is it gonna be a flop?
Ooh, let's go, Kaja. Oh my goodness, I haven't seen this hero in a long time, ladies and gents. Absolute Zero. Man, they're bringing us back to the roots.
Hold on a second.
If Cho's getting shown by side of Team Flash, Kaja comes out as a roamer, and then you have a Baxia in a jungler position.
I know that this is kind of out of the question because
I think I know what you're trying to say, but no, the flicker ultimate is very important for the side of Kaja.
Okay, got it.
I read your mind. I got you, bro.
Okay. You never know. You know, it's an interesting topic that can, you know,
Crazy idea number 4.
Crazy idea number 4. Yeah, it can be on the table. It's something that they can consider. The good thing is that they will have got the Baxia roaming around the map almost all the time and applying pressure all across the map, as opposed to being stuck in the jungle in situations that they really needed the Baxia. Because Kaja is not exactly the most tanky bird.
It's a utility bird.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the main goal is to basically try to hook somebody from the side and then after that burst it down. They've got the burst from the side with low E and the Granger as well. They also got the Baxia to basically continuously slow. Technically speaking, the CC is considered a burst. If you land down the curtain call on one person, it just shreds, right?
Yep.
Even if they land it on top of the glue or even on the Cho, you expect that person to die. So right now is how Team Flash gonna abuse the fact that one of them is definitely going to be sacrificed to be dragged. What is the follow-up from the side of Team Flash?
So I think that this is a very similar lineup as to compared to game number 2. This is just hands down, flat out pick off. They just want to go for pick off. They want to identify that one player, rush for the one player, kill this guy. We have an advantage. Move on to the next, and then on to the next, and then on to the next.
Yep, Rapid Dude definitely confirmed. Flicker on the Kaja, that will be a roaming one. None on the Baxia jungle. So it's back to the battle of, you know, fighter tank junglers again.
This is not too bad of a roam, considering the fact that Kaja does definitely help with the wave clear, which is something that Loy is not necessarily too amazing at. However, we're looking at the Plaza plus the Chill. These two are crazy.
Ooh. Big damage coming up on the side of Curtisi and Ken. Vendetta forced to use the vengeance, may able to stay alive just a little while, but Curtisi picks up first blood.
And with that all said, Team Flash gives himself the first very easy kill. Not the best, but it's okay because we're talking about EXP laner. They will be able to get themselves a really good farm, or rather just we'll get back into the mix pretty simply and pretty fast.
Yeah, JPL on the other hand just spamming that recall for funsies as well, which is very interesting, right? Usually you see JPL trying to tag onto the enemy rover to be able to suss out where where the location is. But now you're facing up against the Kaja. Kaja should be able to poke the Cho relatively easily because don't forget, Cho is kind of short range as compared to a Kaja.
Now, as we do have Hades slowly making his way down to the bottom lane, Vendetta is only at level 2. So he doesn't really have a very good priority in this lane, as you can pretty much see. He's currently level 2 versus a level 3 glue. So not much of that early game roundabout kind of thing from Absolute Zero. They really actually kind of need the CC to join into the fight to really deal with the glue. I'm not too sure whether the yo-yo, because the yo-yo technically deals percentage-based damage based on HP. We'll talk about it later.
Kidnapping somebody from the side of Absolute Zero over to the other side, but the further airstrike, not enough damage to deal away with none, but it opens up for Flash SG to be able to take control on the turtle pit.
Now, okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. CC's yo-yos deals damage based on the opponent's max HP.
Yep. It's a carry version of EXP.
So that means that CC is actually a very bad answer to a Xbox.
Yeah.
Hear me out.
Something like that, I guess.
So hear me out. For those people that may not really quite understand what I mean by that, right? When it comes down to Xbox, he has two forms of sustenance. Number one, his health. Number two, his armor. His armor is the one that takes more than 50% of his general sustenance, and the HP is quite literally the red bar. So if you ask, if you have to be really technical about it, his HP is really low, which is why if you use an execute onto an Xbox, even though he is very close, in terms of overall sustenance is lower than that 10%, you use execute, you don't kill him.
Hold on a second, you're telling me that red bar is actually his actual HP?
Yes, the red bar is his actual HP.
Does that work for Sky Piercer though?
Actually, if it's the same concept as execute, it will be.
That was gonna be interesting, ladies and gents. But okay, right now, as we were talking about it, there's nothing much happening around the map. But okay, as I said it, diversion coming up from the side, Absolute Zero bringing in Nan and Buji. Now Ken this time around, the curtain call will be there. Buji tried to lock Ken down, but he will be able to try to escape.
Oh my goodness.
Last minute CC saves his life.
There's really not much the Vendetta can do in this lane. He even used his curtain call to really deal with the glue. So throughout this entire game, we'll probably have a little bit more information and you know, to visually see if Vendetta deals good damage over to Hades. Once Hades have gotten himself like the Oracle, himself the Immortality and all that kind of jazz to beef up the amount of Firaga armor he has.
Second turtle is spawned up. Don't forget Moskov right here does have the SOD. Can TP himself all the way down to the turtle fight just in case if he needs it, as long as he keeps his lane fulfilled. Right now you can see, you know, Rapidude nowhere to be seen by the side of Team Flash right now. They're walking in this one blind.
We do have 2v2 down on the turtle lane. However, Flash do have 2% that's very close to the turtle right there in the middle. While Absolute Zero, they don't really quite have too much resources that is actually going to be posted down in the bottom lane. In fact, we don't quite see Rapidude anywhere. In fact, I think that for the side of JPL all the way up to the top lane, we more or less saw where the Kaja is.
Yeah, if you notice how Hades using the Flames throw to basically zone the members of Absolute Zero, baiting and pushing the members of the side of Absolute Zero away. We'll be able to secure that one, but now don't forget, Curtain Call will be committed. Absolute Zero, they walk away with nothing.
So, it's a very slow game. We're only 5 minutes into the game and it's currently 0-1. Both teams are sort of playing a little bit more towards objective. However, Absolute Zero, they understand that their win condition does not necessarily lie in the early stages, so there's really not much reasons for them to go overly crazy. Even though we are talking about Bougie that is playing as a Loi, he's not really using his diversion all that much, because at this point in time, he's got to be real careful about clearing his middle lane first, as his middle lane is generally going to be a slower clear as compared to a Farsa plus a Cho.
And don't forget, Farsa can also wing by wings to rotate even faster as compared to Loi. Yes, technically speaking, Loi can use the diversion to get there anytime, but that's one massive ultimate being committed.
So currently with a total still left about 60 seconds until that eventually pops up. Team Flash themselves also doesn't seem to have be looking for these kind of opportunities, despite their early game being not too shabby. Let's not forget about the fact that we're looking at a Baxia. Baxia does have very, very early game nutty damage with all of these shields, so if they initiate, they can do something.
Looking for a pick-off, Cho will be the one. JPL getting busted down with the help of Silas as well. SOD will be able to land. Vanix joining the fight right here, taking on the Silence at the same time. Flamethrowers from the side of Hades. Nan trying to slow it down. Vanix will get taken down by Nan, and Ken possessing Vendetta as they run away. Hades, the last insanity, explodes onto Ken.
Cut easy! Somehow managed to get himself away from all of that danger, even though that Baxia was literally right in the face of the Farsa doing the feathered airstrike. Quick little flicker, auto get her out of dodge. Even I myself from the spectator view can't even see where the Farsa was, to be very honest. But at least they did manage to catch a kill down on the Vanix as the very important curtain call latches him.
That's the one very good pick-off coming up on the side of Absolute Splash SG on the member of Absolute Zero. Would you get them taken down right there?
To survive. 7 minutes of this game, Flash is the one that is going up for all this initiation play, as closing out the gaps as a Cho definitely is so much more easier as compared to a Kaja. Of course, the good thing about a Kaja is that it is a suppression skill. As such, bringing in a Purify is not gonna do anything for the team. As such, Team Flash, most of them have decided to opt for a Flicker, just so that they will be able to put some more gaps between themselves and the Kaja.
But the Ezra used to zone the members of Absolute Zero away. Vanix securing the top side turret. Don't forget bottom lane. Flash SG managed to also penetrate down bot. Absolute Zero on the other hand, once again, back to sieging, but don't forget, they're just gonna handshake into this team fight. JPL getting busted out by Silas, picking up a double kill. Ken goes down next, and now Curtisi and Vanix, they got linked together by Vendetta on the CC. They're managed to be fast, getting shredded by that CC, and Vanix will be able to slip on away for now. But Bougie braving the turret, inching towards him. Vanix trying to make a play right here. The stun will not be able to land it, and Silas picks up a Maniac.
That's big! Coming into a very lifeless early game. They picked up a Maniac coming in 8 minutes into this game and has managed to tally out the score, tally out the gold, or rather the economy.
Oh no. AD is supposed to use the last insanity right there. Should be able to get on safety just to use it for a wave clear. But for now, you know, Absolute Zero penetrated right in the middle of the map against Flash SG.
I think that they are going to be fine. It is still going to be a ping pong show for these two teams as they are just winning and losing and winning and losing at the same time. But let's take this opportunity to take a look at some of these itemizations, shall we? With two of the items already built up from the side of Moscow, with the Corrosion Scythe as well as the Golden Staff. While for the Granger, we're looking at a Hunter Strike as well as Sky Piercer and even the Malefic Roar. We're looking at 1.6 thousand gold lead between Salus and Vanix. That's a big deal.
Yeah, but Moscow's items are a little bit more cheaper. For Salus, technically speaking, as long as he doesn't die, yeah, he has like 5 kills to himself. So we talk about the Sky Piercer value, it is almost as valuable as an item for now. The execution damage is really something that Flash needs to look out for.
So we'll see how that is going to work out, and we talk about the Sky Piercer onto the effects of how little HP Xbox has.
Divergent sending everybody over the side of Hades. Hades goes into the Firaga armor mode, but Kurtizi will be able to burst down. Rapidos Vanix will be able to 1v1, shutting down Salus in the backline. Vendetta on the chase, try to chase after Vanix, or even Kurtizi right here. Can try to peel for the team, but Bougie will be there. But at the same time, Vanix try to push away Vendetta. Is that a floating Granger? But in the meantime, right now, Vanix in a spot of trouble. Vendetta will be able to secure the kill onto Vanix.
You know, Granger used to tell tell his parents, you know, when I grow up, I want to be an astronaut. Indeed, he did.
That's a very interesting bug. That makes my day. But now Kurtizi in a spot of trouble. This time around, Vendetta on that CC, spreading the damage though. But turns out he's running out of steam, and Last Sanity will be able to secure that kill there. Rapid do flick as well, but he gets kicked instead. But not enough follow-on damage from the side of Flash SG. But JPL will be trying to tag onto it. Bougie, the duality proc coming in. Oh! Silas making up the execution from a shot from downtown.
Yet another yin-yang reaction that happened in the last second between the Cho as well as the Xbox. But unfortunately not quite enough damage nor range for Salus to throw yet another Death Sonata right into their way. So far, back and forth again, right? We're looking at about 600 gold lead in favor for Team Flash, but with the fact that Absolute Zero currently, they do have got the opportunity and the chance to be able to hold on to the Lord and get themselves quite a bit of the priority. Hades is probably going to come in soon.
Here, can see play right here. Last Insanity, Nuts just secures a lot for themselves. Rapid to down low just a little bit. Ken will be able to tag. Oh, that's only misses! Not insane coming up from the side of Flash SG. Now they have around the Bougie. The Yin Yang overturn will be able to turn JPL down to his grave. And Hades right here, but Vanix is racking havoc around the objectives, taking down mid lane turret.
Very good split decision coming from Vanix, realizing that they have already lost the battle, as well as the fact that the SOD the SOD missed. Might as well just look for external uses, or rather external ways of tallying out the scoreline. So getting themselves the T1 in the middle lane definitely is super big for them, considering the fact that they still have their own T1.
Yeah, there's so many siege minions. Thanks, Observer, for pointing that out. Top side, they need to Flash SG needs to deal with that turret right there. But with that, they're gonna lose the mid lane turret though.
Unfortunately, they will still lose that. With most of the members from Flash currently hunkering down underneath of their own base, Hades being the only one that is slightly more daring to be burning the water elemental boss down.
But this time around, he gets tagged around. Hades down low without his Viraga armor. Does have the immortality. But oh, Nan gets kicked by JPL. Vanix will be able to secure that kill for now. Kurtizi taking that one. Wings by Wings will try to press forward, try to chase down Absolute Zero. But then again, Flash SG is too busy defending.
As they slowly move on over, 12 minutes and 40 seconds. We do have Absolute Zero. They tried their best, of course, to just run for the hills and back home again. They did an amicable push down in the top lane. It brought the turret all the way down to close to about 10%. They didn't manage to bring down the T2 in the middle lane, though, but hey, that's fine. As long as they manage to get the T1 in the middle lane, I think that is already a very big consolation. However, though, one thing that we always consider is that the very first Lord that you pick up, you want that Lord to be able to push down all of the exterior turrets, which in this case, Absolute Zero did not manage to.
Right now, once again, you know, it's a stalemate. Back to basics, back to zero, literally. Absolute Zero going up against Flash SG. 10-10 is the kill score. Gold lead wise, more or less the same. Items wise, I think in terms of power spikes, they're more or less the same. But don't forget, as a Moscow, you get more with lesser. Your items are a little bit more cheaper. The Wind of Nature already secured will do wonders against if Vanix wants to do a 1v1s against Salus.
As right now, Salas does not have the wand, but I think that that's gonna be fine for now because we're not always gonna be. If not, we will never see that 1v1 between the marksmen unless that both of them is the last member remaining. So in most situations, we are looking for back from front to back in some of these situations. However, Flash SG, what they have for themselves is actually some pickoff within of their mix because of JPL. However, the main way that they want to play is that they want to kind of death ball it with Vanix's spear that pierces.
To play, JPL kicks Buji but doesn't follow up right there. But Courtesy defended airstrike deals the damage. SOD will go white for now. Salas will get tagged on by Ken. Rapido tried to peel it for the team, but Hades and also the rest of the members on the side of Team Flash will be able to deal with the CC coming up from Absolute Zero. And now Salas tries to gun down the members, but they have already lost too much. They lost 2 members.
2 members down. That means the Flash SG have got a free walk over to the Lord, and also a very free turret, almost free turret actually, down to the bottom lane, as that was a very heavy push. But at least Rapidude, Nan as well as Salas did manage to deal with that pretty effectively.
Yep. That JPL kick really saved, just really broke that stalemate right there. Don't forget, both of these 2 compositions heavily relying on their pick comms, right? Now it's like a Russian roulette kind of thing. It's either Rapidude or JPL is making the game for both these 2 teams. If JPL gets a pick off, good pick off, mind you. If you pick off Rapidude, that doesn't make sense. But right there, he was able to pick off Bucci. That's what makes the absolute difference right there.
So at this point, I gonna have to really think that it's not everyone is fair game. Rapidude has to focus onto a very specific player, right?
Yep.
In the previous game,
he's doing that. Courtesy gets dragged, and now he gets stunned. Nan will be able to catch him right there. And don't forget Vendetta coming in the backline, but don't forget the Lord is actually pushing down bot. Flash SG is more than happy to take this team fight, and Absolute Zero is falling for it. Vanix picking up Vendetta, and now it's going to be Absolute Zero trying to go for the defense. Bucci pick gets taken down by Flash SG, and the Lord finally secured by Absolute Zero for now. They are safe, but not too sure for long.
the Lord takes the L. Middle lane creep waves marching in and should be able to deal with this T2 with no issues whatsoever.
Yep.
It's currently 16 minutes into this game. The bottom lane T3 has already have definitely seen the better of this day. Currently down to about 40% HP. Just a harder sneeze should be enough to bring it down.
Yeah, but Flash SG, relying on the Lord, they don't really have a lot of pushing power. Surprisingly, right? Like Absolute Zero, you thought that they don't really have a lot of wave clear, but seems like, you know, Flash SG is having a lot of trouble trying to crack down the basis of Absolute Zero.
Yeah, the thing is, they have a composition that does pretty well as a siege comp, with the fact that they have the Farsa and also with the Moskov. I think that the Moskov really requires that Malefic Roar before he can realistically be able to touch these turrets with great ease. Because at this moment in time, if he were to touch the turrets, he's actually a little bit closer to the team fight than if he has the Malefic Roar.
JPL just scouting out information, but feels like Absolute Zero is just stacking as 5 around in the mid lane. It's up to how Flash SG balance out these waves.
With the creep waves now completely cleared out, the jungle creep that is, with Absolute Zero just kind of hiding and hunkering down within of their own base, Team Flash, they're not too interested in overextending too. So hiding in their own brushes will be a good call, while they wait for the upcoming Lord, which will happen somewhere in 20 seconds.
Stuffing out information, that's exactly what Flash SG is trying to do against Absolute Zero. But I think it's easy to predict where Absolute Zero is. They always have the habit of stacking as 5 across all around the board. If you see one, rest assured the rest of the members should be there.
As of now,
hello,
Flash is somewhere in the map, but Absolute Zero, they themselves have no idea.
See this purple circle? Okay, diversion play right there. Nobody from Team Flash will be able to see it. Consume play right there. Also going to mess everything up. Vanix, the main target from the side of Absolute Zero, will not be able to find him though. Vanix and Courtesy safely tucked away behind the front liners, and now JPL will be using the consume play of themselves. Absolute Zero committing a little bit too much for that one.
The grab also didn't manage to unfortunately pull anyone closer over to the rest of Flash.
Sorry, my elbow touched the pause button.
Unpause.
You look like you're gonna worship an unpause called right there. But it is nail biting, right? Even though Team Flash, you thought that they had the advantage, but it seems like nope. It feels like Absolute Zero can easily turn the tide around because of Buji as that Lo Yi.
I do think that they have that surprise potential, right? They can just kind of pop by from behind and surprise kind of thing, right? But I would give
Surprise.
yeah,
Some price.
yeah, some fries,
Yeah.
some fries, right? Oh, okay. So thank God
Yep.
that was a very short pause.
Looking for some price right here. Nan, ooh, getting busted down for the side of Absolute Zero. Flash SG this time around is a red carpet for the Lord. I don't think Absolute Zero will try anything weird unless you're talking about Salas Death Sonata try to steal that Lord. He had the idea, JPL blocked it.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate. But I think that is fine. However, what's not fine is the fact that now Absolute Zero, they are in literally Absolute Zero. Because they are now all the way back home in the base. Not exactly a barren wasteland just yet. However, the middle lane and the bottom lane T3 is currently not in the best state. With the Lord, and oh, by the way, this is Luminous. Wait, it's not Luminous. Wait, it is Luminous. Wait, is it Luminous? Luminous 20 minutes. 18 minutes. Luminous Lord is marching down. So that turret in the bottom lane, guaranteed down. Middle lane, not guaranteed. However, the waves are moving in together, especially the top lane. As you see, we already have a very strong, slow push. Okay, maybe not that slow, but we have a strong push that is coming in. Salas managed to clear that out, but they still gotta have to watch out for this upcoming wave, which will do quite a number to their base.
It's a very easy way for the side of Absolute Zero to fix it unless JPL has something else. He is the zoner, and he will be able to zone the rest of the members out. Absolute Zero bottom lane already cracked open. Mid lane looking to fall very, very soon. Kurtizi right here. Oh, he gets tagged out. Hades bursts down the CC from the side of Absolute Zero. Kurtizi pick out Silence, and now it's gonna be Team Flash going in ham onto the core, and there's nobody from the side of Absolute Zero to defend this as Flash SG goes up to the grand finals in a beautiful head and shoulders wipeout.
Wipe out my head and shoulders. And the final moment, AZ. They were close, but alas, not exactly close enough in the final game in order to claim their ticket over to the grand finals. As such, ladies and gentlemen, we have got a victor of this lower bracket finals. Flash defeated AZ in a 3-1 fashion, going back up to the grand finals to once again meet RSG.
Oh, that's definitely going to be an interesting match, Abstract. That's going to be a revenge match. Mind you, yesterday was a best of 5. This time around is going to be best of 7. But I also have to congratulate, in a sense, Absolute Zero. That is a very good MPL Singapore Season 9 run for them as well. Starting all the way from the Challenger stage.
Third place.
Third place.
Third place.
Yep, third place. And not only just that, made Team Flash sweat in the lower bracket finals.
Boy, oh boy.
And don't forget, they started basically with no tournament life. They don't have the luxury of an upper bracket.
You are right, because
and they got
when they faced
oh no,
Flash
they faced
early.
Flash too. Oh yeah, sorry.
They faced Flash, and then then they went down. So technically they did have that double limbs. After that, then it just kind of like straight road all the way.
For them.
Yeah, straight road all the way.
Yep. No Cinderella story for them though.
Unfortunate though, because I really, really do admire what Absolute Zero has got out for them. I more or less have a very good idea as to how the team plays, and in fact, I think that they're probably one of the more diverse team when it comes down to strategies.
Yeah.
At no point, right? At no point, I will look at Flash and just be like, this. In this game, looks like they are opening up for kickoff. I think they're good at that. And this game, they're opening up for Deathball. I think they're good at that. This game, they're opening up Ube. I think they're good at that. This is something that I can say for Absolute Zero because they pulled it off. And they managed to make it work.
Yep.
However, I think that what they're missing out is that they do have got the strategy. However, they don't have exactly an archetype out of this strategy in order to kind of change things up a little bit, to kind of shake up the competition.
That's what makes Absolute Zero scary. You don't know what they're gonna do next. Same could be said about Team Flash as well. You also don't know sometimes whether they will pull out Selena as well. Very glad to see JPL bringing back the Cho. And also, you never know when the Baxia Angela Wombo combo comes out as well. The Gunnerberg could come out, the Hellcat could come out. And that's something that we also have to look forward to as we go into the grand finals later on.
I think that although if I really have to mention about this game or talk about this game, I think that the Baxia pick is it's kind of a wasted pick, right? But to be fair, the Angela has been taken out pretty early into the second phase, so they don't really have the opportunity to pick that out. What they want generally is that they want to go for early game. Right, early game plays. They picked up the Loi. Generally, is very good. Loi, I feel the Loi fits in most compositions. However, the Loi realistically comes in more clutch in the late stages because of the repositioning things that you can do. But what I'm specifically looking out for is a mage that can go toe to toe, or rather, can stand side by side with a Baxia, invade enemies in a roaming trio. Because Baxia is such a solid monolith in the front lines. You just need someone to really help out Baxia to do even more damage.
Yeah, and it's surprisingly really interesting, right? Like, I really love how this goes, you know, like how the whole turn of events, especially for this part, it's definitely not easy to be able to play on site, because don't forget there's also a lot of pressure, a lot of, you know, not only just the pressure from external, but also pressure to perform well in front of an audience.
Indeed.
That's something that, you know, kudos over the side of Absolute Zero.
Yeah, so Absolute Zero is really unfortunate to see them bow out, but this is an amazing feat coming in from Absolute Zero. Once again, we mentioned challenger team that made it all the way to third place. We have quite a bit of MPL teams that didn't even make it to third place. They came in first season, boom, third place.
Yeah, the last time something like that happened was Team Evil, top 4.
Yes.
But with that said, ladies and gents, we're going to throw back to live. Lawrence, what do you have for us?
Alright people, welcome to the MPL SG Season 9 season finale. As you guys have witnessed earlier on is Absolute Zero versus Flash SG, and obviously the victorious is Flash SG. So I have the coach here with me to give us a few words on what he thinks about the match earlier on, or if you want to explain anything, please feel free. Alright ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for our Flash SG coach.
First of all, thank you to Flash supporters for supporting us. I know you guys had to come down pretty early today, and we have a long match to go. So we'll try to do our best and not disappoint you guys who are supporting all our players and everyone here. So give yourself a hands of applause. And then for Absolute Zero, I think they put up a good fight. When we faced them week 1, I already called it. This team is top 3 potential, and they prove it. So I think this team has a lot of potential, and in the future MPL, this team is a top 2 contender for sure.
Thank you. Okay, so right now, Absolute Zero is walking home with the 3rd place, and Flash SG will fight in the grand finals against RSG. So, can I just ask you, alright, Beyond, right? Alright, can I just ask you, how confident are you that your team will make it through the grand finals? Are you confident of it? For 1 to 10, how confident?
I would say 10. It's always good to be confident. So 10. Why? Because we put in the effort, we put in the resources, we put in the time, and my players all work hard. So I think we deserve it.
Okay. All right, and just one more question is, what do you think of the 4 matches early on? What do you think of it?
I think games were a bit shaky. We're warming up, you know. So I think it was a good game, definitely a good game. Absolute Zero put a good performance. We might expect RSG to put a good performance as well. Hoping to face them in the finals, hoping it will go. I mean, I think the crowd won 7 games, but let's see how many games will go.
Okay. Thank you, Beyond. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, so very shortly we are going to be heading on to our grand finals, which is once again Flash SG versus RSG. Can I just have a show of hands here? Who here is supporting RSG? RSG, make some noise! One more time. RSG, make some noise! Okay, Flash SG, make some noise! Okay, wow. Okay. I love it. Love the energy. Okay, I believe RSG fans still coming in. But in the meantime, all right, to those who are nearby, you know, around the area, Tampines, if you have friends around coming down as well, do let them know we still have some seats available. To those of you guys streaming back at home, we are here at Tampines Mall, Level 4, Open Plaza for an intense series. There will also be activities and prizes to be won as well. If you guys look to your back, to the behind this area is our Ignite Gaming, Flash SG, and even some diamonds for you guys to win, and a 1v1 booth for you guys to look out for as well. Now, in the meantime, we are also going to be casting the performance earlier on, the performance stats earlier on, and also who the MVP is for the previous game. So, who do you guys think is the MVP from Flash SG? Who again? JPL. Okay, here's some JPL. Okay. Now how about we let the casters decide who is it, and let us all know how the performance stats was and who the MVP will be. Casters, on to you.
Very much, Lawrence, but I don't think we have the power and the right.
No, we can.
We can?
We can.
Oh, really? We do? We have the power?
JPL, JPL, okay.
Huh?
Done.
Huh? I'm not aware that I have this power.
No, you don't. I do. Okay, well, who do you want the MVP?
I don't know.
Who do you want?
I don't
Who do you
know.
want? Name it. Name one.
Now that you give me a choice, I actually cannot decide.
You know why he can't decide? You know why he can't decide? Because there's no Diablo here. So you tell me now. Who do you want to be MVP?
Diablo.
Hades?
Diablo.
Vanek? Oh, Diablo MVP.
Oh, but stop my beating
Name
heart.
one. Come on, name one.
Stop
name
my
one.
beating heart. Okay.
You want to find out the extent of your power? Who's your MVP?
I cannot.
Name one.
I cannot. But
Okay, the crowd chooses and JPL. We'll give JPL.
anyways, there's also another thing that I would never get used to is listening to Zay's speaking English, because usually when we watch his stream, he speaks in Indo as well.
That is true, right?
Yeah,
It's always
right.
BI, right?
Yeah, but
Okay.
apart from that, let's take a look at the post stats. Hades played a perfect game, no death to this man, and if you notice, C Halberd as well, added on damage and also anti-regen, anti-shields mainly because of Bougie.
Yeah. Okay, so down to the nitty-gritty, really talk about the potential for MVP here, right? Because for Team Flash's lineup, it really boils down to every single one of these players to make their role stand out. They have a very specific role that they're gonna have to do, right? First things first, we need to identify that Vendetta is probably one of the main damage dealers for the team because he deals percentage-based damage, which will be a really pain in everyone's, behind because of the fact that we're looking at Glue, very tanky boy. We're looking at Xbox, supposedly a very tanky boy, which is not something that a CC is supposed to be able to shred down because of the raw amount of HP that Hades have. Is very little.
Yeah,
but he has a lot of Firaga armor, so that's a different concept.
Yeah,
that's a different mechanic.
Yeah, on top of that, if you notice, right, like for the side of Silas, 15k gold. He's a very expensive boy.
He does have a lot of gold.
Yeah, he does
for
have a lot of gold.
Losing team.
For a gold laner.
Losing
especially
team.
Granger, because Granger needs a lot more gold because of these BOD
Very
and Malefic
expensive items.
C Halberd, they have very expensive items,
Yep.
correct.
As opposed to a Moskov, corrosion size, golden stuff, DHS.
But still win game.
Yeah, still
still
win
win
game.
game.
So,
Yep.
kind of a cheater bug, if you ask me. But all in all, I really do think that when it comes down to creating a tempo for this game, I would definitely say that when it comes, Hades definitely played a very good part in snatching all of these the objectives and all. But JPL sets the pace
I
of
agree
the game.
with you. Okay, I agree with you to this extent, because remember halfway through during the cast I was talking about like how these two, they're on a pick composition, right?
Yes.
Both of them
Both of
holding
them
on
are
the
pick.
loading gun.
Yes.
It's who shoots the fastest and who shoots first. JPL shot first.
Yes.
Get a good pickup, and that's what broke that stalemate.
So far, I don't exactly remember all too much of Rapidude being able to be the first draw, to be the one that's better with the quick draw, right? JPL constantly being able to identify where people is, and this is very important.
Yeah.
This part is very important because the opponent have a low Yi. To have JPL to play as a Cho, it enables them vision. This is JPL's signature hero. Whenever you see JPL playing at a Cho, you know that he's going out and above and beyond, and just literally tag onto the opponent's roam. Where's the roamer? Where's the mid laner? Where's everyone? and then he passes on this information in order to make these some of these cross-map plays. Even though Team Flash is not a lineup that allows them to do that, and we did see a couple of times that Vanix tries to join in the action with the SODs, allows all of them unfortunately missed out. But I will still definitely say that Team Flash did manage to win some of these fights to a very small margin, which eventually still managed to help them win in the late stages, solely because of the fact that AZ was not able to play their early game.
Yeah, and really, it's just that small margin of error is the one that really separates these two teams. So, like, I mean, we've mentioned how it's not easy for Absolute Zero to really meet this hill and yet still make, you know, Flash SG, give Flash SG some trouble. Let's take a look at the MVP for this particular game.
It's going to be JPL, definitely for sure.
Should be, yeah, JPL.
See, told you. We have the power.
We do have the power.
We do have the power.
What would I do with this power?
Not abuse it.
Damn. That's one idea. That was one idea.
0-3 is to 9. We got JPL setting the pace of the game and disabling the enemy's possibility and disabling the enemy's one of the main win conditions of creating diversions.
Yep. Definitely not.
And pick off, of course.
Definitely not distracted by the low E diversions as well. Of course, like what I mentioned, I think he's the one that has the faster quick draw, and even if you draw quick, you also need to aim properly, and JPL was able to do so.
Draw quick and aim properly.
Yeah, you can draw quick, shoot, but if you don't land a shot, you miss.
Yeah. It's like as though I can do quick math.
But maybe I can. No, I'm not gonna ask a question. We did that joke before
on stream.
Yes, we did.
We did?
Yes.
Damn. Okay.
But anyways, that concludes our lower bracket final. Congratulations once again over to Team Flash. They were going to be going up to the grand finals, but also congratulations once again to Absolute Zero for making it this far as a challenger team. Looking forward to the grand finals, man.
Yep. I look forward to the grand finals. I look forward to season 10 of AZ. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if AZ takes up a new name from this point onwards.
So what? Become A1?
I don't know, but I feel that there might be an organization that is looking forward to, you know, kind of pick them up. You never know.
You never know.
Sponsored team.
Yep, but we see, ladies and gents, we're going to go into a short break. Coming up next, the grand finals of MPL Singapore Season 9.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head & Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head & Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくる相変わらずやかましい奴らだ
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じて。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
てやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくる相変わらずやかましい奴らだ
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくる相変わらずやかましい奴らだ
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
All right, mic test. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tampines Mall. Mic test, sorry. Let me go again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tampines Mall here at the finals, at the grand finals of the MPL Singapore Season 9. All right, ladies and gentlemen, do you guys know what to expect today? All right, I think some of you guys are a bit unsure. It's okay, no worries. Earlier on, we had a match between Absolute Zero and Flash Singapore. And of course, our Flash Singapore team won, which means now we are proceeding to the grand finals of RSG against Flash. So, can I have a show? Can I have maybe a showdown? Who here is supporting RSG? Make some noise! Okay. No worries. Flash Singapore, make some noise! All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a warm welcome back to Tampines Mall. My name is Lawrence. I'm your host for today's grand final. And we are going to be starting this match very, very soon. If you have friends around the area, get them here. For those of you guys on stream and watching all around the world, welcome to the grand finals of the MPL Singapore Season 9. All right, and next up, we are going to be throwing it back to the casters to find out what exactly you guys can expect, what exactly you guys on stream can expect as well. And casters, are you guys ready? All right, I'll throw it back to you guys. Casters, on to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals. No, grand finals of the MPL SG Season 9, where we will find and see the final bout between the top two teams in Singapore. And it happens to be Team Flash and RSG SG that will be coming together and fight it out to take the coveted spot as the champions of MPL SG Season 9, and of course be the Singapore representative for the upcoming EWC. Of course, that is going to be the MLBB Southeast Asia Cup 2025.
Yep, of course, we have MSC being held in EWC, also happening in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And of course, don't forget, ladies and gents, there's 32 days left to EWC. That's where we'll be witnessing, really the monsters in MLBB fighting against each other. And apart from that, we also have MWI happening during that period as well.
Yep. So, at this point, we need to have a general idea what the hell is going on with the teams, such as from Team Flash as well as RSG. So I think that this is a perfect time to kind of, talk history regarding their time throughout the entirety of Season 9. Yes, back to history lessons.
Man, you want a history lesson? Here's a history lesson with Jace. By the way, the last time these two teams met each other was Season 7, almost the same stack, just that Jay was being replaced by replacing Dairy, and then after that you've also got from the side of Team Flash, Ken this time around replacing Diablo, but more or less similar stack. I think the main critical person that we also have to look out for both these two teams is Hades and Bray, the battler of the junglers. Bray coming back in, definitely redeemed himself, and now he's like showing who is boss because he's able to lead RSG Singapore. Just take a look through the brackets. It's very rare, and I think, back in the good old days, RSG loves their lower bracket run, but this time around they're taking the upper bracket. The air is a lot fresher up there.
Oh, man. Bray came in and shook the country. We thought that, hey, there might be a little bit of a difference with RSG. Not too sure whether it's for the good or for the bad. And this time, I guess we have a very good understanding and we have our answer already. With RSG SG, let's take a look. We have Bray, Jay, Roy, CS, and Closer that will be representing RSG SG as they take up this mantle to challenge against Team Flash as they hold on to the upper brackets the whole time. And of course, gun for the champions slot.
Definitely, this team, international experience-wise, Bray and Roy has been overseas. You also see sometimes they appear in SPS. But apart from that, I think another grudge match also that we have to take a look at is Jay. Jay used to be from Team Flash as well back in Season 6 and Season 5. And that's something that we also, I think there's a bit of rivalry right there. Hey, you kicked me out in replacement. I believe that time Jay was the mid laner. You kicked me out to replace me with Kurt TZ. And speaking of Kurt TZ, let's take a look at Team Flash's roster.
Alright, so Team Flash, they had their bout in the lower brackets and went in with a 3-1 victory against Absolute Zero. And that is Hades, JPL, Katizi, Vanix, and Ken. It is going to be the same lineup that we saw in the lower bracket finals. They will be sticking to their guns and hoping that they will be able to come back with a sweet, sweet revenge.
Yeah, Flash SG this time around bringing a very different EXP laner. I think it's a bit of worrying sign, the fact that they keep switching in and out in terms of their EXP laners. But Ken has showed a lot of improvement and a lot of potential, especially as a very young EXP laner, up and coming in terms of MPL Singapore. And don't forget, Flash SG, this is the super team that we're all talking about, unfortunately taking a lower bracket route hopefully this time around they're able to deliver an interesting battle against RSG.
Indeed. We have known Team Flash at least for throughout the entire three-peat runs. We found them as the dream team.
Yep.
At one point in time, we were kind of tired of seeing, RSG at the top, sitting at the top for all these times. Team Flash came in to challenge them for Season 5. Didn't really work out too well, but Season 6 is when they got themselves the victory and finally dethroned and usurped RSG. Ever since then, they have been holding on to their name for quite a bit, and of course with a little bit of changes to the roster every now and then, and even made some crazy plays, crazy roster changes every now and then, but they still held their heads up high as the champions of MPL SG so far.
Yeah, the last time MPL RSG won, basically being the champion of MPL Singapore, was back in Season 5. So that's a very long time ago. I think if you kind of count it, that is what, 2 years ago.
Fair. I think it is pretty fair. Yeah,
So
2 years, 1 year, 2 seasons. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 years ago, right? So if, just a big if, I mean, Team Flash wins this, there will be the first four-peat for the side of Team Flash in MPL Singapore history. And it's not easy to be a four-peat champion, ladies and gents.
And I think that is also the first four-peat in MLBB history. If I'm not wrong, it's the first four-peat. I don't think that we have seen any other four-peat in all the other regions.
I would like to verify that. Hold on.
I don't think that we have any four-peat in
That's
any other
interesting
regions.
in topic that definitely will be looking out for. But I'll give you guys an update later because, man, this is a very precedent moment, especially for MPL history.
Indeed. And of course, RSG, they came back with a vengeance. And initially, when we saw their performance in the, I will suppose, in their seeded stage, they were not bad. Not bad. But I don't think that I don't think that they did all that great until Bray eventually came in for this playoffs. And this playoffs definitely, you guys pretty much saw their performance.
Sorry, first four-peat is Onyx ID.
Oh, so they actually managed to get a four-peat, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, just langit ada Onyx.
Never mind.
That's why.
Maybe we'll have a five-peat.
But anyways, we have to talk about the rivalries between we talk about now in terms of for MPL Singapore, in terms of RSG versus Team Flash. I think we've exhausted a lot of points in terms of how they're gonna meet each other, especially based on yesterday. But with Amox in tow as well, expect weird drafts. Roy was being put in Vale and Valere at the same time, and it feels like Amox has been doing a lot of background studying against Coach Zace.
Yep, and not to forget, I think that for Amox, he has a tendency of not letting Juicin as well as the Loy leak through every now and then. I think that he also included the Baxia into the mix, if I recall correctly. But if things starts to go, kind of off tangent, the first hero that he would cut off would be the Juicin. The Loy still have to stay in the banning pool, and I think that throughout the entire game between RSG and Team Flash in yesterday's game, all of which there were no Loy in sight.
Yeah, so I think that's also definitely a very interesting topic to talk about in terms of hero picks. I feel like you know them, you love them, you've seen what they can do before, and especially Bray. Don't forget Bray. I think I think let's talk more about Bray, because Bray as a player,
Rich history.
Very rich history. First debuted in Season 3. That's also the season where RSG first got their championship, and after that their flawless run for I think 2-3 seasons after that. And then after that, unfortunately Team Flash took over in terms of the championship role. But like what I mentioned, MPL Singapore has only one slot to EWC. And when you go over to be it EWC or MSC or the M Series, right? The experience that you gain as a player is just something out of the world. And Bray has been there for quite some time as well. Same can be said outside of Team Flash, but Bray, with his history, I've seen his performance. Remember his performance in Season 6 as well. But then again, he has grown in Season 7. Not only just a child prodigy anymore. I think he is a real man on stage right there.
We definitely, I think that enough seasons have went by with us not talking too much about it. I think that now is a good time for us to, kind of revisit the past as to Bray's incident, right? It's definitely going to be a taboo for Bray, but I think that it has been enough time for Bray to, kind of collect himself. He did. He went through quite a bit, and of course, there were a lot of flags onto him.
Yeah.
I believe that at this point in time, he has learned from his mistake, and looking at the fact that he played in the upper bracket finals, he showed great promise.
Yeah.
And I don't think, and it is mistakes that maketh a man.
It is. It is not manners. It is mistakes. And truly, he has become a man. And you don't need this season to prove that. Season 7 was his redemption arc, where he showed leadership. Don't forget, Season 7 was where RSG SG literally dropped Oki and Lucian Cutie and even Lozy. And then they have to bring out their subs.
Was that the scrambling of all the RSG players, and somehow they made it to grand finals as well?
Yes, that was the very season, and that was under the leadership of Bray.
Yep.
Don't forget, CS and Closer was subs from RSG since like Season 3 or Season 4. They're always in the backstage, and you know, it is Bray that brought these two players up, and now here we are. They're back at the grand stage once again, and like what I mentioned, really proud of this guy. This guy's undoubtedly the best jungler that we have so far.
In fact, even though we are not exactly looking at Diablo in the main roster, I think generally in terms of organization to organization, I think that what I see this as a storyline is really just a brothers rivalry. We have Diablo as well as Bray, both of them under the same organization and the same wing for the longest time ever, and they had shared moments. They have shared proud moments, they have shared sad moments, and finally, at one point in time, they have moved on to their separate ways, with Diablo now in Flash and Bray remaining in RSG. The both of them now gunning for their organizations to be the champions of MPL SG, and of course to be the Singapore representative for the upcoming MSC 2025. This is going to be a big thing, because this is one thing that I also heard of, and this is one thing that I know of. Bray, he's an assassin player. He loves and thrives with assassin. Diablo, he is a aggressive damage dealer in the EXP lane. But because Diablo shined so bright that we have Bray that needs to accommodate for Diablo. As such, that's why when it comes down to a certain part of the meta, we have a lot of tank junglers, and Bray have to play a lot more tank junglers instead of playing, you know, the typical Lancelot in, I think, the couple of seasons back. You know, Tanxalot, all those assassin heroes, those were out of the question for Bray. So now in this season, we have the assassin meta. Perfect for Bray, and we have Closer that plays very well when it comes down to all these utility XPs. This is probably the time for Bray.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, finally Bray can basically shine himself this time around. And ladies and gents, with that said, we do have the draft ready. No Diablo, of course, you know. The fact that the Flash keeps slotting Ken in to replace Bray, replace Diablo. I mean, Ken is a up-and-coming EXP laner, no doubt, right? And he's definitely shining. And he also allows, you know, Team Flash to play, allow Hades to play a lot more. Because remember what we mentioned, when Diablo and Bray were from the same team back in RSG, the draft gets super predictable, right? You know that Bray is definitely going to go into a fighter, a tank or fighter jungler. And then, you know, you cannot, you cannot basically go for your assassin junglers, right? But Flash SG needs that flexibility. The fact that Hades right now can go anywhere, Baxia jungle, a Phrygian jungle, or be it a Guinevere tank jungle as well, and that's unlocked by Ken.
At this point, we gotta have to let the draft unfold to eventually find out what kind of direction both of these two teams are going for, right? We more or less have got a preview of how the grand finals looked like in the upper bracket finals yesterday. So perhaps this is something that we could have seen, and perhaps through the statistics that you have on your Excel sheet as well, we have a better understanding about what about the differences that we should expect, and what are the changes that Coach Amox and Coach Z's may potentially have and put on over to the drafting stage. We start things off with a 1-1 as well as a Loi ban right off the bat. I don't think that this is, you know, any different.
Yeah, definitely, right? I think right now the fact that Amox is willing to break the mode, right? I love how Coach Amox does it. I also like Coach Z's how he does it. But I feel like after Coach Z is replaces Coach Zarate, I think Team Flash lost the X factor.
The X factor.
Yeah. It just lost that the X factor, and now it is Coach Amox that has the X factor to be able to basically bring up anything. Like, if the Veil can appear in MPL Singapore, what's next? The Cyclops? I just had to do it.
You just had
I'm
to.
sorry, I just had to do it.
Don't worry, that's a youngin thing.
You know the Youngin is actually probably restreaming us right now.
Yeah,
Hi Youngin.
I know.
Anyways, Maxia ban coming out from the side of Coach Amos as well. Coach Zace as well takes away the Phobius.
Okay, so nothing too out of the ordinary. We do have the Moskov that is currently thrown into the banning pool as well. We've got quite a multiple heroes that is currently available. I do like to find that the Hayabusa ban is something that is something that I did not expect. Kalia. Okay, we'll talk about Kalia, we'll talk about Chip. So far, I don't think that Chip has been first pick worthy, first phase worthy thus far. They would like to, most of these teams seems to like to pick up the Chip as a final straw, a surprise X factor for their team. Most of the X factor that you talked about actually comes more from Absolute Zero. The rest of these two teams, I think that they have a pretty standard meta-wise kind of drafting.
Do you not see the Valier and Veil from RSG?
I mean...
Anyways, Kalia first pick coming out from the side of RSG. But once again, if you see Vendetta bringing the Kalia over to EXP lane, there could also be a chance that Closer might be bringing it to the EXP lane.
That could be, but I highly doubt it. We shall see how that's eventually going to go. With the Harif being picked up along with the Gato Kacha. With the Gato Kacha having a very slight inch over to the roam position at this point in time, but still consider that as a flex pick. With mages currently still open, Juicin as well as the Farsa. It really depends on how RSG would want to play it out. Do they want layering of the crowd control? That is the Juicin that's still going to be paving the way and play around with the second phase of the pick. Otherwise, if they want some burst damage to really make full use of the single target lockdown coming in from Kalia, the Farsa would have been a better pick.
Yeah, but I also feel like right now, I think they're going for the side of Team Flash. It feels like they're talking about zone denial, right? You've got Gato Kacha allowing the Zaman Force to basically go in ham. Now you have with the AOG, and it also does have that global to react against a potential chip coming out from RSG.
So, because of this fact that you mentioned about the Gato Kacha, I think that is also something that could be a possible denial pick of the Farsa going over to the side of RSG. It could be a Farsa, it could be a Yves. Either way, both of these two these two mages are sitting ducks right there. So Gato Kacha generally just loves to AOG in. The difference is that AOG can disrupt.
Hold on. It's a swap. So it is actually Flash that picked the Kalia instead. And RSG goes for the Harif and the Gato Kacha. Thanks, production, for correcting that mistake. Right now, it's just... Okay, now it still makes a little bit of sense, I guess. Now it makes more sense with
Jay definitely Gato Kacha then.
Yeah,
Jay definitely Gato Kacha. That's not going to be a flex then. It makes a difference here.
Yep.
Right? So Team Flash now have decided... No wonder the AMOX banned out their Hayabusa. That makes sense. Okay, so now Team Flash, they've decided to pick up the Suyo and then a Granger for themselves. Due to the fact that Moskov is currently already unavailable, the next possible pick is going to be a Granger, allowing the Irithel to be picked up by RSG if they would want to go to that direction of winning the lanes against the Granger.
No, you got to have it already, so you don't really need another gold laner right now from the side of RSG. We talk about zone denial, right? You can drop a Zask or even a Juicin. That also fits the bill.
Okay, actually the Zask is actually an honorable mention, but we haven't really seen too much of that Zask ever since its downfall due to the nerf that's been worked up over to the I guess it's the entire kit, right? Or is it just the
It's just too. The Dominator's
It's breaking, I
It's
guess.
just game breaking. It's just so difficult, especially when right now it's mostly an assassin era, assassin meta.
Yeah.
Having that
They can
DD
just
to
kinda
hide inside the
walk out.
body, you could just basically do a lot of weird shenanigans. Right now, RSG bans away the glue. It's going to be Team Flash's turn to ban. Looking at the roster right here, I think both sides hasn't even secured the EXP laners yet.
Not yet, yeah. So they can definitely double down on that. And one thing that's for sure is that RSG is the one that has to blind pick one of these heroes. It's either going to be the jungler or it's going to be the EXP lane. Given the fact that Team Flash...
Wow. There you go. Zaz banned from the side of RSG as well. Like what I mentioned in terms of zone denial, Harry is also susceptible to this, right? You land down the Zaman Force, you put the DD right there, the Harry is not going to have a good time. But you know what's crazy from the side of Team Flash? Crazy idea number 5.
Crazy idea number 5.
Esmeralda.
Esmeralda.
By Ken. Juicing does have shields, good sustain against the Kacha as well, and also Harry as well. That's also one interesting counter. And you have a massive CC. That's just a crazy idea.
In theory, it does work. In theory, it makes sense. And in theory, she also do have the utility in terms of the Falling Star Moon to lock people down. I think that is a pretty good answer to that. You can also stick very close to the Harif.
Yep.
But in terms of the meta, do Team Flash want to play around it? And of course, does Esmeralda have a good lane matchup for that to happen?
Sure.
So I think that in order for Team Flash to play the Esmeralda into the EXP, it really depends if whether RSG decides to pick up a EXP lane first. They need to blind pick on the EXP. Yep. If RSG does that and the conditions allows, then only then Esmeralda is fair to be picked up.
True. For Amos, so which means that if I think based on what you mentioned, we're getting a set. I think the caster desk is thinking maybe they're going to go for. Oh, hold on. So that's a chow for the side of Jay on the roam. Galakacha going to the EXP. So this is also kind of interesting.
So this is an Esmeralda OK game. This is actually an Esmeralda OK game.
For the side of Team Flash.
Yes, for the side of Team Flash.
Yep.
So aside from the Esmeralda, if we talk about the meta terms, it's likely gonna be Badang because of the fact that they don't have a lot of setups. If they want to set up, it's mostly gonna be single target setup coming in from Kalia, but it will only make sense in terms of meta to pick up the Badang that would suit to Ken's needs.
Yeah.
And then they also miss out.
Okay.
Highloads. Okay.
That's why I said it's a crazy idea.
Okay.
Don't follow my crazy ideas.
It's not too crazy, to be honest. Honestly, it is not too crazy.
Right. So now the assassin for Bray. I like how Amos is actually keeping it all the way to the last. You can go for Ling is already banned out. You still technically speaking there's a Lancelot which is somewhere you don't try to go even though you've seen some other MPLs pick them up.
Lancelot is a no.
The alpha may be a little bit awkward right here. The Xbox seems interesting because you can abuse the fact of the AOG and also the Juicin. But right now it feels like for the side of RSG it's lacking burst. Hanzo.
Okay.
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 It does
have
well.
the AOG. Sorry, does have the AOE. You're pretty much safe. Well, in the meantime, Team Flash don't necessarily have got someone that can really just casually fly over to the back. What I mean by fly is quite literally just a Fasa.
Yep.
Dude, you really want the Fasa to chase the body.
Yeah, definitely, right? And you've seen how some of the teams actually bring out the Hanzo. It really wreaks a lot of havoc around the back lines, especially when the far side is probably scrambling to try to fly away. You lose over the sudden. Team Flash loses a lot of damage potential. If you zone out the Granger, and don't forget if the Granger shots actually land on top of the Hanzo, that's damage lost because that's a Ghost Bomb. Yeah. Basically, you do no damage to the rest of the team, allowing RSG to press on forward.
So, win condition. What are we looking for from the side of both teams?
Flash SG, I think both of them feels like a pick comp, right? You got a Cho, and you technically have a lot more flexibility for the side of Team Flash. Farsa can also be used as a siege unit. Right now, definitely, it's all about the mid lane play. Kurt TZ needs to be able to land, use the feather airstrike to zone out the rest of the enemies, whereas RSG Singapore needs to deny the feather airstrike.
So, here we have, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 between Flash SG and RSG Singapore. Definitely, both teams does seem as though they have a pretty strong composition and nothing too out of the ordinary. But we start things off with a very aggressive front coming in from Flash, pushing Roy all the way back home within the first minute.
Yeah, you can definitely do that, right? The Kalia more than happy to take up a fight like that, and every time when he's landing down a punch, a Kalia heals Kurt TZ as well. That's what's allowed Kurt TZ to be a little bit more aggressive.
And at this point, we are a few seconds away until the first turtle eventually spawns up. But looking at the jungle rotation, it doesn't seem like we're looking at anything too crazy. However, RSG's Hanzo is a slight tad bit slower. Okay, maybe it's not say slower. It's just that the studio decided to invade first before going into the beetle.
Yeah, but don't forget, Bray as the Hanzo can basically has a movement speed boost when he goes to the ultimate, right? So can immediately go over to the turtle. He can be right here ganking at the top lane.
Yep, so Bray immediately went over to the range to creep and of course consuming it, saving so much time. As we do have a little bit more of aggression from the side of Team Flash where they are looking more towards the northern part of the map as they prepare themselves for the turtle. But at this point, it seems like priorities is going to be more on RSG Singapore's side.
Definitely, right? Level 4 power spikes from the side of RSG is a lot stronger. The AOG, the ultimate coming out from the Juicin. Of course, you got Hanzo's ultimate. Yes, technically speaking, same could be said on the side of Flash SG, right? If they choose to brawl, don't forget, Ken on the highlights, the Glorious Pathway is more like a utility. It's allow repositioning. Flash SG is limited in terms of the damage department.
None of these teams seems to want to hold on to the turtle for now, but at least Jay, Roy, and Closer, they are putting themselves just right around the turtle's pit, looking for the opportunity to jump. And speaking of jumping, Team Flash, they're gonna make the first moves over to the turtle. 4 members around the turtle for the side of Team Flash, while RSG, they're looking for something. As the Crimson Beacon coming from Roy, just gonna be touching right onto the Kalia, but Kalia immediately goes in for the Tsunami Slam. Jay with the way of the Dragon on JPL, but doesn't seem like they will be able to do too much as RSG have suffered quite a bit of damage already. Jay and Closer fortunately got themselves back, while the Pinnacle Ninja dealt a significant amount of damage, but not quite enough to do anything else from this point onwards. With 2% down from the side of RSG Singapore, Team Flash now have the priority over the turtle and should be able to take this with no problems.
Yeah, good call coming out from Ken right there, the Law and Order.
And immediately, now Bray finds himself in the tough spot, but at least Roy... Wait, Roy, what are you doing? Oh!
Oh no. That's an interesting interaction.
Yeah, but I didn't think that Roy will want to throw them closer over to a almost dead Bray. But at this point, with our Dragon connecting down over to his side, Hades pushing him slightly away. This is a brawl fest all the way up north. Well, now more and more bodies are dropping for the side of RSGSG.
It's a very long sequence, Abstract, but let me break it down to you. RSG Singapore, Bray is actually one level ahead of Hades, and when Flash SG decide to go on a full-on brawl, the AOG coming out from the side Closer denies the Feather Airstrike. Remember, this is a game about Feather Airstrike, whether we can deny Cartesi of having a Feather Airstrike or allow Cartesi to have his Feather Airstrike. But then after that, when the fight elongated a little bit too long, it hurt Bray even more, and now because of that, Hades got 2 kills, and Bray is down. Now down 1 death, and they're almost the same level.
So in terms of economy, right, the economical sense for Flash is definitely looking a little bit more sleek, with 1,000 gold to their name. The turtle will take some time before it will eventually pop up, but I mostly just want to understand what is going to be the case for both of these two teams. So early game, who's got the advantage?
I think both actually has the same advantage, but if you scale all the way up to the later parts of the game...
Oh, wait, that blind jump of the title strike from JPL actually found Jay. Well, now we do have a red carpet coming in from Ken, but he's just going to be focusing on Roy. While the Pinnacle Ninja from Bray puts himself right on purple buff all the way down, deep in, dealt a significant amount of damage over the Kurt, but not that is going to do anything at this point.
Yeah, but right now it's just a brawl fest, right? Like, yes, technically speaking, Jay is a roamer, you sacrifice that, but you're giving kills over the side of Flash SG.
So now you can see the JPL is preparing himself, putting, of course, the passive right in front of the Turtle's pit. Flash want to do whatever it takes in order to get themselves a team-wide EXP buff, as well as economy, right? Gold all the way through. All 5 members from Team Flash congregating together while Bray goes in with the Pinnacle Ninja, but fortunately unable to steal the turtle away. RSG understands that, and they have no reason to continue this fight.
Yeah, right now, definitely the snowball...
Oh,
man, as I try to say that.
Ooh, that's not great. A non-committal play from Bray, only to have the gunslinger right in the face of Bray.
Yep, if you take a look at the gold lead right here, swinging in the favor of Flash. We talk about both these two teams has equal amount of snowball at level 4, but hold on, it's a 1v1 up top.
I don't think that that's going to go anywhere for Hades. He's going to be fine unless, of course, Jay and Roy comes in with a quick S1 and S3, gets him fine and dandy. Yep. Safe back home.
Sasuke is really fast.
case for.
Yeah, top side already cracked open. Bot side for the side of RSG Singapore is cracked open. It's a push and pull for both these two teams. In terms of gold lead wise, it's still 2K in the favor of Flash SG. But Flash SG, even though yes, they have a good team fight composition, RSG Singapore, once you hit the late game, once Bray starts to pick up his items, he can do more than just kill. He can basically use his Ghost Swarm to steal lords away and steal objectives away.
You know, at this point, we have a lot of information that we could have gotten from the side of Team Flash because of the fact that they have a Cho. This is a very explosive lineup that you can see from the side of Team Flash. They have very non-committal things that they can do. Even though we're looking at a Kalia that seems also committal, but her ultimate eventually brings you back to the team. So even if you just jump into Title Strike, the Tsunami Slam brings you right back in and allows you to be in a pretty comfortable position.
Top side, Vanek will be able to secure that one, but teamfight it shows.
Immediately, Jay finds himself taken down, can take the last hit off of that. While in the meantime, CS is just going to be zooming all around onto the Zaman Force and joins into the fray. It is going to be Bray. He's looking for a kill on the Ken, but he's currently taking a little bit too much pot shot. But unfortunately, Bray, his real body is just a little bit too close onto the Z-Brush. As such, Hades found them, or rather found him, and took him down.
Yeah, the real body's a little bit too close for the side of RSG, but take a look. You can start to see how Bray is trying to use his own fake body to burn the Tsunami Slam coming up on the side of Flash SG. But then again, the snowball once again is swinging in the favor of Flash SG right now. They're starting to encroach RSG side of the jungle. RSG Singapore needs to do something.
So now we're gonna have to identify a few things. Do you want to use the Pinnacle Ninja as one of the main damage dealer, or do you want it to use as a peeling mechanism? If you want to use it as peel, you need to look for alternative damage sources. And I think that just having CS as an alternative damage source is not quite enough in this early game.
Yeah, definitely, right? I think RSG Singapore, if they want to play, oh my goodness, Vanix crack open bot already. And only like around 8 minutes, the side wave, RSG is losing the countrysides.
I don't exactly know what RSGSG can do at this point in time. We've got a Pinnacle Ninja coming in. Just gonna be slicing and dicing on the Ken, but this guy is the front line. It's not easy gonna be bringing him down because he's got his carpet as well as a revitalize as such. Jared's gonna find himself taken down by the hands of Vanix. We do have the Zaman Force that's gonna be dropped as such. They will be able to bring down and whittle down the front lines.
Yeah, Jay giving his body right there, but then again, you can start to see Flash SG, they have a plan in mind, and the plan is basically trying to bait out RSG Singapore out in the open, bait the Zaman Force out, but what Flash SG likes to do is they like to commit a lot of resources in picking one person. All that resource just to put Jay into the ground.
Now, I would say that when it comes down to jungle versus jungle matchup, Bray, even though in terms of level, he seems to be relatively okay, right? Level 11 versus a level 13, and now just hit level 13. Suyo, they also managed to take down the turret down the bottom lane, so that's all fine and dandy. Putting both of them is at only one level gap. However, I think that when it comes down to gold, that is where the problem is gonna be. Bray requires a little bit more gold in order to go online, and it's a slightly more expensive assassin.
Yeah, apart from that, Hanzo is also a very greedy assassin as well. And if you start to notice, Bray is actually starting to fix the sideways, right? That's the power of a Hanzo, but I'm also interested in the items because I'm desperately looking at CS right here. He should have most of his items coming up online, right? At the very least, the corrosive side and the Holy Crystal. These are his two core items. Sorry, not corrosive side, my bad. The Stardom side. Oh my goodness, they changed the items along. Yeah. They're both sides. There's also the Feather Heaven as well. These are his two core items that are secured, but I think he needs more. The Holy Crystal is definitely something that you need. Vanix is already skipping the BOD, go straight for the Malefic Roll first.
So he does have some damage in that department. But in the meantime, we're going to be looking at the main lot fight. JPL trying to close the gap a little bit while Kanda giving some information. And he's a very tanky boy. He's not going to have a lot of problems. As such, it is going to be ultimates coming in from both ways. But unfortunately, Bray, even with the Pinnacle Ninja, unable to steal the Lord away from the hands of Hades, while the rest of members from the side of Team Flash pushes the rest of RSG away.
We talk about target prioritization right there. If you see how JPL focusing on actually pulling Bray away so that he doesn't use the Ghost Bomb to try to steal the Lord away. But apart from that, Abstract, I'm thinking about RSG Singapore needs to really try to focus on the priorities. I've seen Bray try to whittle down Ken. I've seen Bray try to whittle down, you know, the likes of even JPL, right? But the main target is Kurteezy right here.
As such, I think they're gonna have to look at a different avenue, right? Because we talked about the fact that we want to see kind of like a front to back kind of thing from RSG, but in reality, I think that there's so much more that they could do, right? You drop the Zaman Force as well as finding that we have Dragon. You can target anyone that you want. You don't have someone that can shred down the tanky front lines with true damage. As such, it takes time to kill them. You can kill them, but it takes time. But speaking of time, it is going to be the time for the suplex onto Closer. But in the meantime, over to the side, we do have the Way of Dragon just going to be connecting onto Vanix as such. This is going to be Pinnacle Ninja. He's going to be running his face right over the back to bring him down. Finally, Jay immediately with the Jakundo all the way back home. He's going to be fine for now. But Hades is a little bit overextended. As such, he will be taken down by the hands of CS.
Yeah, like when I mentioned, I don't like old Bray. Maybe looking for more right here, but I don't think he has the range for that. Finally, RSG Singapore has identified targets, right? Vanix must be taken down. His stacks on the Sky Piercer is crazy. Good for Jay right there to try to shut him down in terms of locking him down. As we take a look at the replay earlier just now for that particular sequence, take a look at J-Cam, right? Jay is the one that really sets up the fight earlier just now, allowing Bray to basically go into his ninja form to try to hunt down Vanix. At the same time, yes, Kurteezy may be there with a feather airstrike, but once, you know, the feather airstrike finishes, Kurteezy is just a normal Farsa. Doesn't need to wait for a lot of cooldowns to come online.
I really like the angle coming in from Jay. Manages to find Vanix. It would have been great if the positioning of Vanix was a little bit more to the northern side so that he can be kicked all the way through. But speaking of kicking, we do have a suplex instead. Roy melted down in an instant. I would like to believe that most of the damage came from Vanix.
I wasn't expecting that kind of burst. You know, you expect Roy to be able to just jump out with the ultimate, but it seems like he's not able to do so.
Yep. So, Tsunami Slams after Tsunami Slams. We are looking at quite a bit of those pick-off potentials from Team Flash, and that is a lot more clear from Team Flash. While for RSG, it's not exactly that clear. It feels as though their Way of Dragon is a little bit more of a random crowd control or just a small little target. But in the meantime, the AOG coming in from closer is just going to be putting himself right in the front line. For the meantime, Bray focuses all over to the back. He will be able to bring Hades down though, so that is going to be a great start for them. The Zaman Force coming in from the side of CS has been dropped and has been used to the fullest extent, finally pushing Team Flash away. With 20 seconds and above timer onto Team Flash, RSG can actually try to go for this Lord.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, RSG Singapore trying to punish it, right? At the same time, they still have Bray, so they will have to try to blitz down this Lord ASAP. It's up to Team Flash to try to hold it down.
It's going to be the Tsunami Slam. That's going to be on the side of Bray. We do have the Pinnacle Ninja coming in also from the side of Bray, but he was not going to be chasing up with the rest of the members from Flash. Wants to focus onto the Lord. Bray brings it down. Realizes there's no reason to continue up to this fight because they already have Kurteezy being staggered. But Bray, because he's a Pinnacle Ninja after all, if you're able to find a little bit more kills, that will be fine.
Yeah, we talk about the late game right here. RSG Singapore, don't forget, when the Harris picks up the Holy Crystal, which he just did, that was the major difference. That's why RSG Singapore's damage increased exponentially. But it's also good for the side of Flash SG, right? Hades is there to screen Bray, but it seems like, you know, Bray started to pick up the items. Hades is unable to assassinate his Ghost Form. And now with the BOD, he's going to do a lot more damage.
Almost managing to get the pickup over to Hades, but at least the Blitz Surge allows him to get himself right out of dodge before anything chaotic happens. RSG, they now have the upper hand with the Lord onto their side. And this is a Luminous Lord. Not really a multiple charge Lord just yet, but still not a little bit tanky, but not tanky enough. They would want to bring down all of the T2 turrets.
I feel like right now, the Flash, the snowball ended. RSG Singapore finds a way, the mistake made by the side of Flash SG earlier just now to overcommit. At the very least, they're still able to, you know, hold on to the turrets right now because they do have a Farsa and they choose to take down the Lord before the Lord actually reaches the base.
I'm not exactly sure what kind of angles RSG could be looking out for here. I think the only thing that they can work with is hoping that the Way of Dragon lands on someone and bursts them down quick, but I think that that's kind of a tall order.
Right now it's just the full gift rod. Unless Jay has something interesting that he would like to say using his Cho.
Yeah,
but Bray is more than happy to pick these non-commitments.
Right on to Kurteezy, force the Wings by Wings as well as the Feathered Airstrike. I think that RSG will want to look for an opportunity here if Team Flash were to overextend themselves.
Yeah, it's a little bit crazy. Curtizi is a different kind of fighter, different kind of beast. Race still ongoing.
Ouch! That's the Pinnacle Ninja already disappeared in an instant, and RSG realizes and knows that this is not their chance to fight. They have to reset themselves, and within the next minute or so, they have to play a little bit safe. For now, even if anyone were to go down, I think it's still fine. They should be back in time for the Lord, but anything after 30 seconds, they need to play safe.
Yeah, earlier just now, if you notice how, even though Bray is tagging onto Curtizi still, as a wings by wings form, still flies forward towards danger. This man knows no danger. He see an edge, he will knock into it.
It's almost like he would throw caution into the wind, but not for not for fun and not for laughs though, because he understands the risks involved, and he is able to kind of stretch his hero far enough. He does have got the blood of wings, so he's not particularly too afraid of being bursted down instantaneously.
Lord will be spawning very, very soon. You can see Hades already trying to fix the wave, but don't forget, oh, hold on a second, Concealflex.
Immediately now, Hades is all alone, but I think the RSG and the rest of the members want to follow up on this. As such, it is going to be a Suyo down. The AOG connects onto 3. Vanix immediately flickers himself away. He's going to be saving the sound for now, but the rest of the members coming for the side. RSG just going to be going for the pickup onto Ken. That's going to be the next one onto the chopping block. As such, 2 men down on such a critical moment.
RSG, that was a free lord for them right there. It's a good play coming up from RSG Singapore. They identify and they adapt and they understand. RSG Singapore knows Team Flash's pattern. They always see Hades try to fix away by the sides. They just bomb rush for it, burst him down, and hopefully, they take even more casualty as collateral damage. And there you go, boom, a free lord.
No more boots. Coming in for the Harif has picked up the Oracle to further cement what kind of damage and survivability this man has. A lot of shields coming in from every chrono dash.
Look at Bray's items, man. A BOD, a Malefic Roar.
Ooh.
With a ton of attack speed. Can shred. As long as Bray plays his cards right, man, there's nobody from the side of Flash SG can survive that.
I fear for the back lines of Flash.
I'm usually the back lines. I'm scared right now.
You will feel fear even just from watching this. That's the kind of fear that Hanzo can bring onto a team. Doing the Pinnacle Ninja. Oh, that's a great burst.
But Bray can always do
this.
enough.
Okay.
But Bray can always do this, and that's the power of the late game Hanzo. I think Hades overestimated his now, and once again, Flash SG is forced to defend 4 against 5. Sorry, making 4 against 6 with the Lord marching up top.
That's a huge blunder as now the way of Dragon connects down to the Ken. The AOG connect onto Ken as well, but they are going to be focusing onto the front lines while CS wants to bring Ken down as much as possible. The Wings by Wings is currently unavailable as such. Roy picks up the Katizi, breaks him down, and at this point in time, RSG takes game number 1.
A strong momentum coming up beside RSG in game number 1. The Hanzo, we doubted it in the early game because he hasn't have his items yet. You expect a Hanzo to have a lot of early game potential, but seems like he cannot find any. But when it comes to late game,
he's a monster.
That ghost is scary.
Remember how he got 3 deaths and not a single kill. It felt as though he was in a really deep gutter. But fortunately, as mentioned before, he's out farming. He's got EXP pretty okay, right? Only 1 level discrepancy. So technically speaking, in terms of 50-50 battles for the objectives, he's not out of dodge. And of course, with the Pinnacle Ninja, it's essentially a free walk-in over to the lawn and literally just gunning for the 50-50.
Yeah, like these 50-50, after you throw it multiple times, it started to lean over to RSG. Yes, Team Flash has a strong snowball effect in the early game because of the grandeur, but once CS starts picking up his items, his Holy Crystal, that's the one I was eyeing, and that's where, RSG... Not say RSG, Team Flash overestimated the amount of free reels that they could go, and they tried to end the game right there and then. Had Team Flash end the game then, I think it will be a Team Flash game. But because RSG was able to extend and defend properly, and that's why we got an RSG game number 1.
Let's not forget about the power spike coming in from Suyo. Once it comes down to the late stages of the game, you can see just how obvious the fall off is.
Yes.
It's between 2 assassins. If an assassin can't burst down another assassin in the late stages of the game, that means a lot. Well, in the meantime, all the other assassin needs to do is just walk back slightly and then re-engage again. And at that point in time, all of the skills from the Suyo is currently under cooldown.
Yep. So unfortunately, I think what RSG realizes that Hades likes to go on alone. using the Hanzo, I think the only closer time that Bray actually was caught off guard was when he's in his human form. That's where Hades was able to do the damage. But at that stage, Hades is forced to build defensive items because he's always getting busted down.
Indeed.
And he doesn't have enough damage to deal with Bray. And what Hanzo do, just goes in ultimate and start slicing.
I would say that I would usually and normally want to question what is with that 1v1 coming from Hades, but I would like to believe that at that point in time Hades is already too deep in.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of things that allows him to escape, and he knows that if a Pinnacle Ninja is coming right for him, he's pretty much dead.
So the problem right now is Team Flash, like what I mentioned, if you noticed, they like to do a 4-1 composition towards the later parts of the game. 4 people to defend, and then 1 person to basically start clearing the ways from the sides, and then after that coming off a flank. It's starting to get a little bit repetitive and also very predictable, and I feel like Amox noticed that.
Most of the time we always mention and we keep on saying, whenever there's a Hades on the opposite side, look out for your side waves. Look out for your side waves, look out for your side waves. So initially, this is probably the reason why they have decided to ban out the Hayabusa, because they just eliminate so many escape routes for a Hayabusa. Hayabusa have like 4 escape routes, and you gotta have to, number 1, you have to guess where it is.
Got the iframes as well.
Got the iframes as well from the Ogi Shadow Kill. And when you guess where the which Shadow Clones he teleported to, you will have to get to that Shadow Clone. And when you get there, you could still go to another Shadow Clone. That is the main problem. That's why chasing a Hayabusa 1v1 is never fun. You need to put down so much more resources just to chase down a split-pushing Hayabusa, which is why Hades is always unpunished while he's split pushing.
Yeah, remember M4 Kyrie Hayabusa? Yes, exactly why. But apart from that, I think that's why the Hanzo pick was really a beautiful pick coming up from Coach Amox. Yes, early game, you kind of doubted it because, like, you know, he's not doing really, really well, but that's also because, you know, you got a power spike coming up from the side from Team Flash. As to take a look at the stats right here, full-on items like what we mentioned and highlighted during halfway through the cast, right? Like, you've got the 3 attack speed items, exactly what a Hanzo needs. You've got a BOD, a Malefic Roar to burst it down, but don't forget, CS on that Holy Crystal was the game changer. And once you start to do a lot of damage, the AoE damage especially, Kurtizi is unable to hold, and to a certain extent, Vanix cannot also engage. Yes, you got Ken as the pony of death on the high loss to kind of form that brick wall, but ultimately, they always walk into a 4v5 fight, and RSG managed the whole team fight really well.
I think that the one thing that Team Flash was unable to take control of in the late stages was to go eye for an eye for the amount of damage CS is able to break through. The reason why you have a high loss in the late stages of the game is to completely and utterly nullify the effects of a Zaman Force. The moment you know that Zaman Force is has went down, throw the pony. Throw the pony right in the face of this Harif. This way, the Harif's damage will not go over to other people. In the meantime, while this exchange is going on, it's all up to Vanix to deal reasonable and good amount of damage over to Closer. Because if we were to compare between these two roamers, we know for sure that Hylos have got way more HP, and Closer has got way lesser HP. So in terms of in terms of true damage wise, both of these players don't have that kind of true damage. It's all nullified based on the magical defense and the physical defense respectively.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's a draft difference right there. Really, like I feel like in the early game, yes, after a while, Team Flash felt like they're running out of fuel, right? When the damage department from the side of RSG start to spike up. Don't forget, Hanzo is also a DPS monster, right? Apart from Burst, he also has a DPS. So that's exactly what you do, and it's a lot more flexible. I think I keep hounding on this one because what a beautiful draft, right? Coming out from the side of RSG.
I think that this is a great start to a momentum. Yes, I find it really tough to kind of see this because Flash has been so unbeatable so far, as we mentioned in the previous seasons, and coming in, fighting up against RSG, seems as though RSG is not a kryptonite.
Yeah, I feel like it's just plain old, you know, when you've been such a strong team for a long period of time, you play more games. When you play more games, you open up yourself to more analysts, and that's where, you know, RSG with help of Coach Amox, I think they found their weak point. The weak point is the fact that Hades like to split push. With that said, I feel game number 2, I feel like it's not... Okay, apart from the fact that I did say it's a bit of a draft issue, coming up from the side of Hanzo, the Hanzo changed up the draft completely. Maybe an execution thing that we also have to look out for, right? For the side of execution, I think expect a tank jungler coming out from Hades in the subsequent games.
So tank jungler, huh? Okay. So at least that will
It
change.
goes beyond my logic to say this.
I guess so. I mean, tank junglers. Well, either way, when it comes down to the statistics that we have got on our hand, both teams, we don't really have to talk too much about gold. But when it comes down to objectives, we can clearly tell that when it comes down to Turtle, early game, Team Flash have got that no problems. But the lot takes from RSG is where it really mattered from that point onwards.
Yep, most of the damage coming up from RSG is in the high rank, right? 73k damage dealt alongside with that juice in. Even though, yes, Bray does not have a lot of damage, but when it comes to the later parts of the game, as long as you are able to assassinate the assassin, you don't really need that amount of damage.
Yeah, this is, I would say that the 43k, like 80% of those damage is only from the late game. While when we are looking at CS's damage, the total of 80k damage, it's only fair to say that maybe about 60% of that damage is from the late game. The 40% is probably early game, so if you kind of measure it, I think that it's pretty fair to say that even for Bray's kind of growth, there's a lot of damage just from the Hanzo.
Yep, definitely, right? And now we ask the question, right? Going into the MVP screen, I was...
Hanzo?
I want to... Okay,
Gato.
close it. Gato.
Okay.
All right. You want to explain? Do you agree with this?
AOG. Drop in. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay, Gato Kacha, I think is a good call because don't forget, remember the game. The win con for the side of these two teams is to basically deactivate Cortese's Feather Airstrike. And apart from that, you zone out. You zone out the Grandeur in terms of the Rhapsody and the Sonata. The way you do it, and it allows the Harrier to basically go in ham onto the Zaman Force, is because of that AOG.
Okay, so let me update the sound effects. Boom, 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 ka ka. Right?
That bird.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready for this one, guys. I wasn't ready for this one. But yeah, game one, but this is still game 1, right?
Yeah.
See how Team Flash recover from impossible scenarios before. Hopefully that is also the case for Team Flash, but at the same time, RSG, whoa, now looking strong.
Yeah, at least when it comes down to the Fasa pick into the Gato Kacha, I'm not too sure how to feel about it. In theory, we know that definitely the Fasa will have a lot of problems. And in the early stage of the game, even you have mentioned that the name of the game is to land good feathered airstrikes, because that's probably the main damage in the early stages. Even when it comes down to the late stages, that is the zonal tool that you want for your team as Team Flash. But what is the use of a zonal tool from your team if your opponent's zoning tool overrides your zoning? So that means you no longer have the zoning, while the opponents have the zoning instead.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that you got two people that can do the zone, right? From
Yes.
the side of RSG. Harif and also the Gato Kacha. The Zaman Force and of course the potential damage, and after that the AOG. On the same time, technically speaking, I feel like even though the composition feels like a more clash composition, but I think maybe they could have played a pick composition method instead of using that comp. Because right now, instead of handshake these team fights, especially these massive clashes, just use the Tsunami Slam to pick somebody. But then again, you got a Hanzo that's wrecking up havoc, the combo breaker coming out from the side of RSG.
In their defense, though, they did do that in the early stage.
They did.
Yeah, whenever they saw... In fact, we saw the Tsunami Slam actually landing on the Roy, and he disappeared mid-air. That was like less than a second of survival upon the tsunami, or upon the tails wrapping around Roy.
Yep, with that said, ladies and gents, we go to game number 2. RSG going on first pick once again. Loi banned out. The momentum is definitely in the favor of RSG. Flash SG on the other hand, what do they have left?
Okay, so let's review what are some of the strategies or some of the ways that they play, right? Number 1, Vanix onto Moskov. That kind of death ball composition is a worthy mention. Just throw the Vanix with the Moskov, play the early game, accelerate his growth, and go crazy. Number 2, allow JPL to play his show. I think that whenever JPL plays his show, it unlocks a dimension for the team whereby there's so much things that they can do. It also unlocks and enables Hades to continue on with those kind of side lane pushing, split pushing, cross map plays that they so very much love, because JPL is providing information. If Hades wants to go for the side push or not is all well within his own due diligence, if whether he can do it or not.
It feels like you're balancing on the knife's edge right here, right? Using JPL on the Cho to provide that information, so that Hades has a better decision, resources to make a better decision whether to split push or not, or to join the fight. But I really want to see Team Flash, clumping up together as a death ball right here, because it feels like the 4+1 composition is being dealt with by RSG.
Okay, so that means that there is also another direction that we can go for. Okay, Moskov banned by themselves. Okay, so right now we still have got the Lucas currently available. So what they can go for, if the drafting allows them to go for, snowball in the early game. That is where the Lucas joins into the fray. We know that Hades does play a pretty mean Lucas with early game Hunter Strike plus the War Axe. The amount of damage right now is pretty nutty. In fact, make full use of the Lucas before he starts to get a nerf, because I think that he's going to lose like 5% of his damage soon on the next upcoming patch, so make full use of it.
Yeah, definitely, right. But I feel like even though the Lucas was actually quite open last game, it wasn't picked up by both these two teams.
I feel that
even the
dropped in
Matilda
priority
as well. Yep. Suffered quite a significant drop, because I feel like teams are starting to realize how to deal with it. But now Kalia getting banned away by the side of Flash SG. First pick wise, the Baxia is open.
Ah, okay. So, but okay, it's going to be Badang first pick. Team Flash now is given that opportunity. There is a lot of direction that they can go. However, I think that the main thing that they want to go is still kind of test the waters. They want to play a little bit more of a countermeasure. So right now with these upcoming 2 picks, it feels more blind to me than it's a counter pick to the first one, because Badang is just an initiator, it's just a setup. So draft your 2 blind picks in order to counteract with that kind of setups, or something that is flexible enough. So what are the flexible picks? Such as
Kimmy. Can put him back into the gold lane. So used to great success again, absolute 0.
Okay.
There's also a potential, like what I mentioned, Baxia. Oh no, hold on a second.
Oh!
You're gonna brute
double
force
down?
this. Doubling down. Using the chip as well from the side of JPL, and give Vanix the Harif. You need to make sure that Lord Vanix has his comfort picks, but once again, zone control, right? Badang can basically just face crack, just throw the Harif out of position, out of his Zaman force, and not able to reset his Chrono Dash.
Okay, so Harif is a relatively self-sufficient gold laner. There isn't exactly a very big need to be able to travel across the map with great speeds. Just general speeds is enough. So, the direction of Lucas is still viable. We can still expect to see Hades split pushing and still being able to join into the battles because of the shortcuts that are being built from the side of Chip.
Last one pass, ladies and gents. RSG brings out the Claw and also the Faramis as scale. Again, Faramis into a Harif is actually a very interesting choice, right? And not apart from the fact that you are more susceptible to the first skill coming out from the side of the Harif, you also allow yourself to get entangled by the ultimate from the chip, because you need to stick together in close proximities. But if the fight goes on, the Clock should be able to win against a Harif, because once Harif runs out of Zaman Force, the Clock can come in and sweep it in.
That means that if they want to nullify the amount of damage from the Zaman Force, a Hylos will always be a relatively good pick. If they would like to throw Jay into the Badang pick. But we'll see how that eventually goes. If RSG cannot match the kind of damage against the Harif, then the Hylos might be the way to go.
Also an interesting pick. Definitely good, but okay. Like what I mentioned,
Kimmy.
Flash SG goes for
But
Kimmy.
that's a mid lane Kimmy.
Mid lane Kimmy, but
Double magic damage.
Double magic damage, a little bit too much this time around. So you need more of a... I think you need to balance it out just a little bit more in terms of the EXP. Looking at Khalid's as well, even if you want to play that kind of roster.
Khalid?
Khalid. Raging Sandstorm right into a Cult Altar.
Okay.
Slice and dice, AoE damage, boom boom bam.
Lucas have AoE damage as well.
Why is... Fixated on
Look,
Lucas?
I'm pushing an agenda.
I can tell.
Yeah.
I can tell.
It looks good right now still.
It's like how my mom
It still
forces me
looks
to
good.
eat my vegetables.
Yeah.
No, I am not eating my vegetables,
Eat
Mom.
your greens.
No.
Okay? Eat your greens.
Baxia being banned
Baxia
right now.
banned out, okay.
Makes sense because of the shields coming up from the side of Harif. But of course, apart from that, it allows the Kimi to basically free hit from the back line easier. Nobody to jump onto you.
Look, I know that I've been harping this over and over again.
What?
But here's some reasons why Lucas is great for Team Flash. Number one, he's a snowball hero. Number two, he doesn't need to travel from one lane to the other lane because he's got a chip in his team. Number three, when you use your enhanced skill 1 and you play into the traction pulse, that is crazy. Number four, when the Claude does BMI away, you do have got your Tail Beast Bomb. I forgot the real name of it. So you have the Tail Beast Bomb to chase and kill that Claude that ran away. Number five is handsome.
Wow. Not bad.
Right?
So glad I know this side of Abstract today.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to the bans. Gadot Contra being banned away by the side of Amox as well. We're also expecting maybe more jungle bans from the side of Flash SG perhaps, or even perhaps an EXP ban. The glue, also kind of interesting ban if you ask me.
For a ban from Team Flash for glue?
Team Flash.
Okay. I think that's fine as well. Glue is also one of the other heroes that can soak damage pretty well, especially against a Harif in this case.
Ooh, Tigreal ban.
Tigreal.
Oh yeah, sorry, you don't, yeah. I think, yeah, Tigreal ban interesting, right? What I mentioned is you don't want this AoE massive thing because that's something that Jay could potentially play as well. Yeah, I agree.
So at this point, Team Flash have a lot of AoE style, right? They have the Zaman Force. You can catch people with the ranged implosion. That's one thing. A lot of area denial, or rather, they want to play for areas.
Yep.
So far, Team Flash, they ban out the Baxia, they ban out the Tigreal. Seems like the direction that they're going for is not exactly a single direction, but they're looking at two different things. Baxia have got a great tankiness throughout the entirety of the games, while still providing great damage all the way through. Well, they just don't want an implosion on the opposite side to kind of stop what they have on Team Flash's side.
The implosion is really good against a chip, right? Because when you come out with your
right, it's a
ultimate,
natural counter. Yeah,
it's a natural counter. The second best counter to that is probably I don't know. I'm crazy idea number 6, a Minotaur. Minotaur ultimate.
I don't think so.
Nah, I don't think so. That's why I called it crazy idea.
Yeah.
Team Flash right here. Do they go for an EXP lane pick right here? I think you do. Terizla looks wonderful as well. Once again.
It feels kind of easy to get out of. Because naturally, if for the side of EXP, okay, they stole it away. I have a feeling that they picked up the Hylos because they want to steal it away from RSG. So this kind of leaves the glue for RSG.
Yeah, I think glue is great because especially when they have Faramis on their side, that's why Flash not keen for the glue.
Yep.
But it's actually kind of interesting, right? Now, with the Hylos right there for the side of Ken, you're going to have a lot more frontline. And it's
Alpha Matilda!
Oh my god, not again.
Oh my god, they're going for the combo.
Team Flash, are they ready for it?
Okay, so they are actually going for the Badang XP and the J under the Matilda. This is kind of nutty. This is hands down just a dive comp. So Team Flash, let's think about this. I think that this changes the game altogether. What kind of jungler do they really want in this case? The roaming trio is Matilda, Faramis, as well as the Alpha.
Lucas.
Still okay. So it's still gonna be a Lucas.
Seems like Zay's actually I hear you. Literally went for the Lucas instead. I think you need survivability against RSG's roster. Lucas technically does have a very thick health bar once he goes to the ultimate. Another contender is definitely Guinevere, but they're running too many magic, so that's why you need somewhere of a balance. Don't forget, Hylos, that Ring of Punishment, also do magic damage as well.
Oh yeah.
So
right. So that means that this early game, the early game, actually is also pretty good, right? Team Flash, I think that the both of them can go pretty much neck and neck in terms of that. Oh, actually, this high loss is EXP. So if you look at Badang versus the high loss, technically the Badang would have a way better time. So lane priority on the Badang will be way better. So most of the fights we're looking at Chip and Kimi mid lane going up against Faramis and Mathilda.
So it's going to be very heavy on the opposite side of the turtle, right? Of course, it also relies on how, also you have to see how JPL really pilots this Chip, because he can appear anywhere, probably try to go up there to help neutralize Ken's wave as well.
So right off the bat, we are going to be looking at Team Flash actually not doing the fast 3 for the jungler. They're immediately just going to make sure that they have a strong, reliable force in the middle lane and wave clear that ASAP. A little bit of a Shandor Stampede is going to do a little bit to Kha'Zix, but nothing too crazy.
Yep. Early game, don't forget, Chip does a lot of damage. Reminds me of a Hilda in terms of the damage in just level 1. So more than happy to deal with it, but don't forget, the Mathilda as well also have nothing damage in the early game.
Oh, interestingly, look at the location of Ken. He's actually proxying the wave. So I think that they are trying to look out for something here. This way, the Badang is slightly slower and they can look to go for some battle. So Jay as well as Bray, they really gotta have to watch out. They have information that the Hylos went for a proxy, which is why they don't want to continue on to this battle despite knowing that JPL is low in HP.
Yeah, we'll talk about the first turtle fight, right? In terms of priority, it's very hard to tell. I think RSG Singapore definitely have a stronger level 4, right? Because you have Ray's ultimate, closest ultimate, and also with the Cult Altar to provide that safety zone to guide the circling Eagle as well. It's something of a very annoying thing to deal with.
Closer is not interested at all in taking the man fight. So at this point, down to the bottom lane, we do have the Purify coming from Vanix, but immediately just gets bursted down by Jay, Bray, and CS combo.
Yeah, JPL a little bit too late for the party, unfortunately, but that was a nice gank, right, coming out the bottom. And look at how Bray could just fly easy and rotate around the map even faster alongside with the Mathilda.
As such, now Ken is suffering a little bit from that true damage that Bray is able to bring onto the board. Kha'Zix is still shy bit short to reaching level 4. JPL is way away from level 4, and it's only if they are able to get that turtle, then they will be able to do something. And in the meantime, it is going to be fist break going on, while in the meantime, we also do have the nether round just going to be caught. Now Ken rushes right into the face of RSG using the Ring of Punishment to deal decent amount of damage to all across the board, while Hades, that is what we are looking for. The Pichudama clears out onto Closer and gets themselves a double kill.
Yes. Abstract, I'm a convert now. Lucas is good.
Right?
Right? I'm a convert right now. You can see the amount of damage Hades was able to do. And of course, apart from that, it's the timing coming out from Flash SG. Knowing that Roy actually activated the Cult Altar super early, abuses that, and Ken, that was a wonderful glorious pathway to slow everybody down, and Law and Order to stun everybody, and then Flash SG just follows up.
Okay, so now is where the micro game of JPL is super important. They actually don't need to put so much emphasis down in the bottom lane, and the reason why they do that is as long as JPL is very close and they always have enemies in their in his sight, he can always rush down to them, create a shortcut in the event that Vanix finds himself currently being targeted, and he can always take a shortcut to run away. If whether RSG want to follow through and enter the shortcut, then that is quite literally going to be RSG going into a very slim little tunnel right into the face and delivering themselves over to Flash.
Yep, right now. We're looking at the second turtle already. In terms of power spikes, yes, Flash SG took a very good one. I expect them to snowball out, and Lucas also a very snowbally kind of hero. Vanix, unfortunately, will not be able to join that fight anytime soon. Technically speaking, hold on.
There we go, the shotgun immediately picked up, so Team Flash have got all 5 members, this entire kampong up to the top lane, and look at this, Hades just dealing a massive amount of damage with a killing spree, loaded up for himself.
Okay, add one more list to the phobias, man. I don't want to see Team Flash angry, because that was them angry. 5-man Chip, just take a look at this replay. It is a massacre. Bray, no way for him to basically survive it, not even with Closer to Fist Strike. It basically tickles them, and this is right underneath the turret of RSG Singapore.
Yep, it's a 1-for-3 trade. That is something that Chip will be happy to die for.
The pickup was crazy, man. I wasn't expecting that. I don't think RSG Singapore is expecting that.
Yep.
And that's where Team Flash, you know, when they go into this kind of situation, when they're in the zone like this, they get scary.
So, 4 minutes and 45 seconds into the game. And we are just generally going to be looking at 2,000 gold lead in favor for Flash SG. The turtle is now going to be spawned up for them as well. We got Starlim Science that's picked up for Vanix. So that is going to be Vanix that try and go neck and neck in terms of economy against the Claude.
Yep, definitely, right? Don't forget the Claude also does a lot of damage, especially shredding damage against Lucas when he goes to ultimate again.
And just like that, Ken rushes right into the glorious pathway. JPL flickers in and drops the shotgun. The rest of the members coming from the side of Flash is just going to be stepping on the paddle and hoping that they will be able to bring Bray down. And indeed, they will. Closer is going to be one of the 2 members that's going to be left remaining. Wow, that is a very far BMI dash away.
I wasn't expecting that one, but then again, you see how Flash SG, they're angry. They are really angry.
Yeah, angry.
They're really angry. Man.
Oh, man. Closer almost down, but the main thing is they would want to bring down this T1 turret just so close. A little bit more Katizi. There we go.
Yeah, just one more touch from the side of Katizi managed to crack the open. At the same time, CS was able to do considerable amount of permanent damage down the bottom lane, but now your mid lane is cracked open for the side of RSG. Feels like, you know, Flash SG learned. They understand from the absolute zero game, and now they know how to deal against a Mathilda Alpha.
So now, what exactly is something that RSG gotta have to do with this? As for now, they can do it, coming in from CS, but still get knocked out from JPL. This is gonna be a relatively fair trade. For the Spear of Alpha from the side of Braid, wait, that dealt almost nothing to Ken.
Yeah, of course, High Loss is the pony from hell, right? You cannot kill this High Loss, but of course, you know, that is a very good kill for the side of Team Flash. They definitely need it. They need to get Vanix a snowball going mid lane.
Immediately. Doesn't seem like Hades is caring about anything at all. Just the 2 of them is more than enough to take down this Badang.
I almost forgot in this particular meta, the Badang ultimate doesn't hurt. Yeah, tickles.
Yeah, it isn't really just a tickling Badang.
But it's the amount of CC that you basically it's like a 3-second stun right there.
Fair enough. And let's not forget, even after getting out of the stun, you still need to navigate yourself around the wall.
Yeah, so that's the value of the Badang. I think Closer needs to remember that he doesn't do damage.
Yep, it immobilized the glorious pathway as well. We do have the Death Realm just going to be popped, and that is going to be the Death Realm is going to be gone. Well, in the meantime, the Spear of Alpha coming from the side of Bray, hoping that he will be able to go back home a little bit faster, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. CS is going to be holding his ground, and he's stepping away only for Hades to claw his way through, dealing a bunch of damage.
Man, I am a convert. I am part of the Lucas cult now, Abstract, because Hades is just piloting Lucas like crazy. The snowball is an avalanche right here, but we've been here before. Team Flash right now needs to try to end the game as quickly as possible as we take a look at this replay, because, man, I don't think RSG Singapore is ready for this kind of aggression. Ken using the glorious pathway is just literally putting down a green carpet to slow. You see everybody flying from everywhere. Roy immediately gets deleted. CS is unable to find a very good angle from that blazing duet.
Can you just see the massive amount of damage that this 9-tailed fox is delivering to RSG? The moment that he's got an S1 cooldown off cooldown, that's all great. But in the meantime, that is going to be Traction Pouch that's going to be connecting on Bray, locking him down onto his feet, and he's unable to do anything as they are completely tied up.
I love how JPL is using this this chip, right? Usually you see amateur chips, right? There's 2 different kinds of chips in the world. Make it 3 now. A chip that wants to fight front to back uses the ultimate right on a frontliner, and then everybody from the side of the enemy will just back off, right? The back line is completely safe from that ultimate. Second kind of chip is the ones that flanks to try to create space in between the frontliner, enemy frontliner, and the backliner. But JPL chip flickers forward just to use the ultimate.
That's kind of nutty, huh? And it has been a consistent pattern. Oh no, the Ring of Punishment clocks CS out of the animation of recall. This game is, well, for the lack of better word, screwed for RSG.
No.
It's 24k versus 31k. And we are looking at an early game composition from RSG.
Yeah, but we've been here before. We've seen this before in game 1. I wouldn't count, if I were you, I wouldn't count RSG Singapore out just yet. Anything and everything can happen in this Land of Dawn.
certain levels of copium here. I do want to see a comeback from RSG, but it will take time.
Holy Crystal already secured by the side of Vanix
time.
already, Abstract. So
Yes.
a substantial amount of damage. JPL is literally guarding Vanix all across the map. Right now, it's just RSG Singapore barely holding on to try to defend. We're still waiting for CS to pick up the last item.
Oh.
Corrosive, once the Corrosive Sight is up,
Downbot.
does have the damage.
So, they have pretty much saw that Claude is trying to push his way down in the bottom lane and do whatever they can. So this is going to be a pretty good push down at the bottom, just so that they will be able to take a winning fight at the Lord. Not that they kind of need it, but this is still macro play at its finest in order to get an uncontested Lord for a better chance of victory.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic, Abstract. The fact that, RSG Singapore was able to solve Team Flash in game number 1 regarding how, they identified Team Flash like to do a 4+1, right? And now they're doing the same against, Flash SG. And if you notice as well, Flash SG this time around, they're not doing a 4+1.
Nope,
even though they can do it, but the fact is, JPL with the ultimate brings everybody together.
Exactly. That itself changes the entire dynamic of what Team Flash would want to do. As such, Vanix can just go off and just clear whatever waves that he wants, funnel all the farm for himself, clear the enemy's creep camps, and he's not afraid of anything. Why? Because the portal appears behind him and is safe and sound already.
Yeah. Top side, there's still a Lord push that RSG Singapore needs to answer to. Bottom lane as well, thanks Observer. It's just minions hard pushing, working against RSG Singapore. Ultimate from the side of Brave just to get out of dodge. Man,
I think at this point in time, in 11 minutes, with the 3 items from the side of CS, this is going to be CS's game. The moment that he goes in with the Blazing Duet is going to dictate if whether the game will be a win or it would be a loss. As long as he's not caught, he should be generally fine.
I think it's about closer, right? Remember, we've seen this before. The Badang can potentially change the game, right? And CS,
Ouch.
the Blazing Duet, yeah, you can see the Vanix, the AA actually start to hurt. Just, you don't even need to look at the AA. Just look at the level difference. Vanix level 4, whereas closest, the EXP lane only at level 10.
At this point, I think RSG is doing a relatively good job in trying to flush Flash SG away. JPL doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, so even for themselves, now hold on a second, the glorious pathway coming from the side of Canada. We're just going to be focusing a little bit more on the West CS is doing. He's trying to put himself at the back line, so ensuring that he's going to be safe and sound all this time. They prioritize their own lifeline over the turret's life, so they have lost the T3, the top in the middle.
Yeah. Right now, a bit of a defense coming up on the side of RSG. Just holding on to a hair's breadth down the bottom lane. There's nothing from the side of RSG's map. All the junk creeps, most of them are taken away. And apart from that, you also risk running into Team Flash.
It's only 12 minutes and 48 seconds in. We're looking at a 10,000 gold lead in favor for Flash. This is a dominating early laning phase, early game, and mid game. And it's only 17-18 minutes into it where we are looking at kind of like an end game slash late game kind of scenario where economy is not that important anymore. We're mostly just looking at 5v5 slash macro game.
What? I like it when Team Flash is here.
Look, them angry, huh?
Yeah. You guys got past trauma.
Trauma issues.
Yeah, anyway, why am I trauma dumping in the grand finals of MPL Singapore Season 9 right now? Because the main trauma coming up from RSG right here is to not give the Lord over the side of Flash SG.
Lawrence Pathway is just going to be connecting, but we got the Spear of Alpha as well, pushing Ken in a pretty bad spot. But for now, it's just going to be a complete pandemonium going on as we've got Hades that manages to bring Bray down, all the way down to the bottom side. We've got Closer in the top spot as well. Roy finds himself over there, both of them with the crown, fool! While Hades is still gonna be safe and sound and A-OK. CS goes in, 1v1, only for him to somehow be taken down by a homing missile coming in from Vanix. That Summon Force is going to come in triumph over RSG.
Man, I love Team Flash when they're Engie. Man, this is definitely a different beast.
Scary.
It is.
1-1 again. So far, it kind of seems as though we are looking at a little bit of a pattern, isn't it? First 2 games is gonna go both ways. This is pure and absolute cinema.
If everything is an absolute cinema, then what is an absolute cinema?
MPL RSG Season 9. We got everything.
Has been very entertaining. I enjoyed myself.
We literally have everything.
I could go there, abstract. You're setting me. You're setting it up so easily. But man, Team Flash. Like I said, remember what I said. I remember I was talking to some of the people on site yesterday. I was like, when Team Flash went down to the lower brackets, I'm like, I love this. Unfortunately, even though I'm supporting Team Flash.
Sadistic man.
Yeah, because it's boring if you know the outcome, right?
I mean,
the stakes were higher right now, and not only just that, the brand identity is at stake.
Yeah.
And now a new contender comes in, a potential upset that could also happen earlier in the day and even right now.
A full Singaporean team, by the way. Let's not forget about that.
Yeah.
No imports coming in from RSG, and they're vying for the crown here.
Yeah, and not only just that, it's like the way that Team Flash plays when their emotions get in the way. It's so entertaining to watch because you don't see this kind of Hades, I think, in the first 2 games of Absolute Zero. And even in game number 1 earlier just now. But when Hades just gets so angry, man.
Well, we're gonna see if whether this will be a continuous momentum coming in for our fellow friends at Team Flash, as this is quite a good showing. In fact, this part is the dominant showing, if you ask me, right? And if whether RSG have got an answer to this, that is the main question. Right, the initial draft really dictates that a snowball jungler would be a very good answer to this composition, and I'm glad that Team Flash picked it up and went through with that notion.
And apart from that, right, remember we talked about in between game 1 and game 2, Hades needs a slightly tankier assassin. Lucas fits that bill.
Technically, yeah, you're not wrong.
Yep.
He is a tankier, not say assassin by name, but his damage resembles an assassin.
And he has the mobility of an assassin.
Yes. Solely because of the fact that Hunter Strike actually really enables Lucas. And at this point in time, I think that without the Hunter Strike, Lucas cannot be meta. It really relies a lot on the Hunter Strike. So only when the Hunter Strike has been is picked up, then we'll start to see the snowball eventually happening, and the snowball will work out for Lucas depending on what is that time that he picks it up.
Yep. And of course, I think from the side of Hades, he also piloted the Lucas really well, right?
Yes.
Understanding his ultimate timings, and the whole team played around that. Because I've seen also teams using the Lucas, not having the ultimate before entering, but that also makes you very predictable as a Lucas, and that's why he's starting to fall a little bit of meta.
So it's always safe to say that Team Flash, this is yet another way that they can go around it, right? Unfortunately for RSG, they didn't have the opportunity to play into the late stages of the game. I would say that the Claude is their late game insurance policy that didn't really get there, right? They have the Mathilda Alpha combination that we want to see in the early stage. It should be able to, in theory, melt down that high loss effectively. However, it's not only just the high loss that they gotta have to look out for, because I feel that the Alpha into the high loss is just playing into the palms of Team Flash, because that's what we want you to do. We want you to throw your damaging spells to try to bring down our high loss as soon as possible. In the meantime, while my high loss is soaking up these damage, my assassin, which is Lucas as we speak, goes and use his skill and his damage on more important members.
Yep, and apart from that, don't forget, Lucas is tanky
Lucas
as an assassin.
Yeah. He is slightly tankier than your average assassin. And not to forget, once you go into the Unleash the Beast, you do have, if I remember correctly, you do have a
15 to 20%
damage reduction, right? It's damage reduction, not hybrid defense, right?
Stats.
Oh, it's stats. Damn. Okay.
That's
so
almost like an item right there.
Yeah. So technically, it is a it is hybrid defense in some sense, unless you're telling me like hybrid defense and damage reduction.
No, damage.
Just
damage, all stats, i.e. your armor, your movement speed, your everything. Basically your health as well. That's why you see when you unleash the beast, you literally see his HP bars goes big.
Okay, 7 is to 23. That is the scoreline. But anything that we gotta have to kind of note about itemizations?
I think definitely a lot of steady plays coming. Even though if you take a look for CS, right, you got your most of your items coming down. You expect this clock to be able to do the damage, but in the later part of the game, it feels like they're merely tickling because he's also constantly getting busted down by the side of Team Flash. And just look at the items coming out from Katisi. It's such a cheap item. You don't really need a lot. Glowing one, and then after that, you just build a Sky Piercer. You're golden, literally.
So okay, I think nothing too out of the ordinary. I really do like the blade armor being picked up coming in from both ends. In fact, Hades went for the 3 core items, being the. I wonder if Queen's Wing is counted as core.
Yes, score.
It's counted as core?
Yeah, because you will usually bring the Lucas, because Lucas has the same problem as an alpha, right? You go in, it's very hard to get out, so you really will fight to the death. So you need additional, more damage reduction coming out from the Queen's Wing as well. And I love the Blade Armor as well. Blade Armor responds over to the side of CS onto that Clot.
Yep.
Yeah, that's basically making it really hard to take down the Lucas.
Why you hit yourself? Why you hit yourself?
Yeah, I
One, we have a
as a marksman, I've done this before.
I see.
I've done a vengeance. I've actually, as a Beatrix, on a shotgun.
Ah, sounds fun.
Against Alpha with a vengeance and Thornmail. I effectively shot myself
to death.
Yes.
So not only are you a sadist, you are a masochist, and you have a dominatrix on the other end.
No, I don't.
Tell me about the Alpha then.
No. No, but yeah.
Man set himself up for this.
I've done that before.
Huh?
Marksmen.
Wait, what?
Oh, no, I mean the
You've
marksmen.
done that.
The marksmen hurting themselves, alright? All marksmen out there, when you see the Durian being popped, the vengeance being popped, do not basic attack. PSA out there.
Yep. So make sure you guys know what's going on there, okay? Have some trigger discipline.
Yes.
Trigger discipline. Okay, so now let's talk about game number 3. I do want to kind of identify what they gotta do. Okay, of course, MVP, I think is the Lucas. So we don't really have to, kind of. Yeah. It's actually not? Oh.
The MVP powers
Oh,
bestowed
crap.
upon
Oh.
you.
No, it's not.
But okay, you want to talk about game number 3? Let's
Yep.
talk about game number 3, right? I feel like right now it's just, I think it's just it's just a battle right now. Right now it's just like you use this roster against this roster, and then after that the next person coming in with a better card. So it's like it's a lot of back and forth
So
between
you're
these
just kind
two
of like
teams right now.
stepping up on one another.
Yes, correct.
Right? Up.
Yes,
So
correct.
that means in terms of the pattern, right? If it's going back and forth, that means
It
RSG
feels like a
takes
back
the
and forth.
first. That means RSG will get 4 wins first.
Yeah. Hey, wait, what?
Uh-huh.
No. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is, if you notice how the previous draft was used to counter against the next draft, that sort of idea. The next draft is actually meant to counter against the previous draft. And at the same time, I think this time around, Amox, I feel like maybe a bit more you could chew. I think the Faramis pick was interesting, but maybe that's the one that really needs to work. Because if you notice, Faramis is not, even though, yes, he does a lot of damage, he's not known to have big, busty amount of damage.
Actually,
As
you know what?
compared-
Yeah, I
as
do
compared
agree
to
with you
other
on that.
mid laners.
I actually do agree with you on that. I think that they doubled down onto the Faramis a little bit too early, I suppose. Because Faramis, I feel that Faramis is a lot more situational, right? Faramis was a B2 pick, correct?
Yes.
So that means that there is a response after the R1 and R2. What's R1 and R2? Remind me
R1
again.
was a Harif and Chip.
Harif and Chip.
Yep. So
okay.
So if you take a look at this current meta, I think right now RGSG is just running out of damage. Literally, it's a common case of you don't have enough damage in the early game. That's why they're unable to win these fights. Alpha, yes, the damage comes in through his sustain. He's basically chipping your damage over and over again.
Right.
But you're really lacking in terms of the damage department. The Faramis does do damage, but not a lot. Not a lot as compared to Akimi.
Yeah.
Right.
And you also gotta have to understand that Faramis's burst realistically comes from lanes as well. In the event that, like, the more people, the better it is, right? So Unga Bunga, more people, more damage.
Yep. Now, a crazy idea number, lost count, I think 7 already. Badang, I think closer on that Badang. If he goes back into your standard Badang build, your
damage Badang,
I think RGSG could have fared even better.
Okay.
Yeah, they're lacking. They're after a while, if you notice, they're starting to run out steam in terms of the damage as well.
Okay, so wow.
Yep.
Ken, you are the pony of hell indeed. 107,000 damage taken. You know what? At this point in time, just pull his bar all the way to the opposite side, man. Just pull it to the opposite part of the screen.
Just don't give production some more ideas. And more work. Name me more work. But you can tell almost immediately as we stay on the screen a little bit more, a little bit longer, right? Because if you take a look, right, the most of the damage is not enough coming from RSG.
Yep. As such, it is gonna be the Gato Kacha from. Wait, hold on a second.
No, I think we go back to the previous.
Yeah. Okay.
We go back to the previous one.
Is the previous one.
Yeah,
okay,
that was the previous game.
one. Okay. So I would like to say that it is not Gato Kacha. I will say that it is the Hylos. It will be the Hylos as the MVP. You just take a look at the amount of damage taken. I think that's really fair enough,
I thought
right?
you want to give it to the Lucas.
Yes,
Make up
but
your mind.
But you know, sometimes not all not all heroes wear capes. So now we don the cape on someone that doesn't have the cape.
Yeah, let's take a look at the MVP this time round.
Because we already have the cape.
Definitely going over to the height. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Hylos, Pony of Death.
Pony
right
of
there.
Death. Yeah,
Ken?
Pony of Death.
Really stepping up in his role as well. He's also providing the glorious pathway, really bringing his team to glory.
Yep. 4:2:15. Wait, 4 kills. Very interesting. 4 kills, 2 deaths, 15 assists, with a total of 79% kill participation and with a lot of damage taken. In fact, 68% of total damage taken within the team.
Yeah, and don't forget, with the Revitalize, he's able to sustain even longer. The Glorious Pathway also heals him as well, so you need to really, really do a lot of insight, a lot. You gotta need it even harder in order to deal the damage against Hylos.
So, at this point in time, I believe that we do have got the game that is going to be preparing up for, which is game number 3, right? We got a game number 3 that's going to happen very, very soon. As such, we were kind of like touching a little bit, and we were kind of like talking a little bit about what to expect from game number 3, right?
Yep.
Or you were talking about stepping ups and all that kind of jazz. So, I just want to see the draft. I want to see how both Coach Amox as well as how Coach Zays is going to tackle this game number 3.
Yep, definitely. Before that, ladies and gents, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go away. Game number 3 against Flash and also RSG is coming up next.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to MPL SG Season 9. My name is Abstract.
Finals.
Sorry, what?
And this is the grand finals right now, ladies and gents.
Yes. And this guy is Jace.
Yes, thank you.
Both of us, you should know by now that we are your caster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've seen us whole day.
Yeah.
But anyways, right
yeah.
now, game number 3 is afoot as well. Right here, I'm excited to see what both these two teams will pull out. Because if you want to pull out something, this is the time to pull out all your crazy witty stuff. Because right now, you really need to try everything, right? Like all the strategies that you tried before, do it right now.
Do it right now. I will say that they're gonna have to pull every single ace out of their sleeves. So what others do we have from RSG? So far, the bans, we don't necessarily have to cover too much about it while it's going through. So now we gotta have to kind of think about issues and think for RSG. Every time now when we see a team losing, we think for them and what they could change. What is the initial problem? Okay, so is Hylos a problem? Is Lucas a problem? What is the real problem in Team Flash's lineup that that really put a halt to RSG lineup in game number 3?
I think it's just... Wait, hold on a second.
Sorry, game number 2, sorry.
Hold on a second, is that Diablo playing?
Huh?
Oh, sorry, it's like, okay, so we
okay.
got confirmation it's Ken that will be playing instead, so we're gonna fix that very quickly. But for the RSG, right, going up against Flash SG, there's gonna be a low E and also a Phobius ban from the side of RSG. Flash SG on the other side, I prefer them. They have a lot more wins on the red side because that's where they can secure themselves 2 prior picks, and that's how Flash SG likes to draft.
So at this point in time, I will suppose that first pick materials, right? So far, what are we looking out for first pick materials in the past 2 games, actually?
A lot. Like, literally right now, I think I'm starting to throw away my notebook right here because RSG, especially Coach and Monks, right? He can pull out with really random stuff. Like, earlier just now, even the Bark Sale was really wide open for the taking, especially for your first blue pick. They go for the Badang instead. Yeah,
okay.
so I feel like right now, Coach Amux also have to play a bit of the mind game. Zaze as well has to be a lot more creative and flexible in terms of the draft pick.
Okay, so kind of like baiting the initial game. It is always a marvel to watch the coaches duke it out against one another, and this is really the battle of the brains, right? How do they want to set up their chess pieces at the start of the game? How much further do they want to have their bishops, preparing for an assault? So how's it gonna be like? So far, we've got a Kalia, Loi, Phobius, as well as the Moskov that's taken out of the picture. Still quite a bit of heroes that we would like to give an honorary mention or just casually mention. We've got the Chip, we got the
Yeah,
okay, never
there's
mind.
too many. I think in this current meta, there's too many things to ban. There's not a lot of ban slots away. If you want to respect ban each other, I don't think there's enough already because, in my opinion, Hayabusa also befitting of the ban list right here because both these two teams use the Hayabusa really, really well.
You know what? Speaking of the Hayabusa, I think that this is the point in time where RSG may choose to first pick onto the Hayabusa. Because what they have here is that they have the Loi Juicin and the Phobius ban, and they would hate for Hades to pick up their Hayabusa because we mentioned about the 4 escape ways that Hayabusa has, right? And we also know, as a matter of fact, that Bray probably don't play too much Lucas or don't really play a Lucas, and he's so much of an assassin player.
Hayabusa first pick coming outside of RSG. I think this is also a big problem coming out from red side. If they start to ban away the Kalia, you really open up to this kind of picks, especially from the side of RSG. So hopefully Coach Zaze has the counter to that. There's going to be a Harif coming out from the side of Flash SG going in hands of Vanix once again. You need something to be able to match. The higher is usually the Ling, because in terms of split push, the Ling does better as well because you can jump from one place to another, and your Temples and Blades goes into iframes. It kind of pushes Hayabusa out in an awkward position.
This is the 3rd Harif in a row for Team Flash, and they have been prioritizing that in R1 pickups so far.
Second, actually.
Second. Oh, it's a second. Okay. And
first
now
one was first side RSG, but it seems like Team Flash.
The chip again.
Yeah, it's gonna be the chip again. It feels like they're gonna repeat the same draft as earlier just now.
I mean, why not, right? So at this point in time, the ball is on the court of RSG. They have experienced it once, and they gotta have to identify what is gonna be the problem and how do we have to change things around. So far, it was because of a very beefy front lines coming in from the what was that again? The high loss, and then a snowballing factor coming in from the jungler that really causes things to go out of control.
Yep.
So I'm pretty sure that coming into phase 2, if the Lucas is not picked here, or if the high loss is not picked here to soak up damage, which I don't think that the high loss will be that important for Flash because they already have got the Gatokacha.
Yeah, but I feel like the Hylos is still a very good pick, right? Like what you mentioned, the Hylos Glorious Pathway also works very well alongside with the Harif, allows him to basically zippy zappy even more crazy. And once you have the chip ultimate, it also prevents people from running away from the ultimate. So I think you can go for Hylos, but no, they're going to go for a glue instead. But knowing that RSG may pull out a Faramis, you're going to have to waste a ban slot for it?
Yeah, so I actually thought that that's actually pretty early for them to do that. But there are two good sides, or rather there's two reasons, two good sides about this, right? Number one, you kind of open up, okay, actually there's one good side. You open up the remaining slots, which is your jungler as well as your mage player. These two are one of your main playmakers into how you want to play into a death ball scenario with how Chip is drafted in here, right? So as much as possible, if they lock in on over to the glue, they know glue is just gonna be our wall in front.
Yep.
We are prepared for the obstacles that is gonna be coming up straight for us. At least we don't have to be stuck to a certain playstyle which has been heavily countered by the opponents.
Yep. Down ban coming up from Team Flash right here. Does RSG really want to attempt and try the Faramis again? Remember we mentioned how in game number 2, the Faramis doesn't really contribute much in terms of the damage. Maybe they can try
this
it this
time
time
it
around
would.
with the glue.
Yeah, this time I think that it would make a difference. This time it can definitely put up a change. But let's not forget, because of the chip pick, that Tigreal is still a hero that deserves to be banned. I definitely do not want to see the Tigreal onto the side of Jay, and that could be quite chaotic because everyone is just going to be stuck in that implosion, and even if the implosion misses, you can layer that on top with a Kimi. So, Kimi pick as well as a Tigreal pick, that is actually going to be a little bit scary over to the side of RSG because double implosion in some sense. The Gatokacha can come in with standard AOG too, unless you want to play in with the Faramis, then is a Tigreal as well as Tigreal plus the Faramis. Faramis are the Ghost Bursters, everyone that's within in there, especially if Glue is in there. There's so much possible damage.
But right now, look at how Coach Zaze is going with this one. The Eve Man opening up the Tigreal, potential Tigreal pick coming up from RSG. Because Gatokacha can be played by Closer. He's played wonderfully in game number 1. That was why we gave him an MVP. You can also see the Lucas response coming up from the side of RSG. That's why they're not banning the Faramis.
That's why. But it's okay.
Forgot about that.
That is still a mage that goes very well with Tigreal. And that is the Vexana. Vexana still goes very well with Tigreal, and they have always been a combo with one another. As such, it is always the implosion into into the Eternal Guard. Is it an Eternal Guard? Eternal Guard. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
So, sends them flying, sucking them in, AOG slams, and then generally you'll have quite a lot of damage already from that point.
And also Vexana works well against the glue.
Yes,
especially when he goes into the small little bits and pieces.
Yes.
But this time around, don't forget, glue rework is also something that I really... Are we going for this one, Abstract? Amux, are you serious? Odette and Camilla. Camilla roam. And Odette right there. No Johnson delivery system coming up from the side of RSG. That was a crazy idea just now, but I wasn't expecting this coming up from
Crazy
from
idea
Amos.
8. Carmilla plus Odette. This is one heck of a combo. Okay, for the uninitiated, Carmilla's ultimate pretty much links everyone together, right?
Yes.
Links everyone together, they share damage, they share crowd control.
A wombo combo alongside with the Odette.
Wombo combo alongside of the AOG.
And
one person fly,
yep.
Everybody fly.
Not only just that, now that everybody will be stuck together because Chip will be sending everybody together, and that's where, you know...
And Flash, realistically, have only like Chip for crowd control.
Yeah.
Yo, no one can stop Odette.
Well, technically, Chip can also when he goes into this one of his skills, he actually does a bit of a knockback. But hear me out. This is actually
I don't think knockback stops Swan Song.
Does.
It does?
It does.
But I know the stun doesn't.
Stun doesn't.
I know the stun doesn't.
That was a long time ago. I have, like I said, we have no. I really cannot remember because when we we actually went to learn for MPL Singapore, nobody thought about the Audette, and now RSG is gonna pull that out right here. But hear me out. There may be a bit of a what's that called? The maybe reason for this madness coming out from Coach Amox. We're not expecting Audette in MPL.
Okay. We need to dig into this, right? Odette, when it comes down to the Swan Song, I know that there is a certain amount of CC resistance when she have got her shield. And she also have one single charge of repositioning inbuilt into the Swan Song, and even have got the flicker. But my problem here is just how good is that wave clear, because right now the Faramis plus the Chip is a wave clear guard. And it is only in the early stages, the laning phases, that I think that RSG is going to suffer.
Man, I don't know what to think about it. Like what I mentioned, this is why I love, Coach Amos coming out with this weird random drafts out there, just throwing me out of the game. Literally, right? Literally throwing me out of my chair earlier just now when the Odette Camilla comes on. I'm not too sure. I've got not a lot of information on this abstract.
High level crowd control. Knocked airborne, transformed, and etc. I don't think a knockback is knockback and a stun is considered as high-level control effect.
I mean, the only way we can basically
is to see.
Yeah, is to see it. Right now, we're just doing an experiment. We need to see how JPL hopefully can push Roy out of this ultimate.
Well, we'll see how that works. Vanix don't have the crowd control. Cut TZ technically has a repositioning tool, and that is going to be the Shadow Stampede. But that also means that you, as a Faramis, have to eat up the entire Swan Song.
Yeah, technically Faramis, that pullback, technically also, I don't know whether that counts as a
crowd control.
High-level crowd control.
Yeah, so it's very ambiguous.
We have to see. I really want to watch this. But right now, let's take a look at this one. It is definitely going to be JPL once again.
Wow! That is explosive! Right down over to Roy. And Roy have used his flicker for the first time about 70 seconds ago. So this is not the first time that RSG have gained some heat from Team Black.
Abstract, that felt like Truck couldn't ran over Roy earlier just now. And Hades, that's a green carpet for them to pick up this turtle that's going to allow the Suyo to escalate. And now this time around, you don't really have a Hanzo, right? So it's a lot easier for you to deal with. Hold on.
And there we go, the OG Shadow Kill coming in all the way through. We do have a shortcut that's going to be popped as well. But the OG Shadow Kill brings JPL down. Only one person entered into the shortcut, and that happens to be Ken.
Yep. Seems like Roy hasn't used that ultimate earlier just now. The Swan Song was just available online, and that kill earlier just now by Truck-kun literally limiting the growth of Roy for now. So I think RSG needs to take a step back just a little bit more, but Flash SG, they need to ramp up that aggression.
At this point, we do have Ken that is just going to be working his way over onto the EXP lane, trying to clear that out as soon as possible, but that might not be too good, because we do have Closer that is just hogging onto these waves, and Bray joins in the fray. There is no creep waves around, so Bray just wants to clear out the EXP, or rather the River Crab. Not going to go for the Ogi Shadow Kill as it's currently unavailable until now.
CS shooting Natalia down the bottom lane. I think if you are playing against a Chip, you really need to make sure that you get as much information as possible.
You gotta be as safe, you gotta be extremely cautious. I think RSG have got enough PTSD trauma from the previous game, but we gotta have to watch it unfold. Jay literally just walked right into the brush in the bottom side. Hades just get a pretty decent damage in on the Jay, but I don't think that's gonna pick up fast.
I think right now, for the side of RSG, this is a very reactive kind of roster, right? Like, Flash SG, they're the ones that are supposed to engage. So that RSG Singapore, this is meant to counter this whole roster coming out from Flash Singapore, especially that Chip. But funnily, if JPL doesn't use the ultimate, then RSG roster become useless, right?
I mean, right? I guess so. But for now, we do have a little bit of a push down from the side of RSG. We've got JPL already down to half HP. He's looking for an opportunity to open up that the shortcut at the best timing possible, but he do not want to be too early on that as well. The top lane is pushing down, the mid lane is pushing out wide as well. The shortcut comes in with 3% right in the midst of everything, and we do have got Swan Song coming in, dealing a decent amount of damage on the JPL, but we do have got the Nether Realm that dealt quite a bit. But I see it seems as though Roy escaped out of that fight with a flicker as such, interrupting his own Swan Song. Flash manages to pick up 3 kills using their own JPL as a sacrifice. The Ogi Shadow kill goes in, but not quite enough for them to be able to execute all those low HP players.
Yeah, the Swan Song was literally went on uninterrupted all this time, right? Rest assured, I think for the side of Flash SG should have something in terms of a high level CC should have been landed, but he's able to output all that Swan Song. However, because of that early death, he's not able to output enough damage against Flash SG earlier.
So we're gonna have to wait and see, right? Odette requires items to realistically be able to do good damage. At this point, she don't have any, with only 2,600 gold to her name.
Yep. Going one, definitely being rushed out by Roy right here. Like what I mentioned, RSG Singapore shouldn't try to pick a fight. I think should try to disengage, but Flash SG, I think they're just holding a gun against RSG Singapore, forcing them to fight.
5 minutes and 55 seconds onto the clock at this point, with about 4,000 gold lead for Flash SG. Did we hype up too much on the RSG, or is this just going to be a late game monster on the side of RSG? That is probably going to be the question.
Don't forget, all that late game, the Swan Song, that zone denier is super deadly.
And we haven't exactly seen just what kind of combo we can see from the Curse of Blood plus the Swan Song at this point in time just yet.
Yeah, don't forget, another problem from the side of RSG Singapore is that closer is the Gato Kacha, the AOG you need. Yes, technically speaking, you can use it to engage, but you're not expecting to land the AOG sometimes, right?
Yeah.
You use it to zone. Yeah. Same idea for the side of Camilla. That ultimate, that ring, also, it's actually really hard to land because everybody literally could just walk out of it.
Yeah.
So you're looking at
backswing.
Yeah, you're looking at something. Usually, when you pick a Camilla, you're looking at something to basically do the initial lockdown first, so that you can land that ultimate.
So now the question is, how do they want to layer their abilities, right? Do they want to look out for an AOG in order to push people to a certain direction so that the Curse of Blood could land? Or would it be vice versa? Curse of Blood in order to push people into the AOG? But most of the time, I would like to believe that RSG will want to walk into battle.
Map. RSG Singapore, they're tunnel vision onto the turtle. Look at Vanix just free farming all the way down bot.
I don't think that they are actually gonna deal with this at this point in time. Like, even if they were to walk down to the bottom lane, they're just gonna get a shortcut in. But in the meantime, Hades will be able to get themselves the turtle at this point. The rest of RSG is just gonna be congregating together right within of the T1 turret.
And not only just that, Ken literally zones RSG away. Like what I mentioned, the tunnel vision onto, but hold on, JPL looking sneaky fleeky right there.
Is just saying hi.
That was a drive-by, literally. But you know, like the fact that RSG Singapore was literally committing into that turtle fight, but they tunnel vision right into that one, and they still lose the turtle. Ken right there zoning RSG Singapore by himself.
Yeah, literally a drive-through, right? One hamburger with no pickles. Just coming in from the back and just quick little proxy. But regardless, let's talk a little bit about RSG. They are currently 7,000 gold behind.
Yeah.
They require some time before they are, before they eventually go online. Before CS can deal reasonable damage, Roy can deal reasonable damage as well. But how much time exactly do they need?
Yeah, but I feel like time is definitely a factor, right? But then again, you lose out so much. Look at Flash SG. Bottom lane is so cleared up. Now Hades is just gonna do his normal thing. Mid lane right now is gonna try to get crack open. Ken will try to engage right here.
Oh my goodness, the flicker coming in from the side of Ken. For the meantime, Katizi finds himself in the bad spot as we do have got Roy picking up that kill using the Swan Song.
Yep, and that's basically maybe time for them. But then again, there's quite a big gold gap, right? Roy right here, you don't really trust his... I don't think you can trust his damage right now. It's all on Bray to make sure he lands the assassination on be it Vanix or be it Kurtizi or even Hades.
It will take time. But how much time do they need? 6,000 gold lead from the side of Team Flash. Team Flash also wants to play onto the aggressive role. Jumps on to CS, but not going to be opening up the shortcut at this point.
Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. Yeah,
yeah.
But I feel like RSG Singapore, apart from the fact that the tunnel vision onto onto the turtle. Maybe Amos also tunnel vision onto the drop as well, right? Now if JBL just walks on and activates the ultimate just to try to zone and bait RSG's ultimates out. Here we go.
Immediately with the Death Sonata gets himself a huge amount of range away from Vanix. And now that they know that the Zaman Force is currently unavailable, this is actually a pretty good good time to strike onto RSG.
Yeah.
But they also gotta have to know that they are more of a reaction comp. They would want to counter-engage instead of engaging. Technically, they can just send Jay walking right in, poke the enemies, and force flash in.
Yeah, but like, you need to. But then JPL could easily respawn, right? And that's the thing. That's the thing about RSG Singapore's roster. I mean, it's a very interesting way of doing it, especially Camilla and the Gato Kacha one more combo. But I think it's a little bit too reactive.
Well, we're gonna have to wait to see what exactly is that dream play from RSG. But do note, this is a late game comp. The moment that they are able to land that kind of dream play, it would just potentially just wipe out the entirety of Flash. And even though Flash have got like these T2 turrets, it could just end the game in a blink.
The Lord though, Gray cannot actually hold on to it, and now Team Flash trying to make a play around it. The Lord gets reset, and now Flash actually looking to strike.
JPL just going to be rushing himself right into the side of CS. The shortcut is unfortunately used in a very suboptimal location. As such, Hades will be able to get a kill down on the J. We do have Closer just going to be jumping his way all the way to the back lines. And of course, when it comes to the Swan Song, dealt a reasonable amount of damage. They entered the portal. At least that is for Kurt TC. He wants to walk himself all the way back home. But with the Desert Realm, he's got his second chance at life. They're continuing on with this fight, but there is still Bray right around the vicinity. As such, Kurt flickers himself away. He's going to be safe and sound for now, but now the Lord is about 30% HP. They goes on for a reset because they can't hold on to this with the amount of HP they have.
Yeah, earlier just now, we were talking about 7k gold lead. Now it's dwindling down to 4k. That was a very good fight for the side of RSG. They really did really well. Because Flash SG, because if you notice how the shotgun was being used, it was like a Looney Tunes kind of cartoon. Who are chasing each other through each other's portals, and then after that, you know, see how JBL, maybe he can do something right here.
Oh, and the Retribution coming from the Star Ray will bring down the Lord and the Swan Song! But unfortunately, that is Ken that managed to find himself the split, and that will completely remove the Swan Song. That is one of the crowd control we completely forgotten about. As such, the AOG from Closer gets himself away, and that is the reset of the fight.
Man, Ken was massive right there in order to be able to stop that one. JPL, that was a wise choice. Unfortunately, the Lord still goes over to the side of RSG Singapore. That was a good attempt though.
Okay, so now I think that they realize that they really need to reserve the split over to the Odette so that they can cancel out that Swan Song. That is before Ken even goes down. We do have a pretty decent amount of poke potential coming from CS though, but I don't think that will be enough to eventually bring Ken down. It will still allow Ken to go for the split onto Droid, unless they want to kind of play it slow, wait for Ken to use the split, and only then they go for the front song.
Yeah, but with that, there's Hades versus Break.
Oh! Even the flicker.
JPL really wants Bray.
Really wants it. In the event that he actually picks up the kill on the Brave, that will be so worth it of a flicker.
Yeah, but take a look. Because of that Lord, the standing goal right there will be able to be collected by the side of RSG. RSG Singapore is still unable to crack up top for now. And if you take a look, the gold lead still leaning over to the side of Flash.
Oh, the Netherrealm is forced. As such, no more Netherrealm for the next upcoming fight.
Hades.
But Hades doing Hades things. As such, Flash will probably want to extend this fight as long as possible as the Suyo will crack down the top lane turret.
And once again, it is again. Hades trying to do it. Gatakacha may be able to do something against that. A minute right there. Hades has to run away now.
Oh no, he got taunted in with the Blade Surge, and he's gonna be A-okay.
But then again, if you notice how Team Flash literally lost.
Wait, the creep waves at the top lane is still going. So I think that Hades might want to go in for a second try.
No.
Oh no!
He doesn't have the HP. And now
doesn't have
because
it.
of that, RSG
Oh
no! Oh, Team Flash wins!
They don't have the creeps. They don't have the creeps. But they're fine. They have one Ballista to at least bring down this T3 turret. That was a classic greedy Hades play.
A base trade happening right here. The ultimate being used to try to slow down Roy, using the ultimate to try to zone abstract.
No, now he wants to clear out the creep wave, especially since Ken is not around the area to go for the split and cancel out the Swan Song. But ultimately, Roy will still go down. Both teams, they are screaming. They want to end it.
I have no idea why I'm watching anymore, Abstract, because Hades, I mean, that was a good play, right? But then again, when the base trade fell, RSG Singapore also realized that they're running out of steam. But after all of that, take a look. Mid lane and bot lane for the side, Flash SG is open. The gold lead now swings in the favor of RSG Singapore. Now the Lord is coming out, and Vanix is still down in 10 seconds. RSG Singapore needs to rush this.
Oh my god, I am actually getting a little bit of a deja vu at this point in time. But we'll see how that's gonna go.
And don't forget, Chip can basically bring everybody to the front. Roy still needs to do the manual way of walking all the way to the fight.
Eye on the prize, Hades. Eye on the prize. As Flicker committed from the side of JPL. The AOG being expanded out as well. Ken does not have a lot of HP to work with. As such, Roy with the bouncing musical notes bring him down. The Nether Realm is also going to be popped. As such, KTC no longer have got that to work with them. The Swan Song are currently unavailable. CS still have got a couple of Rhapsody or Death Sonata to work with. However, Hades, the sly assassin, goes over the backlines and peels off of CS.
Man, that was a very bad fight for the side of Flash SG. Hear me out. RSG Singapore, that was a... Even though they missed 2 ultimates, Flash SG makes more sense. If you take a look at this replay right here, the AOG and also it's already okay. This is already used. AOG earlier used already. Camilla ultimate is already committed. That's why Team Flash wants a handshake this fight. But look at Bray. Bray's target prioritization is so good in terms of finding these main damage dealers. Don't forget, Kratisi on the Faramis. Yes, after his Cult Altar is out, he's basically a sitting duck.
There's really not much that you gotta be afraid of, aside from, I guess, Ghostbusters, right? I don't think that RSG is gonna be that close with one another all that much, but as much as I really want to see the effects of the Curse of Blood has got one of the weakest visual effects. I, for the life of me, can never be able to see the Curse of Blood being used for most of these instances.
Maybe this time.
Now, okay, now I can see it, but everyone's just gonna be huddled up together. They're all hugging and cuddling. As such, Hades as strong as Ken, they don't have a lot of HP to work with, but fortunately they did manage to bring down Bray as well as CS. The rest of Flash is just gonna be running right in. Jay still have a lot of HP left, and also with the immortality. Closer just gonna be whamming down onto the ground, trying to clear out the waves as soon as possible. But there's still a wave there's still a wave coming in. Immortality is currently gonna be popped. Closer is still in the game, however, still go down at this point in time. Flash, they got a free entry and a free ticket right over to the core and demolish that crystal.
That is actually a very interesting turn of events. RSG Singapore actually almost had it, but don't forget, you can take down Faramis. The Faramis passive allows you to basically respawn very quickly. You use the Chip ultimate, he's suddenly back in the fight even faster than usual.
I guess that all you need to do to end this game is end it the natural way. Just group up and end the game instead of just sending Hades trying to. But to be fair though, that one push to bring down that T3, it enabled them to be able to run down like that.
Yeah, but to be honest, like if you notice how Team Flash is actually playing it, this kind of game, I think they adapted on the fly. We talked about how Hades like to play the 4+1. Now because of the chip, they're grouped together as one, and that's where they can really know how to snowball.
At this point in time, we did definitely mention that the chip is, of course, a very valuable tool for Flash solely because of Hades' playstyle. He always look out for these opportunities and potential to go for the split pushes. And even though Suyo is one of those heroes that have decent mobility, but you have to use S1 and S3 in order to navigate around the map. But realistically speaking, you want to use them on killing and wave clear. So in order for him to get himself back into team fights, at least they have the shortcut. You're not too afraid of. You're not too afraid as a Suyo from overcommitting into a lane push.
Yeah, maybe Chip needs to go into the banning phase right here.
I believe
because JPL is seemingly too comfortable for this, and it enables Team Flash to do what they're really good at. Now, apart from the fact that 4+1 comp does, apart from using the 4+1 comp, one click of a button, you bring everybody together.
Exactly. In fact, it doesn't even have to be 4+1. It's 1+3+1, right?
You can basically spread everybody. If you notice, for a period of time, Team Flash, at a period of time, they're literally having members everywhere. Vanix is having a good time down bot.
Yeah.
And then you know what? RSG is literally tunnel vision onto the turtle.
Yeah, free reign all the way down the lanes. He even went over and attacked the turret even when there was the whole defense up.
Yep, and
didn't care.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter because the chip. The value of the chip, especially in Team Flash, is just way too crazy. I wasn't expecting JP. I mean, why do I doubt JPL? I shouldn't doubt him. I'm sorry, I've sinned. I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
have sinned.
He's the pioneer.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I've sinned.
Leave it to him.
I doubted JPL for the trip.
Leave it to him.
Yeah.
So I think that Amox have pretty much understood what is currently at stake. The chip plays well with Flash's current, I guess, way of playing. It works well with Flash's Flash the playstyle. Yes, that's the term I'm looking for. They have disabled the use of a Hayabusa on the side of Hades, but now another threat came in, which still enabled him, and that is the chip. So I think that right now there is two things that they need to ban in order to not give them this kind of comfy gameplay. Chip as well as the Hayabusa. Either they are going first pick, first ban, take their Hayabusa away, or they have to ban these two heroes.
Yeah, Abstract, to be honest, as we take a look at this, the stat screen right here, you can start to see Royce picking up a lot of damage already. The Genius one, the blood, the wings as well. You know, these are basically the very defensive items, and not only just the fact that you are able to survive an onslaught even longer, right? And you can also start to see that even RSG missed the two ultimates from Jay and also Closer, they can still put up a good hell of amount of damage against Flash SG. But don't forget, the crazy plays coming out from Hades, especially Team Flash, just likes to keep us just literally on the edge of our seats. And yeah, the chip literally enabled this playstyle, allowing Flash to have even more free roam all across the map.
I genuinely and really like the idea though, with the Carmilla plus the Odette. Initially, I was thinking, would that get them out of the early game? Would that be enough? Does the wave clear allow them to, kind of help out the other teams, or rather help out the other lanes? I think to a certain extent, yes, right? Because CS doesn't seem like he's having too horrible of a time in the lanes. He's currently 7:3:4. Can't exactly see, how his creep kills and all that kind of stuff, but you get the idea. The main thing is to get CS farmed up, and to a certain extent, some snowball potential.
Yeah, but he's always getting threatened by Ken, right? And now if you notice...
And Hades too.
And Hades as well. If you notice RSG, after the tunnel of vision, they'll start to group up as 5. I mean, that's where the roster is really strong at. Literally these 5v5. And don't forget, the roster is really good at one thing, which is basically to deny the chip from using the ultimate. But if you notice how JPL is using it, right? Even though, yes, the ultimate misses, it strikes fear, and RSG overreacted. I feel like this game is all about RSG overreacting to a lot of things, and Flash SG just, they tried to do that base rush earlier just now, but I would say they were lucky. They were really lucky for that one.
Good point on that. So far in this game, we have seen a lot more shortcuts that is actually used onto the backlines, and no one's taken it.
Yep, nobody should be taking it, because don't forget, if you take it, you're walking into Jake, you're walking into Closer, an easy AOG, easy is circle, and then after that, you walk into a swan song. Nah, man, I'm not taking it.
It's almost like an overcommittal shortcut from side of JPL. I'm not sure whether that is essentially a bait onto the side of RSG to make them think about a possible angle from two sides. Because whenever JPL goes for that, a fight is actually going on already on the opposite side, or not really opposite side, maybe a few feet away, right? And we all know that the fight is already ongoing. If there is an opportunity to use the shortcut, I guess why not? In order to get himself over the backlines. Eventually, I think RSG will forget about the existence of these shortcuts. In fact, one of the battles, that is exactly what JPL did. Flickered onto the back, and I think that used the shortcut either onto Roy or CS. They evacuated from that premise, and then at the point in time, KTZ, he was almost about to die. Just went into the over to the portal and tried to look for another way to run away. Unfortunately, he still died though. So at least that shows an application of the shortcut.
Yeah, definitely. I also feel like if you take a look at this one, oh, hold on a second. Ken absorbing so much damage, 164 K damage as well. Ken also did a very good zoning earlier just now, especially towards the early parts of the game. But I think it's just the decision-making of Team Flash as a whole. Whether to take the shortcut or not, I think that's the question.
Yeah, so communication is key, right? As long as they can do that, then they're going to be A-okay. But here we go. we do have got the MVP of the game. Goes over to Hades with 6 kills, 2 deaths, and 3 assists with a total of 60% of KP.
Yeah, definitely. The assassin not only just that strikes fear in the hearts of the players, he also strikes fear towards the base as well, because you never know when he could be right beside the base and then just goes for the checkmate right there.
Yep. Honestly, a funny interaction. A little bit of a blunder going on, trying to re-enter into the base, but I don't think that made any substantial change in the economy. It doesn't make any put up any change in the battlefield as well. So I think that's a small little blunder, but they tried.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to try.
1 token, 3 tries. You know.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to them to try. But apart from that, like what I mentioned, the RSG tunnel vision is starting to show just a little bit more. You also start to see the pathing of CS and closer starting to be a little bit more sussy, especially when the fact that, you know, you miss an AOG, you miss a J, also miss a circle, and that allows, you know, for the side of JPL to really strike. But luckily for the fact that, you know, CS and also to a certain extent, Roy can do a lot of damage in that small little amount of time. That's why they're able to survive these kind of team fights.
In fact, I think if you kind of pull in the footage between game number 2 and game number 3, you can tell a very big difference with how they used the shortcut and how they played with the shortcut. We saw a lot of turret dives in game number 2.
Yep.
There was no such thing in game number 3.
Yep.
There were a lot of clumping together in game number 2. But we don't have that in game number 3.
Definitely.
Everyone is just kind of like all around a very huge area, especially around the river lines.
Yep.
They want to ensure that they don't give any free curse of blood, tethers.
Yep.
They don't give a free AOG, and most importantly, don't give a free swan song.
Yeah, and it's really like what I mentioned. It's a good team decision coming out from Team Flash, right? Like they know that this draft is very reactive, maybe a little bit too
very
reactive.
ultimate reliant too.
It is.
So I guess as long as you kind of split yourselves up, you kind of make RSG kind of scratch their head and thinking, how do we use our ultimate now?
Yeah, and don't forget, to a certain extent, if you want to also use this kind of roster from the side of Gatakacha and also the Camilla to basically engage, it is also very wonky because because you know these two ultimates are really, really hard to land. The only way to use this is basically zone, or someone needs to be the bait. Usually, you need a Tigger to set up at the very least, or maybe to a certain extent, crazy idea number 8, a Yuchong Petrify. 9.
Okay, 8 is the one that you didn't manage to say, which you wanted to say to Odette.
Oh yeah, but
but you didn't say it.
Well, the combo should work.
So is that 8, or is this 9?
8.5.
8.5.
8.5. Crazy idea 8.5. A Yuzhong Petrify, or even to a certain extent, a Benedetta Petrify will enable this roster to even greater extent just now.
I still kind of prefer that Tigro plus Vexana though. I still want to see that, and I still prefer that if they want to play into the chip. The difference is that it's not exactly so comical as compared to the Curse of Blood plus the Swan Song. The reason being is that if they do have the Vexana, at least the Eternal Guard still will linger around the battlefield, and the initial knockup, you can use that as a pick-off tool. Implosion onto 1%, that's fine, is also a pick-off tool. There is still a lot of things that they can do, even with these ultimates being off cooldown. The Horrifying Hands is also a good crowd control. While for Odette, you do have a Immobilize, sure, but you still have a single bird. I don't know what it's called, but a single bird.
That's how rare we see. That's how we don't usually see Odette. MPL, so we don't even know the skill name except for the ultimates.
Yeah. So ultimately, I will say that in most other situations, Vexana does wonders. Right? You're not that ultimate reliant. While in the meantime, Odette is super ultimate reliant. What they can do in that previous game is that they probably did that. I didn't really quite catch it. Is that instead of looking for a perfect 5-man because of Blood, AOG, Swan Song, is just 1 or 2. Just get it done and over with.
Because of Blood on 1 person, what's the point?
I mean, 1 or 2, I guess.
1. I think at least 2.
At least 2, yeah.
But I think that might be the plan, right? Using the Odette to try to catch somebody first and then follow up immediately. But
technically, if you use the Swan Song, you kind of make people either run away, which is quite telegraphic as to where they would generally want to go. So I guess that is also a viable initiating tool, but that will also mean you lose a huge chunk of damage potential.
Yes, that's right. But apart from that, I think I like what I mentioned. We also praised the fact that Team Flash really used even using the same draft and then even play into a
very different positioning.
Yeah, but the way they play it is very different. The way they execute the draft is also different. So this is what I mentioned. the difference between, you know, a difference between a really good team and a very, very good team, right? And the fact that if RSG is unable to adapt on the fly based on the circumstance, maybe you're right. Maybe just start using the Carmilla to stun one person, we catch one person, and then we just rinse and repeat, right?
Yeah.
Don't need to use the Curse of Blood. Just follow up with AOG to cut everybody out. If you follow up with the AOG, you follow with the Curse of Blood, hey, that's a good bonus.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going into game number 4. So far, Team Flash have got 2 wins in the pocket, while RSG, unfortunately, only with 1 from game number 1. Once again, we throw our time and we throw our time over to the coaches and the notebook over to the coaches for them to play their initial brain game. Now, we did, of course, talk about the ideas of removing Hayabusa and removing the chip away from the hands of Team Flash. But is that really going to be something that Amox is interested in? Or do they want to, once again, tackle that problem? You know, tackle the chip problem? Because I think that stealing away the Hayabusa or banning out the Hayabusa is a good idea. But for Chip, I think that they can counter that. They just need better execution.
Yeah, but it feels like, you know, RSG... I mean, if you're Team Flash right now, do you ban the Kalia or do you ban the Chip? Because right here, if I got a
think
feeling
they can play the Chip. Just leave it to them.
Jay can play the Chip as well. So that's something that, you know, for the side of Team Flash, also need to look out for. Or unless you ban something that's completely random, and then after that you open. Let you choose. You want to go for the Kalia first pick, or you go for the Chip first pick. That is the problem of on the blue side.
I feel that it's kind of like a no harm done over the side of Team Flash. Even if they lose the Chip, that means that they gain the Hayabusa.
And
it's kind of like it's kind of like an either or situation for Team Flash. It's like if we don't have the Hayabusa, at least the Chip still enables Hades. Or if we lose the Chip, at least we have the Hayabusa to enable the Hades. Whichever way they need, they have a way in R1 and R2. Which, in this case, RSG didn't care about all of that. In fact, this is the first time in three games where I think Amox didn't ban the Juicin, and the Juicin went over to RSG.
Yeah. Apparently, yes. Game number
1 through 3.
Game number 2, I believe. Game number 1. Sorry, game number 1 earlier just now. The Juicin was picked.
Okay.
But it's out of RSG, and now this time around, last game was banned. Power pick over, but this I don't know. It's going to be the same thing again.
Okay.
To be honest, guys, this feels like a Season 7 thing over and over again. Remember, Roy was just go on in with the Farsa over and over again. RSG, it seems like they're repeating the same exact draft as earlier just now. And now this time around, if Flash is feeling a little bit flashy this time around, going for Lucas this time.
Yeah, they understand the potential of what Lucas can bring in a snowball factor game, right? This time, RSG, the change is in the mage. So they have a Juicin for their side. They are hoping to be able to use the Lantern Flare and possibly the Crimson Beacon to be able to pick everyone else up into the sky while they use the shortcut. But do note that those marks takes time to accumulate. And I don't know if whether the Juicin can stay around that long to pick them all up.
Shall see. Right now, back to the banning phase. Abstract Hayabusa ban off on the side of Flash SG. So Zace is actually targeting mostly on the side of Ray. The high loss is a good ban because high loss, I believe a glue should be coming up next on the side of RSG. Now Ken.
I think a Ling Band would be good here.
A Ling Band is also great.
Yeah.
Because you also limit the fact of cross-map plays that Bray can also do. Don't forget that Hanzo threat is also looming. Like what I mentioned, there's not enough band slot, Abstract. We need 20 bands.
Maybe we just cut the amount of heroes that can be played, huh? Okay. Crazy idea number 9.
Okay.
The Fanny here for RSG.
Yeah, because the fact that the Hayabusa is already banned away.
Enable cross-map plays.
Yep.
And even if Team Flash plays around and far away, Fanny still got a way to catch up to them. Even if they come play close together, Fanny will be even happier because everyone is close together, enables all that AoE damage.
Yep.
So I think that Fanny is the kind of jungle assassins that don't really care about the positioning of Team Flash, no matter how they play the shortcut, because of the vastly different ways of game number 2 and game number 3, we clearly seen an archetype, a composition archetype from Team Flash that changes, even though the composition is more or less the same.
Yeah. Okay. Abstract. Now, if we take a look at this one, Badang comes out. That's the response over to the Fanny, which is also interesting, right?
I think
Badang
it's
goes
still
into
okay.
the EXP lane this time around.
I think it is still okay. I think that this is dependent on the confidence of Bray. Amox will definitely ask Bray,
I feel like, no.
are you okay
Don't
against
forget,
Badang?
Don't forget when Bray and also Diablo were back in the same team, and Diablo literally said it before, Badang is a perfect counter against the Fanny. Number one, he throws him out.
They 1v1 before, but that was when Badang was a damage dealer.
Tigreal and Suyo secured by the side of RSG.
Tigreal is a good answer.
Yeah, finally, right? I think one of the games, Zay's actually banned away the Tigreal in one of the games earlier just now. Now hopefully that's a good counter against the chip.
Okay. I think that it is. I mean, not that I think. In theory, it is a good answer. Yeeve. So, okay, utility onto the mage. Boxes everyone else up. Takes the shortcut. Flickers backwards.
Yeah, I think this is also a very scary drop coming off of Team Flash. This time around, I finally am glad to see this kind of roster coming off Team Flash. The Yeeve also really works wonders, especially now we have to play inside the box. Remember, creating zone for the Zaman Force to allow them to basically zip-zap around. Since the high loss is banned away, the Eve can also do the same. On top of that, you lock people inside so that the Lucas can just go ham inside the box.
Yeah. So, how's that gonna go? The good thing is there is also a combo between Lucas and Eve, and this is not something that we see all the time. It may be good, it may be bad, it really depends on how you see it. And of course, it's also a way to manipulate the battlefield. Not only does Lucas have got displacement tool in the S1,
CC immunity as well.
CC immunity on that, right?
The Unleash the Beast form.
Have you thought about the fact that in Lucas plus Eve, the moment you go into and use S1 onto the opponents and knock them into the wall of the RWM, you essentially layer a root onto them.
Literally stun everybody, right?
Yes.
And now, on top of that, you also got Ken. There's a lot of CCs from the side of RSG. Hopefully, they are able to respond. In the meantime, ladies and gents, going to go into game number 4 right here. And looking to spice up with the Tigreal on J.
So, we're looking at a Badang versus a Gatokacha down in the bottom lane. Gatokacha has got a little bit of a lane priority on top of the Badang down the bottom. Top lane, we have the Granger with that lane prior. So, RSG seems to be looking decent in both of these lanes, even though Harif is supposed to technically win in the lane. In the meantime, here we go. 2 trades in between of these two teams. Bray is the one that suffers the damage, while Katizi is the one from Flash that suffers the damage.
And really punching closer like that. These fist crack, especially punching people to the wall, it stuns them as well. And how closer is really close to that wall is not looking very good.
So, I want to see the snowball factor that Team Flash love to play, and the way that worked out for them previously. Just how much damage can Hades bring into this game? Because right now we're looking at quite a bit of utility in the roaming trio. So most of the damage stems from Hades itself. Is it enough? That's what I want to know.
I think it is. Don't forget, Lucas does have a lot of burst damage as well. If you stun lock somebody, that's basically it. But don't forget, this time around, we need to...
Chip has a lot of damage too, yeah.
The only way that RSG Singapore is able to stay alive in these kind of engages coming off from Team Flash is Jay. Jay must be the win con right here. He needs to perform a beautiful implosion, or be it, even if it's not an implosion, a good pushback.
But this also means that Jay cannot be a trigger finger. If he wants, he's gonna have to look out for that.
Decision making, man.
Yeah, this is all about decision making. So most of the time, if Jay just sticks close to JPL whenever he sees that portal, then it was gonna be good. In the meantime, Hades gets himself the turtle almost immediately, and just gonna go straight in for all of that. The S1 triple combo, as well as the AOG multiple times. It did not happen. As such, I don't know about that. But now we do have Roy that's stuck in the wall, flickers himself out of danger. And that is Team Flash with 2 kills.
And that's the power of Lucas, right? He goes Unleash the Beast, Bray cannot assassinate, and then he gets assassinated himself. And don't forget, you also got Ken building up that wall, just literally landing the punch onto Bray. RSG Singapore, I feel like this needs to be a hit around. The Suyo needs to be really smart in terms of his positioning.
I kind of like the fact that Although it's kind of sad that Closer tried to AOG twice, but to no avail. We saw the warning signs, but it's like,
Yeah. Because of the JPL constant knockback, right, to stop the channeling, it's very annoying.
Even Hades also has a knockback. Even Ken also has a knockback. There's so many knockbacks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally AOG doesn't pop because of that. That makes a massive difference. But don't forget, as Courtesy is on the eve. Technically speaking, if you go into real world manipulation, you have a pseudo CC immunity because you don't get deactivated. Yeah, you don't get, you just stand still right there.
Yeah. So now Bray comes in. It does seem like the arrow actually didn't quite manage to land the cannon, but I don't think that is that big of a problem per se. We do have the total that will be coming up in 30 seconds. As such, let's review a little bit on the nice steal, but JPL, wow,
brings in the goons for Ken.
Immediately tries to go for the fist break, but unfortunately did not manage to land. That is going to be a one-man implosion. The AOG comes in to connect, but unfortunately Ken was actually CC immune throughout the entire period, so he's not going to be flying up into the sky. As such, Katizi opens up the box. The RWM is going to be locking people in, but it doesn't seem like it's going to do too much over the Closer. In fact, not enough damage. As such, we've got a backwards hit coming in from Hades, but the Junama actually ends the life of Jay. Hades is going to be fine. Bray was not able to touch a hair of Hades.
Ken is the MVP of that particular fight.
Oh my god!
The fact that you use your ultimate, you are CC immune, you basically ignore the AOG, you stay alive, and you still stun. You build a wall to block Bray from actually assassinating Hades. Man, that was crazy.
That was quite an exchange, right?
It is.
Okay, that was fun to watch. But the total is still up and running. That fight translated to almost nothing for RSG. That's 4 kills in favor for Team Flash. We hit the 5-minute mark. All of the energy turrets, or rather energy shields, are all gone. We're looking at about 1.5k gold lead, and here we go! The entire family is here! As now Closer is just going to be completely wrecked up, full of bruises.
Somebody called the disciplinary teacher. This is cyberbullying right here. Man, you can see how Roy's like hurting Courtesy right here. And it's like, oh, you like hurt, you like hurt. Courtesy, nah, I'm chill. JPL comes in. The whole team from side of the Flash SG just goes in, picks up 1 kill.
You blink, you lose. Oh, man. But despite all that fight, Flash got an advantage of 0.5k.
Yeah, I mean, definitely gold lead is something we definitely want to look at. The damage coming off CS is starting to show. Jay, like what I mentioned, we need to make sure that Jay actually gets a good implosion. We haven't seen that yet.
Not yet, right? So I think that Flash, especially for JPL, I think his communication is the most important.
He got assassinated right there, but it's okay. Now Vanix. Zaman Force still available. Maybe he can make a play out of his life here.
Oh, as he pops out the Zaman Force. Not quite enough to defend, not quite enough to heal himself. Never mind, Ken joins into the fray. And in the meantime, it is going to be the RWM that's going to be popped. Not quite enough to get a kill down on the CS. Courtesy all alone now have to face Bray. But at least the Void Blast gets him out of dodge.
Man, Ken is literally enabling Flash to basically go in
JPL with the shotgun down the entire team right under the turret's nose, takes him down.
The Badang and also the chip wombo combo is actually crazy, right? Just go into shotgun, send the Badang out, you build a wall. There's no way from the side of RSG Singapore to basically escape one by one. Flash SG is using this roster as if it's like a pickup position.
7 minutes into this game, 3,000 goal lead for Team Flash. RSG finally managed to pick up 3 kills. Oh, I hear the conceal all the way in the middle lane. Ken, he's okay, but JPL, he's rushing in, drops down. Wait, no shortcut.
No shortcut, but
no shortcut. No shortcut.
We'll sacrifice his life to the RSG SG gods for now. But Flash SG, man, it's crazy how, you know, they get the chip for 3 games in a row. RSG Singapore refuses to bend it out, and then after that, you see variations on the chip play by Flash SG.
These are all archetypes of Wombo Combo Unga Bunga, right? playing around the chip. But right now, Vanix drops down the Zaman Force, but taking a little bit too much damage. At least he do have the Purify and got himself one shot after the next one onto Bray. While in the meantime, Bray had a solo fight against CS. That is two of the main damage dealers coming from the side of RSG that's already going to be taken down and closer. Despite how tanky it is, he will still go down to the claws, the ripping claws of Hades.
Man, Flash SG literally tearing out RSG Singapore bit by bit. You also start to see that, you know, the fighting spirit for the side of RSG Singapore sapping away. Flash SG is on a roll right here.
Oh boy. Now, the Lord goes over to the hands of Flash. 8 minutes in this game. We've got two turtle takes, one Lord, and 2 turrets taken so far. The Lord is going to be marching up from the top lane. And the middle lane eventually would might go down.
Flicker.
Jay, single man Flicker, who wants to do something about this, but it doesn't seem like he's going to do too much as KTZ even put up the RWM just so that they will be able to isolate that Tigreal. As such, Roy. Oh, wait! That is more or less a one-hit kill coming in from the side of Hades.
Man, I really have to give Flash that kudos. He's going to go on.
Oh, the shotgun is back. The Rasengan brings down Sasuke. And CS walks away with a slipper.
JPL is literally speed right there. He brings the rest of the team, and don't forget with the fleeting time, he can use the ultimate over and over again. RSG Singapore, there's no time for them to breathe. The studio is unable to snowball, and you see how KTZ used that real-world manipulation creatively. What a Giga Chan.
With all of these turrets now currently going to be under siege. Middle lane T2 down. Top lane T2 is now currently attacked by the Lord. Every single one of these waves are just marching in with the holy defense being popped one after another. I would like to believe that the top lane's holy defense will eventually be popped as well. But the great thing is if it explodes before the Lord reaches. But never mind, there's a bunch of HP gone from the Lord. But I think that's a small thing. Yep. Bottom lane's holy defense is also popped.
Man, 1 Lord, 3 lanes popped, and that's only just the first Lord, and that's not ideal for the side of RSG Singapore right now. They need to try to hunker down, but the Suyo is unable to farm. CS is also a little bit low in terms of farming as well. We're looking at Jay, the Tigreal, the implosions. Yes, you can catch, but you get real-world manipulation, and that's like a massive divide between you, and all of a sudden you get caught in a no man's land.
JPL is just wondering. I think it's fine for now. The Zaman Force has been committed just to ensure that they will be able to bring down the T3 in the top lane, while Hades all alone, they managed to bring down the T3 in the bottom.
Yep, it's back to the 4+1. Once again, RSG Singapore, they'll have no answers against this chip. JPL and also Ken playing out of their minds. Topside also cracked open as well, Abstract.
Yikes.
I feel like RSG Singapore just doesn't have the fuel to continue on the fight.
Oh man, what went wrong? Oh wait, I know, Chip.
Man, this is giving me Season 7 vibes once again. Remember how in Season 7, RSG Singapore insisted to use the Farsa on Roy over and over again, even though Flash has found 3 ways to counteract against the Farsa. And now we're back here once again. RSG Singapore refuses to ban the chip 3 games in a row.
I don't know, but this game, I don't feel that early game power spike from the Granger. I know that he's a skilling marksman, but if he's fed, he actually can be a pretty naughty marksman. But I want to see either a farmed up Granger or perhaps even a Moskov bringing it back into the game.
I feel like we need a good implosion from Jay. We need an AOG from the side of Closer. There's a lot of checklists that RSG Singapore needs to check. Flash SG on the other hand, they can do whatever they want. They've got money bags, they've got EXP gaps right here. And then look at Vanix's Zaman Force. Go 1v1 against Closer right there.
He already pushed one of the frontliners all the way back. Jay was completely out of position and now went in for the implosion. Unfortunately, did not catch anyone at all.
Oh my god.
Well, Flash takes an easy Lord.
And you thought the Tigreal was a good counter against the chip. KTZ goes in the Eve. And now you ask the question, who are you trapped with right now? The real world manipulation zoned the rest of the members from the side of RSG from even committing into the fight.
This is a problem. Because Jay is just looking for an angle. Everyone had the same idea. He himself had the same idea. I want to position myself in a way whereby I can just dash in and then flicker in and get a good implosion. Let closer, be the one that takes the shortcut. But JPL knows he's not doing that. He will not do that. As such, they will always take some time before the shortcut even appears, or maybe don't even appear at all. So Jay will end up being out of position throughout the entirety of the fight. You saw that Jay, throughout that fight, he was on the opposite side of the entrance of the lock pit. There's nothing that he could do.
Cutting Jay right there.
With the Diamond Force now being popped right out as RWM that locks everyone else inside. Roy with a Crimson Beacon back home. And Bray trying to clear out every single one of these waves only to be clawed to death by the nine-tailed fox.
Man, that was a long and tedious fight for the side of RSG. They're literally torn apart bits and pieces over again just to be revived and rinse and repeat. You can see how RSG has tried so many different ways. Engage with the Tigro, engage with the Gatot. Nothing seems to work because of the real world manipulations creating such a big space for them and allowing the Lucas just to scale like that.
Yep.
And the fact that JPL is allowed to just do very JPL things on that chip, I think the chip needs to go, man.
The chip needs to go. The final fight was where we saw the collection of combo that we are looking out for, especially the Lucas plus the Yves combo. Just went straight in, whoever that was in the box, they're clumped up together, push them to the wall, additional damage in, and you know what's even greater than that? The fact that you know the trajectory of S1. You know how they are going to land in that place. So you just swipe that one line, everything, you spam click at the final destination.
Yeah, and
all by the wall.
And that's where the Eve really do most of the damage, right? Usually the Eve, the way you play the Eve is you set up the wall, you swipe first to slow, and then you start tapping, right?
Yep.
But now you know where the Lucas is going to push, right?
So you use lesser boxes just for the swipe.
And not only just that, the fact is, the chip also enables the Badang so well, so many times in the early game. If you notice how the chip enables goes through the shortcut, the Badang appears, a wall is being built immediately.
In most situations, I will always kind of wonder and just kind of have the question mark thinking, why would you draft a Yves into a Gatokacha? But this time, the cons, the pros outweighs the cons.
Yeah.
It really enables the composition so well. And even if the Gatokacha goes in for the AOG onto a backline RWM,
my real world manipulation is still up.
And I mean, you're gonna have to wait for the taunt. The taunt, eventually the RWM will go down, but the main problem will be the front lines, and that is snowballing Lucas. If you're able to AOG the snowballing Lucas, that will be great. But you are in the box, so it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment.
Yeah, and if you notice how RSG really couldn't follow up.
They can't.
They tried so many ways, the box is way too big.
They're looking for opportunities too.
Yeah, you thought, Farsa would be good here, right? Like the fact that, hey, usually you go back to Artillery Mage meta, Farsa is back in the meta again. But Eve offer a very different dimension. And you see how Kurtizi uses it to great extent.
Yeah. Most of the time, I think that we always compare Farsa and Eve is because of the damage potential. But this time, because of
the range.
And the range, yes.
Yep.
Farsa has got way more range than a Eve. But in this case, you don't necessarily need that much range playing around the chip. And because of the fact that you have a Lucas on your side, I think you more or less have got equal, if not more damage than a Farsa. Because a Farsa is 4 strikes of your Feathered Airstrike. While in the meantime, as a Eve, you can just kind of go on over and over again.
And okay, apart from that, from the side of Team Flash, man, Hades, a perfect game. 10-06. 10-06 as well. No depths. No depths. Really.
So, I would say that at this point in time, Hades, he is the catalyst that enables the team. Without the Lucas, there would not be a Eve, honestly, in my honest opinion. This is just a very good lineup, really. I didn't really think about this combo until it's been drafted out here.
Yep. The Chip and the Chip and the Badang combo works well. The Lucas and Eve combo works well. The Vanix is just like the cherry on the top of the icing of the cake.
At this point in time,
top with icing as well.
Yeah, at this point in time, it really just every single one of these heroes or rather every single one of these players have their own very specific game, and they just need to play together. I don't know at this point in time what RSG can do aside from banning out the chip, because I feel that Zace have got 3 games to play around the chip, and they have unlocked certain amount of archetypes already.
Yeah.
So I don't think that you'll want to test any further just how many archetypes of group up games with a chip Zayce have in his pockets.
Remember that was the analogy that I used in Season 7, right? Like this lock can be opened by 4 keys right now, right?
Yeah.
Team Flash is able to use a chip to, even against, something that counters the chip, Team Flash is able to still navigate around, circumnavigate around, and even defeat RSG over and over again.
Yeah, so RSG, Amox, I think that the chip needs to be banned or needs to be picked up. But I don't think that I've seen Jay play too much chip before. Maybe is it
Maybe one or two.
Once or twice.
Yeah.
But I'm not too sure if whether that is going to be their last ditch effort.
I feel like
is it? Are they comfortable enough to use to play that as the last game, or do they just kind of want to ban that out and play their best comfort heroes?
Especially when it's match point, Abstract.
Especially it's match point.
Yeah, next game is gonna be very, very dire for the side of RSG. Team Flash, though, on a victory lap right there. The glorious pathway laid down for them all the way to Riyadh in MSC. If, Team Flash keeps up this tempo, they're in sync. RSG needs to really pull something drastic in the next game.
I've been trying to think of signature heroes for each of these players, but I think that they have quite a large hero pool that they have been playing so much to the point that it doesn't really there is no one hero that just popped up in my head at this point in time, right? But Bray's games yesterday, I think that those make a big difference, and that is the Link. If anything, this final game, I would want Bray to play the Link.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I think there's a period of time, there's a couple games where Ling got banned as well. But I think right now it's just the draft. Like, how do you work against Team Flash's draft, right? Because it seems like they've got answers for almost anything that RSG was throwing at them, especially after yesterday's games lost.
Yeah, so RSG, all the way from the start to the end, they don't have any ways to play this game, right? Not a single turret taken, not a single turtle, not a single lord.
Yep. Of course, we have to give the MVP once again. Lucas, of course, 10-06, no deaths, but of course, enabled by so many things. There's one death that he almost did, can save him by the way.
Oh, yes.
That's why.
That was a clutch moment, right? There's, I think, also a hefty bounty onto the heads of on Hades. But even if Lucas were to go down, I don't think that that's going to make that big of a difference, and I don't think that that's going to change anything to the battlefield.
Yep, of course. It's a very crazy game. As of now, RSG in dire straits, right? They need to really pull something out. I think the Odette was interesting. I think, the Faramis and Claude was really interesting to a certain extent. Maybe even pulling out the Veil of Valir, interesting. Something, and hopefully, maybe Amos will be able to cheese out the win.
They have one last chance.
Yep.
Okay, maybe not one last chance. Okay, technically yes, because this is a match point. They need to get this out.
Definitely.
They need to throw whatever that they have, this tournament lifeline, this is the grand finals, one more losses, and that's going to be over.
Yeah, and that secures a ticket for Team Flash to all the way to Riyadh for MSC at EWC.
And I'm pretty sure that everyone in Tampines Mall, everyone that is at home, what you guys want is a full 7 games, right? Everyone wants a full 7 game, especially since we saw the potential of RSG, right? It is not out of question. It is not out of question for RSG to be able to start winning games again, right? So I'm just gonna leave it up to Amox. Let him just kind of think about it, especially since it has been quite some games already. You probably need to kind of go back to a huddle, re-identify what's the problem.
Yep, back to the drawing board, back to the
drawing board.
Right? With that said, ladies and gents, we're going to go into a short 5-minute break. Don't go away, because coming up next, potential championship point for Team Flash going up against RSG.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours, so dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to almost the finale of MPL SG Season 9. My name is Abstract, with me here is Jace. We have completed 4 games so far, and we are looking at a 3-1 scoreline for Team Flash and RSG.
Yeah, and it's kind of demoralizing if you ask me for the side of RSG, right? They've done so well during the regular season, and then with the addition of break, it feels like they've leveled up significantly. Then after that, you know, when they actually managed to beat Team Flash in the upper bracket final, send Team Flash down to the lower brackets, starting to run out of steam just a little bit.
Yeah, so technically speaking, they aren't supposed to be the team to run out of steam, considering that they didn't play the BO5 at the bottom half of the bracket. So they have a lot of time to, you know, kind of recuperate, a lot of time to even watch Team Flash's game and understand what do they have on the composition, what are the heroes that they play, and generally how they move around.
Yeah, and I think really, I think we harp on the chip a lot. Like the chip was a nuisance. Team Flash was able to just use the chip over and over again to great extent, and also the way that they manipulate the chip. Like even when they draft into something that's supposed to counter their roster. I know I cracked this joke in one of the earlier parts of the game. I say, what if the chip just doesn't use the ultimate? Then the whole roster just would just become useless, right?
Technically speaking, in some sense, it's kind of true. He did use the shortcut,
but nobody
not
came
in the most unorthodox ways.
Yeah,
right?
and if you notice, I think if you watch back to that particular game, the shortcut was used, but then it became like a Tom and Jerry Looney Tunes kind of thing. They also used parameters. They delayed entering. They wait until the fight is like, what, 70% over before they start using it to reposition themselves around the battlefield.
Yeah, so vastly different kind of playstyles as to their entrance for their shortcuts, right? 1, 2, and 3. Mostly, okay, so this is how it's broken down so far by JPL, right? Game number 1 is all hell breaks loose.
Yep.
The moment you see an opportunity, you drop the shortcut, everyone goes. Game number 2. Goes over to the back lines, look for an opportunity to drop the shortcut. It doesn't matter if whether it lands well or or lands badly. It is just another avenue of attack if they ever want to use it, or perhaps it is also a way to bait, because everyone is just very far apart from one another instead of everyone just joining into the fray like what they did in game number 1. Game number 3, though, I think that is kind of like a mixture of both games in general, but the difference is also the fact that the shortcut is not used on demand, but it's delayed. They wait until the right time, and JPL is mostly just kind of driving Jay away, knowing that Jay is going to be the #1 problem the moment that the shortcut drops.
Yeah, like what I mentioned, the real-world manipulation just separates Jay, and all of a sudden Jay is all alone. The rest of the members from the side of RSG actually wasn't able to keep up.
Yeah.
And don't forget, in the early parts of the game, after they started unlocking Ken as a Badang, you start to see how they use that chip wombo combo, right? Just keep it through the teleport, raise up a wall, and you're like, there's no way for you to escape from that one.
So, unfortunately, I think that RSG, they have got a tough road ahead.
Definitely.
Filled with gravel and spikes, I suppose. Caltrops, yes. So what do they gotta have to do, right? What is going to be the hero pick or the hero ban in order for them to navigate their way through these rocky road?
Yeah, I feel like, first of all, I think we harp this over and over again. The chip must go.
Ban.
The chip must be banned, but then you also open up to a lot of things, right? If you notice, for the past few games, for the side of RSG...
For the first phase ban, right?
Actually, yeah. Since game number 2, it has always been the Loi Phobia's Juicin ban for like 1, 2, 3 games in a row, except for the fact that in the previous game, they switched the glue for a Juicin, and now this time around, RSG looking to shake things up just a little bit, going into second pick, and potentially a chip ban as well.
Okay, so throughout these games, I would like to say, I would at least say that, they're still gonna go for the Phobias ban, huh? Personally, I feel that, yes, Phobias is definitely naughty throughout the games because of all the Infernal Pursuits, but personally, if I'm Amox, I actually kind of want to test the limits of Ken's Phobias.
You really sure you want to test Phobias, Ken's Phobias?
Yeah.
We established that last season. You don't give Ken that Phobias. It's like giving...
So what would you give up?
It's like giving Roy the Kadita. Wait.
But what would... Okay, so what would you give up? Just for the chip ban? The Juicin?
I think...
I mean, technically, it's not always a Juicin ban.
Yeah,
right?
I think like Loi Phobias, and then after that you go ahead and ban the chip.
Okay.
Easy, right? Now if you notice, also Team Flash also banning away the Kalia as well. So yeah, Moskov also goes down to the gutter, not allowing CS to have that one.
Okay.
Finally, there you go.
Finally, that is out of the picture. Hayabusa is available for first pick if Team Flash wants to go that way, though. Other than that, what else are we looking out for? Badang can be the first pick too.
Badang first pick has been really controversial. I
Moskov
don't
is
really
banned.
like it. There's also potentially a Harif first pick, or if you want to go something interesting, Baxia as well. Okay,
They
never mind.
love Harif
Yep.
for this few games.
They want Vanix to be super confident, because imagine if you've been playing the same hero over and over again, you build up that muscle memory in you.
I guess so, yeah. Sometimes you gotta go with consistency instead of fun and boredom, I suppose. Right?
Amox has been giving you fun, not bending the chip, living life dangerously. See what
I
they
guess
got
so.
them.
Yeah. So now we get to the question, right? What enables Hades? So so far the theory is as long as there's a chip, you don't need a Hayabusa or any ways to kind of split push, right? But we have a lot of these assassins that's currently available to enable the Hades. So Hayabusa is available on the board, Link is available on board, Fanny also. So many of these that we can still consider. So even for RSG, they don't really bother picking up the jungle. Possibly just want to leave it to the second phase, but I'm not too sure whether Flash would want that. So possibly picking up the...
I think you can go for the Hayabusa here.
Yeah,
Definitely, right? Take it away
possibly.
from Bray, make sure, because Hayabusa has been one of the prized assassins, provides so much utility in terms of wave clear on the shadow kill, provides a split push potential. If you land your quad shadows onto a carry, that's a dead carry, like dead damage dealer.
So I think that we need an initiator to lock in first, right? So it looks like they have decided to go for a glue and the Hayabusa indeed.
Yep, and don't forget, Ken was kind of like a target for the past few games as well, if you notice in terms of the banning phase. And now, okay, RSG showing us the Link this time. And don't forget,
Finally.
the Link is also a good response over to the Hayabusa.
Okay, finally, yeah.
It feels like they feel like they're resetting.
Yeah, in fact, we saw this matchup yesterday, right? And I think that they are going back to it again because this is the same kind of situation whereby Hayabusa, if Hayabusa wants to go for a 1v1 against the Link, if the Link kind of goes off tangent and tries to split push, Hayabusa cannot be the first one to go for the Ogi Shadow kill. You have to tank all the way through until you see the Tempest of Blades being used by the Link, and only after that, then you can Ogi Shadow kill.
But don't forget, Ling is also a DPS monster, right?
Yes,
He can just slice and dice. He does a lot of crit damage. Hayabusa, on the other hand, relies on skills to be able to do the damage.
So you pretty much will use up all 4 of your shadows in order to enable two procs of your shurikens. And I think that 2 procs of shurikens and a couple of basic attacks should more or less be enough to threaten the Link to wanna use the Tempest of Blades. So this is really the battle of micro as to who managed to land most amount of skill.
Yep, and also the mind games as well. So yeah, I think that's definitely going to be something we're going to be look out for. It feels like Flash maybe going back into that 4+1 kind of rotation towards the later parts of the game. RG can also do the same unless they want to threaten the MO right here. They just go in ham in terms of just ganking onto Hades' lane.
So all in all, we are looking at the full, almost a full ban now with the Gatokacha, Selena, as well as the Zask that will be taken away. RG is lacking of a Roma and the EXP later. So Gatokacha is out of the picture. I would like to believe that they want to ban the Badang too.
Badang is definitely a good ban. It messes up with the Harry in terms of the Zaman Force as well. And instead of that, they're going to open it up.
Okay, fair. I think that's
Leave
fair.
it over to RSG. I like the fact that, like what I mentioned, the Bandagato is something that Closer has been playing for the past few games, and that's going to be Jay Cho being picked up by the side of RSG.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen Jace Cho coming into the Land of Dawn. So how's that going to be? Well, we'll see. Because we still have one last counter pick coming in from RSG, where they have to decide that EXP laner. It's going up against a glue though, so there is a possibility that if they want to, they can go for a CC. But what else are we missing out here?
Crazy idea number 10.
Okay.
Lapu against a glue. You cleave, especially when it goes to the little bit, you just basically heal everything up. Like I said, it's a crazy idea. So
yeah, it is a crazy idea. It doesn't have to
be.
Make sense.
Okay, Badang will be selected by the side of Team Flash. Going to the hands of JPL, definitely. Kimi being secure, once again, a lot of magic damage, but this also allows, the Hayabusa physical damage to really penetrate through.
What other EXP laners right now is viable? Honestly,
CC
Lucas-
is still available.
Lucas Tank might be a not yeah.
Crazy
Lucas
idea
Tank.
number 11.
No, that's not really a crazy idea per se. I would say that that is a pretty decent matchup against Glue if they don't want to pick up a CC. But one thing that I kind of want to see is enough damage to play around the way of the dragon, because at this point in time, in the early stages, they don't have any ways to make full use of it. And I think, yeah, Hilda does work on that.
Hilda does have burst damage in the early games.
I keep
The numbers
forgetting about
are
Hilda as well.
really nutty. Yeah, one
Yeah.
of the forgettable heroes, right?
Yeah,
Like the Juicin.
like the Juicin.
But apart from that, now you also got Mega Burst coming out from the Granger. You also got Burst from the Hilda. And so, like what I mentioned, once again, the win condition relies on Jay, once again, to be able to kick and isolate. Hopefully isolates, be it the Harif, be it the Kimmy. The Cho also good as well, right? Because apart from the knockup, you're also able to kick the Harif away from the Zaman Force.
My only problem is trying to deal with the front lines, right? Team Flash, the way that they have is mostly going to be pick off and, in some sense, dive. I want to believe that Ling and Hilda would generally want to work together for full out team fights. Otherwise, look for an avenue to get a really good way at the dragon kick in order to immobilize one person and get yourself the numbers advantage. Well, in the meantime, I think that Team Flash, this is more or less a death ball comp.
Yep, death ball comp definitely. And apart from that, Hades can also do a 4+1 with the quad shadows. But yeah.
Uh-oh. I don't think that is going to be good, but by now he should have his Shumpo back. Oh wait, he don't have Shumpo, sorry.
It's level 1?
Level 1, yeah, so he have to use his Flicker.
Yeah, no choice, but this Flicker should be available. But look at the damage coming up from Hades.
Oh, Roy! Instead of a dead Jay, we see a dead Roy. Not a great start to the game. Just under 1 minute, we're already seeing something in here. But fortunately, on the flip side, Vanix is having a little bit of problem up to the top lane.
Yeah, and that's good, right? So maybe RSG can also pivot around towards the top side. Don't forget, RSG Power Spike comes in the later parts of the game. Ken?
Uh-oh. Ken, I think that he has a Flicker. If he, okay, so it's okay. He forced the Flicker on the side of closer.
2 Flickers being forced out in 1 minute. Flash SG is not letting go on in terms of the momentum against RSG.
And now down back to the bottom lane. Ken is looking for more again on the closer. Just zip them. Oh, Ken! Oh, too early, too early, too early.
Yeah, but right now at the very least, maybe they can play around CS right here. Vanix, in fact, is not having a good time, like what you mentioned, right? Because by right now, Vanix should be at the same level against CS. It feels like, you know, Vanix missed some minutes.
Yeah, he definitely did. He lost a little bit too much HP in that initial bout. I think that was the very first wave already, or maybe the second wave, right? So during that point in time, he already lost quite a bit of farm.
Yep, I think that's 1 siege millions different, and now the turtle will be spawned up. Level 4 checks right here, not a lot of level 4s coming up from the side of RSG except for Bray. In the other hand, Kurtizi already hits level 4. The Juicing, yes, the wave clear is good, but I think Kurtizi's as a Kimmy, the wave clear is a lot faster.
Yeah, but the thing is, Jay never really quite focused on the middle lane creep waves to kind of clear that out as fast as possible together with Roy, because that would have been a great way to get himself lane prio. In the meantime, there we go, Ken with their grab, slam down, and of course even the split down onto Jay, picks him up and takes him down.
Yeah, even Vanix joining out down in the action in the mid lane as well, leaving the lane to his own devices. I mean, that's okay, because, you know, Granger, known as a lane bully, should be able to outbully him. Might as well just do some other impacts across the map.
As we continue to move on from this point in time, the turtle is currently available and just gonna be in the hands of Team Flash as they got the priority over the turtle. What RSG is doing right now is that they are looking for some other avenues of attack while the Link is currently in the middle lane. We do have got JPL with a fist crack that dealt quite a lot of damage on the closer, forced that flicker on over to him. The split now over to the side of Jay as well. So a lot of members from RSG actually lost a little bit too much HP before the turtles fight.
Yeah, started for your RSG is piling a little bit weird, right? This is not a game 1 RSG that we look out for, right? This is not the upper brackets RSG that we look out for. And now, because you give us so much resources in the early game, like what I mentioned, the 2 Flicker, add on the 1 Purify for good measure as well. Yeah, like RSG right here just lost a lot of momentum. They need to try to recover from this.
How exactly did they recover from this? I think that RSG, they need to start playing for their lanes. It's definitely a lot difficult for the Hilda to be able to just wreak havoc onto the EXP and being able to win Ken. But in the meantime, speaking of Ken, gets kicked behind by the way of the Dragon, and he continues to be a very solid front line for his team.
But Ken using that glue allows the Kurt TC to basically land the damage over and over. The problem about using, you know, a mid lane Kimi is that you don't really have that that slow factor, right? The glue provides that, and that's why you can see the wombo combo between Kimi and also glue. It works wonders.
So continuing on, JPL tries to go for the fist break. Did not manage to land on the J, but it's not going to be too big of a deal. Hades wasn't able to connect that as well.
Big power item spike coming off from Brave. Berserker Spirit already secured. I feel like RSG needs to try to look towards the later parts of the game. They need to try to hunker down, not to lose as much, too much resources as possible. Try to make sure that EXP lane is a wet noodle fight. If RSG want to make something happen, they have to play around the top or maybe play around mid.
I think it is still very early. And RSG, even I think they only lost 2 members, as such giving a 400 goal lead. That is not a horrible start given their current lineup. As much as I want to see Closer being able to fully utilize the crazy damage in the early game, I don't think that he can.
I don't think you want to kick Ken. There's nobody from the side of RSG will be able to deal with Ken, especially down in the bottom lane, top side.
CS is going to be fine. Traction Pulse didn't find its target, didn't hit its mark. Team Flash push the rest of RSG away, but it does seem as though the Hilda found someone. And now we do have the fist break just going to be connected. Closer just walks himself away, while Jay got the way of the Dragon down to the JPL, flickers himself right back, while Vanix drops down to Zaman, Force dealt a reasonable amount of damage over to Roy, and of course a fist break from JPL locks down onto Roy and allows Vanix to pick up yet another kill. The Synchro Vision connects down onto Closer, forces him to run.
But mid lane, Ling was able to sneak away a turret at the same time top side, slowly getting cracked open. But Flash SG will be able to secure 2 more kills and also the turtle. In fact, I would say this is something like an equal trade for now, but Team Flash definitely still has a lead.
Yeah, so but the difference here is that RSG managed to bring down the T1 in the middle lane. This will, technically speaking, enable the team to play a little bit more aggressively into the opponent's jungle without too much repercussion. However, that will mean that we need more garrisons onto Jay as the leader, right? Because he can always go into the opponent's jungle and provide information, but he needs a way to get out, or he needs a way to counterattack.
Man, JPL does have the fist crack ready to go, but hold on a second.
Do have a grab down to the Closer. Even when it comes down to Zaman Force, it's just working very good for Vanix. But these 2-man team is just not being able to get a kill down the Closer, but could immobilize almost just one more hit, and there we go.
Yeah, CS off screen right there, also taken down. RSG in shambles, unable to secure a single kill at the same time. Bray, the only way they can survive this is to really start split pushing.
Yep. Managing to bring down half of the HP up in the top lane, I think that is good enough for them to just play a little bit of a macro game. We have the Dragon plus, of course, the Lantern Flare down on the JPL, brings him down pretty effectively. Bray still have Temples of Blades, as such, sends himself up to the sky with 3 blades. 3 blades and gets himself away.
Yeah, Heart's also secured by the side of Brave for now. That 1 kill definitely is desperately needed by the side of RSG. Team Flash, on the other hand, is just sending waves and waves of damage, and now RSG is a tough pill to swallow.
Do have got a bit more time, but before RSG would need to force the fight. They have a very greedy assassin though, so it's a Link that requires and wants to play in the late stages. Even in the mid stages, if you want to go crazy, technically he can just go for 4 swords, but the front lines from Flash is a little bit thick, so RSG needs to find a way to eventually land all those.
Roy, that's an ultimate. Not a good idea. I don't think you want to engage that one, Roy.
Not at all. As Hades now finds himself the Ogi Shadow kill as well. The fist break onto Roy forces Roy in a very difficult position, as such bringing him down. The rest of the members coming from the side of Team Flash wants a piece of Closer, forces the flicker, and Closer is going to be fine for now.
Yeah, mid lane. Don't forget, mid lane for the side of RSG. They crack it open. Bot lane, RSG Bray is actually working on split pushing at the same time. Flash SG is working on the Lord. I don't know, man. Has RSG lost more too much? The mid lane is actually a massive bargaining chip for the side of RSG, but Flash SG this time out has a Lord.
Have a taste of your own medicine, Flash, as we are very clear to see that Bray is just working on the macro game. He wants to ensure that his entire team can still hold out in the late stages of the game by getting himself a little bit more passive income through all these turrets and to ease the general pressure from all across the map.
Yeah. Not too sure what to do for the Sun of RSG. You've lost your side lane. CS is not farming. CS not farming. Your Rhapsody doesn't come up as often. Roy's also not farming. He's always constantly getting ganked. Closer right now, unfortunately, as a Hilda, is just a stun machine. And JPL looking for a consume play.
I don't think that he'll be able to find one. Ken looks like he's looking for an opportunity for the grab. But now the middle lane turret stands tall with a little bit of a HP to work with, but JPL is just tanking him all of that damage while the Zaman Force is already dropped down. Might as well just bring the turret down.
Yeah, at the very least, Bray is still matching in terms of the levels against Hades, right? That's probably the only way that RSG can basically stay alive. But apart from that, CS early on just flicker when he's actually ready to stay.
Jay! Great way to Dragon will be able to single on to JPL. Vanic drops down to Zaman Force, but he's taking a little bit too much damage. But the Tempest of Blaze allows for Bray to deal quite a bit to the front lines. But unfortunately, KTZ will still bring him down. CS though gets a kill on the Hades. In fact, that's a double. Closer wants to get himself right out of the dodge, but we do have that grab that latches on the Closer. That is a 3-for-3 trade.
That's exactly what we want to see coming out from RSG, right? Jay entering, he needs to be the playmaker right here. If you take a look, start with Jay, isolating JPL on his own. Vanix right here will be able to up with the damage, but main important thing is CS picking up these kills, especially with the Sky Pierce stacks, is starting to hurt.
The way that OG Shadow kill was so clutch though. It could have turned the game so different because both CM and Jay got out with just a sliver of health. Let's not forget about that.
Yeah, if you take a look at items, yeah, Sky Pierce is starting to build. You also even see a C helmet just to be able to deal with not only just the Harris, but also the glue as well.
Just slowly getting there. Very, very slowly inching in.
Yep.
Well, in the meantime, we'd have the link with the Berserker's Fury, Harsh Claws, as well as Endless Battle.
Yep.
I think that this more or less does a bulk of the damage that they need in order to bring down heroes such as Kurtizi or perhaps even Vanix.
Yep, the Link is starting to come online. Don't forget, Link is also a good counter against Kurtizi as well, because once Kurtizi gets caught off guard, especially with you have an assassin that's jumping onto him, that's basically game over.
So how it's gonna be like for the next few minutes though, as it is in 11 minutes mark. This is going to be the second turret, and normally when it comes down to second turret, those late game heroes and late game composition will start to be a little bit more scary from this point. As the Ogi Shadow Kill connect down to Jay, he haven't found a way out of Dragons just yet, but a grab will be more than enough to kind of latch on and of course giving Kurtizi that kill. The fight is now going to be split up into two. CS currently in a pretty bad spot at this point, and it does seem like he wants to teleport himself back home, knowing that this fight is more or less over. They want to ensure that Bray and as well as CS, the main damage dealers, still survive just so that they can hold out in the base. Even if losing out this Lord is gonna be fine.
Man, the fact that, you know, Team Flash, they pick the battle, they pick the team fights right here closer, no way for him to run, that's definitely going to be dead. Another Sky Pierce the stack for the side of Kurtizi. The Lord secured by the side of Flash, as you point out, unless Bray, I don't think he's be able to get there right there in time.
But he is going to be a little bit sneaky beaky like. It does have to finish poised to get away if you really want to go for that.
Yeah, and that really, like,
split pushes.
Split push is the only way to go, right? The only thing that RSG has against Team Flash is the fact that you've got the mid lane for the side of Flash SG that's cracked open, but now they have to defend against the Lord. Ken is being a nuisance against Bray right here, Abstract.
Yep, so it is just the laners doing their laning things. They don't care about one another, they just want to care about what they are able to do to the lane. Yeah, unfortunately, Bray will leak out a single melee unit that will rush down. Not like it's gonna do too much, I would like to believe. But Team Flash now literally right at the doors of RSG, while the Lord is doing the same thing.
Could this be checkmate, Abstract? Because right now, Bray is getting zoned out from his base. Hades is on the hunt right here. The Lord's actually crashing onto the bot. And now the members of RSG, they're having difficulties even clearing the Lord right here. Mid lane is getting engaged on.
Bray is currently looking for an angle from the backside. Well, most of the members coming for the side of RSG is going to be a little bit difficulty. to work at this point in time. Bray is looking for the opportunity and indeed, but he got caught by JPL. As such, it's probably going to be the game over as now Close is just going to be putting himself right in the face of Team Flash. Almost being able to bring down Katisi, but this is all 5 men from the side of Team Flash. They want to push down RSG. The Secret Vision lands right on top of the side of Jay. And now with the core, the crystal down to 10.
Man, that was a crazy, crazy game. A solid ending for the side of Team Flash, right? They really drove the final nail in the coffin. RSG was beaten down over and over again, and they finally got this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time, and of course, we've got the champions once again for MPL SG Season 9, a 4-peat.
Yes.
For Team Flash, and they are going to be our Singapore representative that will be going over to the MLBB Southeast Asia Cup 2025 right in the Esports World Cup in Riyadh.
And of course, commiserations over the side of RSG Singapore, right? Unfortunately, the journey has to end here because Team Flash booked a ticket all the way to Riyadh in the EWC.
Oh man, what a game. We thought that RSG would have been able to stand a chance and get more than one win. That was the very first game of the series that is supposed to give them a little bit more momentum to propel themselves for 2 games, 3 games, heck, even 4 games.
Yeah, and we thought, RSG was able to, literally go the mile, right? Because we were expecting, a full-on 7 games. I think that's what Zaze was talking about, right?
Yes, but they didn't give us that.
Yeah, because
I blame you, Zaze.
But because Team Flash is just way too dominating, right? Like 3 games in a row, you see the chip, right? And after the one game after another, you can start to see not only just the fact that RSG SG is losing ground, they're also starting to lose a lot of momentum. The previous game earlier just now, man, I feel like they just lost too much already.
Indeed, and as much as we want to continue hopping on, this is pretty much the time that we have as the casters for MPL SG Season 9. As we are about to move on over to on ground, as we're gonna have to take a look at the celebrations that is going on as we crown the brand new champions of Season 9. My name is Astract, with me here is Jace. We've of course got Churros as well as Deadeye that came in throughout the entirety of the season.
Right.
But for now, we're gonna pass our time over to our host, Lawrence, that is on site. See you guys.
Mic test. All right, ladies and gentlemen, who's the winner today? All right. I know many of you guys are happy, but honestly, the fight earlier on was quite neck on neck. I think they are like Man U and Liverpool of football. All right, but today, Team Flash will walk home with a championship trophy. And do you guys know where they're heading to? That's right, they're heading to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we hand over the trophy to our winning team, let's have a look. Let's ask our first runner-up on what they think about the match, shall we? All right, let's invite RSG Singapore to come up and have a few words before we present the trophy, all right? All right. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, with me, we have RSG Singapore coach. Let's give him a round of applause. I think they fought very hard. Okay, tooth and nail, I believe. Blood, sweat, and tears as well, maybe. So, how do I... Sorry, Coach Amox. Okay, so how do you feel about today's match since the very beginning?
I'm actually happy because there's so much audience from Singapore, actually. So, very proud of the boys, and also very proud that the turnout is this great, to be honest, yeah.
Okay, I love it. I love the energy from you guys, RSG. I think you guys performed amazing. Okay, but importantly, I want to ask you this question, okay? Something a bit to, maybe to possibly throw you off, huh? Okay, what do you think of today's opponent? basically Flash Singapore. What do you think of them?
They've always been a great opponent through the years. Through the season, we've seen that they've been great. Getting a chance to fight against them at their very best at the grand finals is an honor to us. Especially, we know that we are the last RSG barriers, and we might also be the last season going on. Yeah. So going grand finals against a strong team is been an honor. Yep. Yep.
All right, one last question is, what is, like moving forward, what is your plan for RSG?
Hopefully there's still RSG, but if not, I'll still be looking out to grow the Singapore scene, especially as you can see our lineup is full Singaporean lineup. So let's see what the future holds for us. Yeah.
All right, once again, can we give a round of applause to our RSG Singapore team? You guys have fought hard, you guys have done well as well. Thank you for your performance, thank you Coach Amox as well. All right, so without further ado, shall we present the trophy to Team? Okay, all right. So in front of me, as you guys can see, is the MPL Season 9 trophy, which means whoever holds this trophy will walk home and go to Riyadh as well, sorry. Fly to Riyadh, sorry. All right, so, Flash team, are you guys ready? They be shy. Flash team, are you guys ready? Yes. Okay. Can we invite Flash organization to come up and lift the trophy? I think those with Flash team as well, just come on up because we want you guys to be in together to raise the trophy with our 5 players as well. Is that all, or do you still have anyone else? Paging for Mark. Are you here by any chance, Mark? And Adam, sorry, and Adam. Mark and Adam. Wow, two very, like Charles and Keith, Mark and Adam. I think you want to stand a bit closer to the trophy because this one is yours, right? All right, before they lift up, okay, Mark and Adam, are you guys here? Adam is the boss, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as they lift the trophy, I want you guys to give your warmest, your biggest and loudest round of applause, all right? Ready, guys? On 3, yeah? 1, 2, 3. Team Flash, Team Flash. Maybe Team Flash, you want to pose for a picture for everyone here, the audience here? All right, you guys want to get a picture? You can get it now. All right, pose, pose, pose. Smile, smile, smile. You guys are the winner for today. Sorry, can we take one picture? Okay. All right, okay, thank you Team Flash. All right, next up, before we move on to I think one section that you guys might be interested in, which is the MVP, let's ask Team Flash what they feel about today's match, shall we? All right. All right, okay. The coach has sabotaged Ken, right? Ken, that day I wanted to interview you. I think today I get to interview you. Okay, so Ken, how do you feel about today's match?
I'm very proud of us as we were very confident and we were consistent. We didn't choke as bad as yesterday.
I think your teammates have something to say.
He crying.
Anyone else want to add on? Coach, what do you think, Coach? How do you think of their performance today?
I think we played okay. Honestly, I think there's a lot of room for improvement. This is not what we're aiming for. We're aiming for a good finishing at EWC. So we can celebrate for today, but honestly, guys, proud of all you guys. Guys, step up and wish us all the best for EWC.
Okay, but earlier on I asked Team RSG on what they feel about Team Flash. So Team Flash, what do you think about RSG?
RSG is always a familiar name. Some context, I used to be part of RSG way at the start. So, you know, for me, they're friends.
All right, okay, rivals on battlefield, but friends off the battlefield. All right, okay, so without further ado, shall we, oh wait, before that, I just want to ask one more question, because I think all of us here are curious. How confident and what do you have in mind for EWC for Team Flash?
I don't think our team works well with confidence, so I'll just say, let's try to get our groups at least, for now.
All right, once again, round of applause for Team Flash, champion of the MPL Season 9 finale. All right, okay, now next up, do you guys know who today's MVP is? Or who do you guys want to be the MVP? Okay, Coach, one more question is, which player do you think is the MVP then?
Which player is the MVP? My sub, Lossy. Very proactive in between games, helping out the team even though he's not playing, and Diablo as well. You know, they came in down to help us, support us, and give us a lot of input. So these guys are MVP. Yeah.
All right, amazing. Yes, mental support as well. Yes. Okay. Importantly, let's look at the screen to find out who the MVP for today's match is. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, JPL. Okay. Where's he? Paging for JPL. Paging for JPL. Hey, you are the MVP at JPL. Where's he? Oh, JPL, we need you here, you know. If you don't have MVP, we can give it to someone. I'm kidding, guys, I'm kidding. I don't have the power, but yes. JPL, are you here by any chance? JPL. You have fans here. JPL fans, make some noise. Oh, Coach, you want to speak on behalf of JPL?
Sure. Wait, is JPL here? Wait, is JPL? I think JPL will probably say, wow, tired there, a lot of games, can go back. Something like that.
Something to the fans?
JPL will say, thank you guys, come down, thank you so much. Come again more, and come earlier, something like that.
Okay, thank you, Coach, on behalf of JPL. I think if JPL got anything to say, I think just record a video and send to your fans. Okay, all right. So next up, what do we have? We have our closing. Basically, Team Flash is the winner for today, and we want to thank you guys, Team Flash, for playing so hard, for working so hard as well. Once again, shall we give them one more round of applause? Thank you, Team Flash. I think you guys can take your leave. You can take your trophy and take your leave. Thank you so much, Team Flash. All right, now back to the broadcast. Those of you guys watching at home, on stream, or globally, a big thank you for watching and also supporting MPL Season 9 finale. All right, so thank you to all teams who have played for the MPL Season 9. Thank you to our live audiences here at Tampines Mall as well. And also, thank you to those of you guys who are watching at the comfort of your homes. And also importantly, I think today, without our sponsors, Moonton, Singapore Esports Association, and also Capital Land, Head and Shoulders, and also Tampines Mall. Without your help, without you guys, this wouldn't have been possible. So once again, thank you ladies and gentlemen, and we hope to see you guys in the next season of MPL. My name is Lawrence, signing off, and we will see you in the next season once again.